Okay, you guys. Oh, the beginning. Woo-hoo. Telegram founder? What's Telegram? That's so stupid.
Back in SnowRunner. Welcome back to Dilly Squad Gaming. Today we are back in SnowRunner. We will be taking this fuel trailer. Probably, I'm gonna guess somewhere around
I had to play with me.
the center of the
SnowRunner.
map here. This looks probably to be the best place to drop it off. Yeah, I think that's probably the best place. We'll have to figure it out once we scan the radar and get rid of all this darkness, the fog of war, if you will. And yeah, let's go ahead and begin. We also have to do a rescue mission with the dairy, so we gotta get the yard back up, try to get that upgrade, and continue scanning with the radar. So it's gonna be a full jam-packed day. So let's get underway. Hey, that rhymes. Alright, we're down 5 gallons. I'm not gonna bother to fill up. We've got, I don't know, what is it, like 500 refuel. We've got 59 now. I think we're gonna be short fuel anytime soon. Alright, I think we're gonna take the road. We're gonna take the road down to here and then cut across the ice patch. So let's see if I can remember without having to look 20 freaking different times. And yeah, I changed the tires back to the mud tires on the dairy, just to not really prove a point, but just to see how they handle versus the chains. And I mean, so far they're doing pretty well because we're not even in all-wheel drive yet. This truck may be my favorite truck. It's close to it. It's definitely up there. It's got speed on its side. It's got this ability to drive in non-all-wheel drive. I don't want to call it two-wheel drive because I'm pretty sure we have six-wheel drive right now. It's just the front wheels aren't spinning. This is where not having chain tires kind of sucks, but we're not really on roads that often, like, so you can easily get around it. I think I was supposed to go down back there. Let's go down this way. I think we'll be okay. Fingers crossed. Yeah, that was easy. So this ice here, we're also going to be slipping and sliding, but there really is no bad repercussions. That's just kind of fun. We get to do a little bit of power sliding and not really have to worry about too much. We do have to worry if we catch an edge, but you know, that's just undipped territory. Chains would obviously get traction on this ice, but I think it's going to be better to have more traction in the mud and deep snow versus trying to worry about ice. This isn't that hilly, so that would be the only other thing, is if you had a hill that's covered in ice, then I would probably push more towards having chain tires, but yeah, it's all personal preference at the end of the day. A little basically they look like a foundation with radar turrets, maybe? It's a base or something? I don't know. I'm not gonna worry too much about that. We gotta get rid... Let's get around this, rock field. But again, still I'm gonna call it two-wheel drive. I know it's not two-wheel drive. But I guess it's standard. You can kind of see here where all 6 tires are spinning, except there's no differential lock, so they kind of spin independently of each other, and yeah, it doesn't quite work great for mudding, but it does still work. So, ooh, gotta be careful. Let's go this way. Let's go right to our marker. This actually becomes fun once you have the ability to do these things. Oh, I lost it. I was trying to be cool and do a nice long power slide, and it just didn't quite work. Wait, we're gonna. That's what I was nervous about. We almost rolled it there, so yeah, don't goof around like that, guys. It's bad. In fact, let's hopefully. I'm gonna detach the trailer. We're gonna try to get the truck out. Crap. Come on. Yeah, that tanker isn't at all. See if we can go back. Alright, well there goes to show that you shouldn't goof around on ice. I knew I was going to break through it. I didn't expect to be completely stuck. So let's go back to the garage and grab a rescue vehicle. There's so many tasks on this map. It's crazy. Yeah, you know what? Here we go. Let's get the big boy out. Let's get rid of the logging. We don't need logging. Okay, no. Flatbed, does that make sense? I mean, it's a tire tank. Wouldn't that be nice if it was fuel instead? I mean, I guess that's a fuel tank, so... 476. That's mobile. Huh. Maybe this would have been a better idea to take this. Although I wish they would have made it fit better on the truck and, you know, did something like this where it looks like it belongs on the truck, because falling water is pointless. We have the fuel, so let's just do this. Let's leave the garage. We can use it, hopefully, to do some tasks, maybe.
I need sand. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, I forgot how much slower it is versus the dairy. It's also a lot wider. Let's get the dairy out, because we're on ice. Maybe I should have switched to chain. Ooh, Yeah, definitely have to avoid that. That was being dumb. Trying to be cool. Always do things like this. I'm doing it again. I'm gonna hit one of these. Although this doesn't seem to... it still does it a little bit. Does it a little bit, but not too much. And you can tell this vehicle is much heavier. It was breaking up chunks of ice out of that snow. Cross that ice, no problem. Okay, so in the yard, that little ice, that light blue ice, it's not much of an issue. But it definitely is in these bigger trucks, so... which I should have known. I should have known. I was having too much fun. Let my guard down. But the good news is we're only like 2 or 3 minutes away. Nothing bad. Should be able to bounce over this. And look, there's our, there's where we're stuck. Alright, let's not... I don't think this ice breaks the other way. I think it's just... yeah, they're just chunks of ice on top of ice, so... they just make it a little bit harder to get through it. Let's sprawl through here. Like I said, you can easily see the path that I go through. I think this is safe. Yeah. You know what, it's pulling a little bit, but it's pretty safe. I really hope we don't need chain tires. That should be good there. Yeah, I was a little worried about that. Let's turn on the dairy. Come on. Help me out here. Oh, guys, I think chain tires are going to be a necessity. Looks like we can get this out. Yeah, we're good there. But I think we're going to need chains on a rescue. So we need to come up with a rescue vehicle.
Oh, that's cool. Nice. Oh, cool. Oop. What's it gonna do? Not done it.
pick up something. Doggone it.
Went on nighttime anyway, so.
And this we should just be able to yank through. Even if it tips over. Is it gonna tip over? We're good. Alright, so. Oh, cool. The trailers apparently have brakes. Alright, let's go ahead and refill. And, we're gonna skip the morning. I'm glad that skipping the morning doesn't progress through the hours as if you were letting your truck idle for that long. Oh no, we gotta go. Let's go this way. It is showing that there is a trail here. Come up behind. I'm not really doing this on purpose. Where was that trail? We'll look at it as we drive by and see if it's worth trying to attempt. I mean, I don't see a trailer. It's gotta be straight up this way. Let's go for it. We're in the dairy. We've got plenty of trees to go around to winch off of, so if we get a little stuck. Yeah, you can just kind of make out. Really? Come on, there we go. Oh, that was an awkward little spot. Thought maybe they frog was buried under the snow, but it doesn't seem to be. It looked like it was just mud. So, all right. Yeah, we can keep going straight, and then we'll be right there. That was a pretty decent shortcut. Not too bad.
Skeleton.
It helps having the trees to win. Differential. Ooh. I was gonna put it over that. I'm kinda glad I didn't. Alright, that should be plenty to get this thing uprighted. finally get this upgrade. It should have been probably in the last episode, but unfortunately, I still don't know how to drive. This vehicle is very top heavy too, so kind of a downside with rock climbing / rock crawling. I really should call it rock crawling. Alright. Let's see, we got a raised suspension for... Isn't that what we got last time? Oh, it's a custom tuned suspension. Alright, they're really pushing this Ford F750. Can we even buy that? Let's actually take a quick detour. Truck store. It is a scout vehicle, I believe. Where is it? It's a big old Ford. There it is. Truck is not available. It is a DLC. It's a DLC, but it says it's not available in Eurasia. Explore the region to find it. Not available. I wonder if you can get... You know what? I'm going to take a quick jump. Global map. Go back to Alaska. Look at all these trailers. I want to see if you can buy it. Seems like you could buy the Ford here. Explore the world to unlock this truck. Do we not have... Hold on, let's go to an actual DLC truck. Yeah, I know, this is locked because I have not bought it. I didn't realize... Oh, they've actually started... There's the Apache. That's the equivalent to the Ford. I might have to do a little bit of digging. If you guys know where I find this, let me know, because did I miss a vehicle? Let me bust out... I'm gonna bust out the Chevy, because I have to leave the garage in order to pull up this map to see... Oh, 2 out of 2 vehicles. Okay. No, I don't know where it is. Let me know in the comments if you guys know where the Ford 750 is. Just tell me the region, or even I suppose you could tell me, and I'll find it from there. But yeah. Anyways, let's get back to Russia. That is where so it's kind of strange that they did 2 Russias. Not sure why they did that, but let's get back here and yeah, I suppose we'll jump back in the Yar. We'll head back down the mountain. We'll grab the radio. Maybe we'll refuel this. We do have the other vehicles here. Let's just go back the way that we came. Very, very carefully though, because we're surrounded by giant boulders. And the last thing I want to do is roll it over. No attachment points? Are you kidding me? Alright, well, Derry. Let's see how you do. I was even being careful that time. put boulders here to make me lose traction. Come on.
You
Oh,
did.
I guess I gotta look at
Yeah, let's get that
something
one
on
out
the
of the way.
internet.
Ooh. That hurt just a little bit.
Oh, you cocksucker.
Okay. I don't think the dairy's gonna get up here.
Bower Gata National Park, there was a rather intense moment when a lion charged.
Come on. Turn the wheel. Turn the wheel. Get up there. Problem is, I can't get the front tire up over that lip.
Let's see here. Okay.
Nope. They definitely put some rocks in the right place. I go way around. Nope. Can I? Come on. You almost want to go up there. Oh, come on. Alright, let's get this out of the way. We will just recover the yar and we will start over. Which is a little unfortunate. Actually, it's a lot unfortunate. I wonder, I won't be able to... I won't be able to activate the radar using this rig, can I? Can I actually attach this to this rig? Pretty sure it's gotta be
I gotta get some chicken wings.
let's go. First of all, let's go back into auto. Yeah, definitely has to be scout that forward. And we cannot activate it.
Okay, so what do we need?
Let's continue in this direction. We're gonna see. Oh yeah, it is a military base. Look at that. Maybe I saw the anti-aircraft guns or something. I don't know. Those look exactly like turrets. Let's try not to crash as I'm looking at the surrounding area. Pretty beautiful though. Yeah. You actually take the time to look at it. Alright. Where can we get down? That looks promising. Promising, but
Temp orders
yeah, we're gonna go
deactivated.
down and to the left.
Main miner is that.
Not 100% sure how this ice under here is going to fare. It looks like it is. Yeah, it is the dynamic ice. Try to stay on the shoulder as much as we can. Stay out of the deep stuff. Really can't say there's much over here. Oh, whatever. Don't tell me that. I'm driving in a straight line with snow. No reason why my differential would be overheating. Kind of change the tires. Remove cargo. Nice tires. We are getting. Oh no. Yeah, we're gonna get this tire. Why not? I have an excellent tire. This is apparently a better tire.
You fucking nigger, I'm gonna kill you.
But is it? I don't know. Let's find out. I definitely like the look of that tire better. Looks a lot more aggressive. I mean, all these tires are basically the same. Except for this one. Alright, you know what? Let's go for it. Is that the same? That is not the same, okay. Let's see how well this tire does.
Get the fuck over there, nigger.
Alright, I feel like I'm doing the same thing over and over again. Dumb question. Can I sneak through there? Something different. So the same thing that we did. Turn our all-wheel drive on. And let's hope I can sneak through here. I'm gonna guess that at this rate that is not going to be faster than going around and taking the road to our normal spot where we go in. But that's okay. That's fine. It's all about exploring new things. And new things mean how the heck do we get around here? This thing is very tippy. Go nice and slow. And then got it at the last second. Alright, yeah, that didn't really give us that much of a head start, so. Ooh. Oh, no. Alright, you know what? Let's try that again. I tried being funny and jumping that snow, and then I ended up eating it.
You top flavoring? Like sugar ice?
The bad thing. The bad thing about chains is you slide a lot on ice. Not having chains. It's also the issue with speed. Remember, speed kills. Still don't know if they're talking about the drug or just in general. I just realized this game is using about 70% of my GPU, which is a 30. KDTI. Now we're down to 50. Huh. Yeah, so we're between 60 and 70. Now we're back down to 50. I think it's because we're going slower. Once I start picking up speed. Oh, okay, now we're about down to 50. Uh-oh.
Fucking idiot.
Stop looking off screen. This is why you don't text and drive. Alright. Let's try to get one area scanned this episode, because this is pretty bad. We did get one upgrade, so that was that's worth noting. Go down a bit.
Can you put down the alcohol? Oh, fuck yeah.
I mean, I really could have some
I'm gonna freaking.
Alright. And yeah, we're just gonna slide. The scout vehicles can go over this with no problem. We have to get way over there though. Oh, let's shoot for that point. Why did it disappear? Disappeared on me. Not important. I will kind of make my way over here. Okay, so I definitely have a lot more incidents when it comes to not having batteries on the vehicles, especially on the ice. But that's my own make. Yeah, try to go too fast. Try to stop. Way too late.
Listen, how many innocent baby deaths does Nancy Pelosi have on her hands?
I don't know her.
What about Kamala Harris? You know, they're talking about this election basically being made up of the California Four. Pelosi, Gavin Newsom, Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff, and Kamala Harris. That basically, for the next 2 years, if they win, the country's going to be run by California. Can't believe it. Yeah. And I just watched the guy talk about how Pelosi basically just stabbed Biden in the back. She comes out and says he's the most brilliant president we've ever had. We need to literally put him
Goddamn
on
fucking.
Mount Rushmore. And she was serious. But behind the scenes, I guarantee you, she and Obama were the two people that stabbed him in the back and told him to back out. Because they were losing money. Money wasn't pouring into the Democratic caucus because of Biden. Everybody figured out, hey, he's not going to win. I'm not going to waste my money. And Pelosi and Obama, probably the Clintons, got together and basically committed murder, political murder on him, and said, you're out, period. No discussing it. No doubt. Anyway, these heavenly powers and heavenly principalities are the ones in charge. So let's say that there is a principality over the best of the word. Well, let's take the places where they're probably there. You went to a place the other day. Food. I mean, you are seeing food just all over the door. He took a picture of it, and that's the way. Yeah, it is. Whoever's in that apartment is into magic, witchcraft, astrology for sure, and alchemy. So there's a lot of alchemy. Now that I think about it, there's a lot of alchemy symbols in that too. Okay? But anyway, Colossians 1. For by him were all things created that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. And it's always in fours, by the way. It's always, I haven't pointed that out, but just about every one of these been groups of fours. This one is the same way. Heaven and earth, visible and invisible, that's four. And then four more, thrones, dominions, principalities, and powers. And these thrones, these are angels. Dominions, these are angels. Principalities, these are angels. Powers, these are angels. These are all spirits that rule over territories and areas of this world. I believe it's possible that they also rule in other heavenly places, like
You killed the
the
niggers.
moon, Mars.
You killed the niggers.
Have that prepared for
Faggots
tonight,
with the
but
cactus.
it's a need that I have.
Slit your
If they're
throat,
not
Mojang.
healed,
Fucking bitch's
they
head
are
off.
in heavenly places. They're not alive.
Fucking heads off the niggers.
Think about that for a while. And there's a face on Mars.
That's so stupid.
Okay? There is a face on Mars.
Idiots.
All you have to look that up. Okay? And there's things that have been, now that Nikon has made a camera for everybody, it has a telescoping lens where literally you can see stuff on the moon, literally. What is it, P1000? Nikon P1000, I think. You can get amazing results taking pictures on the moon, and there are videos of stuff flying out of the moon back and forth on the day. But I think that they exist in more than just one area. Okay. Colossians 2:10, and you have completed him, which is the head of all principality and power, in whom also ye are circumcised with the circumcision made without hands, and putting off the body of sins of the flesh by the circumcision of Christ, buried with him in baptism, wherein ye also are risen with him through the faith of the operation of God, which raised him from the dead. And then in verse 14, he gets down to it, blotting out the handwriting of ordinances that was against us,
I'm gonna
which was
fucking kill
contrary
this
to us. He's
motherfucker.
referring to the law,
No,
and
stupid
took it out
nigger.
of the way, nailing it to his cross.
You ain't taking my boat
Having
like that,
spoiled
fucking nigger.
principalities and powers, he made a show of them openly, triumphing over them in the end. Okay? Don't be mad at me.
Fuck yeah.
A little touchy. Okay? Well, that's true.
No. You're not convincing me of it.
More than that. More than that. He was the Nazarene. In every Old Testament author or type, there's a picture of Christ somehow, somewhere. Aaron the high priest. Elijah the prophet. Jesus the prophet. Nazarite vow meant that you did not touch any dead things, did not partake of wine or grapes or raisins. We know that at the Last Supper, Jesus did not partake. And I'll tell you, there's a couple reasons why. The verse, let's see if I can pull this up. I want to give you something to think about. There's some people that disagree with me, and they've explained their disagreement, and I honor their disagreement. I think they have a point. But I'm gonna tell you why I think that he did. Okay, Matthew 23. He came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken.
You know what, Fallout 4. Shut up. Oh wait, not the one yet.
We're making a big change to Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. By the year 2054, the United States government was faced with the reality that atomic warfare was inevitable. Oil was becoming increasingly rare. The United Nations collapsed 2 years prior, and a nuclear exchange had recently erupted in the Middle East. This was the first time atomic weapons were used by a civilian population in over a century. This would lead to a secretive group comprised of franchise, there are still quite a few that have been given rich and interesting stories for us to discover in our journeys throughout the wasteland. So without further ado, here is every vault in the Fallout canon. Before this video starts, here are some terms you may need to know to better understand the lore behind these vaults. If you already know these terms, then skip ahead to this timestamp. FEV, or the Forced Evolutionary Virus, was an experiment engineered before the Great War by the US government. It was designed to accelerate evolution in human subjects in order to make them more effective soldiers, but instead, it caused devastating mutations to those exposed to it, giving rise to creatures like super mutants and other mutated horrors like centaurs or nightkin. In the Fallout universe, chems refer to drugs, to a world ranging from old medical pills to homemade substances that often lead to addiction. Chems such as Mentat, Buffout, Med-X, and Jed are just some of the substances found throughout the wasteland. Since, short for synthetic humanoids is a common term used to refer to the robotic beings created by the mysterious faction known as the Institute. While Generations 1 and 2 synths are entirely mechanical by design, utilizing simplistic artificial intelligence, Generation 3 synths are nearly indistinguishable from humans, right down to their DNA. Generation 3 synths in particular are frequently sent to abduct and replace residents of the Commonwealth in order for the Institute to spy on the residents of the wasteland. The GECK, or Garden of Eden Creation Kit, is a device designed to restore a selected area destroyed by nuclear fallout into a habitable environment capable of growing food and purifying water. Each vault was issued with gifts, so that when the population left the vaults, they could use it to create a sustainable society in the wasteland. Ghouls, radroaches, mirelurks, rat scorpions, glowing worms, death claws, and the Scorched are some of the creatures I'll be mentioning in this video, all of whom have been transformed and mutated by radiation into their current form. The Brotherhood of Steel, the Boomers, the Institute, the Powder Gangers, the Enclave, the Gunners, and the NCR are some of the factions that I mentioned throughout the video without clarification as to who they are. So here are their descriptions that you can come back to if I mention them throughout this video. And now, let's begin. Located in the South Vegas ruins, Vault 3 is known as a control vault, which meant that the inhabitants were not subjected to any experiments during their time in the vault. Thus, the inhabitants remained sealed for over a century after the bombs dropped, until a water leak forced the inhabitants to open up the vault so that they could trade with the people of the wasteland in order to survive. All was well for a few weeks until the vault caught the attention of a group of raiders known as the Fiends, who subsequently massacred the vault's residents and claimed the vault for themselves. All of New Vegas is red. You will find it fully inhabited by the Fiends, led by their chief, named Motor Runner. Since they took over the vault, the Fiends grew stronger and more vicious, and are considered a deadly threat by the New California Republic and the people of the Mojave. Vault 4 and Vault 33 both feature in the Fallout universe, and because it hasn't come out yet at the time of recording, we know very little about them or their experiment, other than the fact that Vault 33 is located in Santa Monica, California, and is inhabited by a vault dweller named Lucy and her father. However, if you were watching this after the TV show has come out, then perhaps I'll make a video covering the lore of these vaults, and if that's the case, it will be plugged here. Located in northwestern Nevada, Vault 8 was originally designed as a control vault slated to open after a decade to repopulate the surface. However, due to a mistake made by the US government, Vault 8 received a surplus of water ships intended for Vault 13. The dwellers lived peacefully underground until 2091, when the Enclave's all-clear signal prompted the vault to open. Upon reaching the surface, the residents would use their Garden of Eden Creation Kit to establish a city powered by nuclear energy supplied by the vault's reactor. This would lead to the creation of Vault City, known for its advanced medical technology such as autodocs capable of performing sophisticated surgeries without the assistance of humans. By 2241, the vault itself was used primarily as storage as well as a medical center for the citizens of Vault City. Vault 11, located in the Mojave Desert, conducted a social experiment where inhabitants were told that they had to sacrifice one vault dweller annually, or else they all would perish. When the vault door was sealed, and the first inhabitants learned about their situation, they were horrified and enraged with the vault's overseer for not telling them before they were trapped inside, thus turning him into Vault 11's very first sacrifice. This tradition of sacrificing the overseer would continue as time went on, and each year, the vault would hold an election to determine who would be elected as overseer, consequently voted as the sacrifice for the next year, and thus making her the new overseer. In her first act as overseer, she banned the election in favor of a system where the annual sacrifice would be chosen randomly by the Vault's computer. The remaining members of the Justice Bloc, fearful of losing their power, staged an armed coup, which resulted in the massacre of most of the Vault's residents, leaving only 5 dwellers alive. These 5, horrified at the events that had taken place, mutually decided to end the cycle of killing and refused to sacrifice any more people. They were then presented with an automated message congratulating them for breaking the cycle and not murdering anyone, revealing the whole experiment was a ruse. The computer then unlocked the Vault's main entrance, allowing the dwellers to leave as they pleased. Shocked and disgusted with what they had done, 4 of the 5 dwellers decided to end their own lives out of guilt for their actions. The remaining survivor, presumably, left the Vault, never to be seen again. By 2281, the Vault remains empty, only inhabited by its robot personnel, as well as terminal entries and holotapes detailing the horrible events that had taken place inside. Vault 12, located in Bakersfield, California, was intended as a medical experiment studying the effects of gradual radiation exposure, in which the Vault door was designed to not seal correctly when the bombs dropped. This resulted in the Vault's population turning into ghouls. In the year 2083, the survivors would leave the Vault and turn the surrounding area into the city of Necropolis. By the time of Fallout 1, the Vault is still inhabited by a number of glowing ones who act as guards for the Vault's water chip if you attempt to steal it. Vault 13, located in the mountains of Southern California, was intended to keep its residents isolated from the outside world. By the time of Fallout 1, the Vault is still inhabited by a number of glowing ones who act as guards for the Vault's water chip if you attempt to steal it. Vault 13, located in the mountains of Southern California, was intended to keep its residents isolated from the outside world until one day a water chip malfunction led to the overseer to send a handful of Vault residents out into the wasteland to search for a replacement. The first dweller, a man named Ed, barely made it out of the Vault before being killed by rats. The second dweller, a man named Callius, was captured by Titan and turned into an FEV mutant, and now resides in the Boneyard as a member of the followers of Necropolis. The third, your player character in Fallout 1, would succeed in replacing Vault 13's water chip in the year 2161 after a long and harrowing journey throughout the wasteland. Despite fulfilling his task,
Get the
saving
fuck
the
out of
Vault from
here.
the Master's army of supermutants, the Vault dweller was banished by the Overseer as he felt that his adventures in the wasteland would lead the Vault's population to abandon their home. This would lead to the Vault dwellers leaving Vault 13 and founding the settlement of Arroyo. After the residents of Vault 13 learned of the Overseer's decision, they sentenced him to death, allowing those who wished to leave the Vault to do so. The remaining dwellers lived peacefully in the Vault until 2241, when they were captured or killed by the Enclave, who left behind a pack of intelligent deathclaws to guard the Vault. The Vault was then found by the Vault dweller's grandson, the Chosen One, who was there on a mission to retrieve the Vault's
1, 2,
Gek
3,
in order to
4,
save the previously
5,
mentioned
6, 7,
village
8,
of
9,
Arroyo. Once he retrieves the Gek, Frank Horrigan and a squad of Enclave soldiers exterminate the Deathclaws, leaving Vault 13 an empty hole in the ground. Vault 15, located in Southern California, was a social experiment in which a large population from diverse ethnic and religious backgrounds were forced to live together. This would cause a schism among the dwellers, which would lead to them abandoning the Vault, separating into 3 raider groups: the Khans, the Jackals, and the Vipers. The remaining inhabitants who opted to not become raiders fled west and established a settlement of Shady Sands. In 2161, the Vault was abandoned, effects of excessive gambling. When the bombs dropped, 200 years would pass, and the vault's residents would develop a stable community which solved this problem, gambling. Eventually, in the year 2274, Robert House, the ruler of the Vegas Strip, proposed a game of blackjack, where if he won, he would become the owner of the vault. Some of the vault's residents were skeptical and favored isolationism. However, others were in favor of opening the vault up. As a result, Mr. House tasked the residents in favor of opening up the vault to challenge those who disagreed to a game of blackjack in order to decide what to do. Eventually, the dwellers in favor of opening up won the game, handing over the ownership of Vault 21 to Mr. House. Afterwards, Mr. House unexpectedly attempted to fill the vault with concrete in order to force the residents to move out of Vegas. However, one of the dwellers, Sarah, was able to convince them to turn the vault into a hotel. Convinced of its profitability, Mr. House transformed the vault into a hotel, and by 2281, the vault was still open for business, offering residents in New Vegas room and board as long as they had the caps. Vault 22, located in the Mojave Desert, was intended as a research facility that tested genetically modified crops that were developed at Big Mountain, a think tank known for its unorthodox experiments. After the bombs dropped,
Okay,
scientists began experimenting on the crops. They accidentally released an outbreak of a modified fungal infection, which would lead to the vault being overrun with vegetation. The vault's residents all would eventually succumb to the infection, as the fungus they were experimenting on would colonize their bodies and use them as hosts, turning them into horrifying creatures known as spore carriers. Located somewhere on the west coast of the United States, Vault 29 was intended to have a population of rich children under the age of 15. The vault would be controlled by an exact AI supercomputer
This kind of shit is
after
my
the Great
dick
War,
hard,
in order
man.
to rebuild and repopulate the wasteland on a special date known as Reclamation Day. The occupants included students from Baltic University, military members, and even former White House Chief of Staff. Occupants were provided with fully furnished apartments, including a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and color television. And overall seemed like a great place to live. 25 years after the bombs dropped, the residents were given the enclave and the vault opened, to which they proceeded to head out into the wasteland with the goal of recolonizing the surrounding region of Appalachia. Vault 77 housed one man in a crate of puppets. The Puppet Man, as he was known, would unknowingly enter the vault as his only residence and be locked inside. As he slowly went insane due to isolation, he became engrossed with the puppets, believing them to be real people and hallucinating interactions between them. One day, the man found the King Puppet murdered, to which he then accused the Vault Boy Puppet of being the culprit. To the man's surprise, the Vault Boy revealed to him that they were both the ones who killed the king. Scared of what might happen if the other puppets found out, the Vault Boy convinced the man that they needed to leave the vault, which they eventually did. During their travels, they would encounter a giant mutated scorpion, a Goolabye vault dweller, as well as a giant ant, which the man named Mr. Pinch. The pair would eventually be captured by some wastelanders who planned to either enslave the man or eat him. He warned his captors that his puppet was dangerous and that he had killed them before in a plea to let them go. After they shrugged him off as simply being delusional, they would murder one of his captors, leaving one alive to lead him to the rest of the group. After the survivor had made it to the rest of his gang, he told them that the Puppet Man had murdered Bob, the other slaver. The men began to hear a noise as the Puppet Man got closer and closer to the gang. We can see in the final panel that the Puppet Man had murdered the gang with his bare hands, thus finalizing his descent into madness. In Fallout 3, if you head to Paradise Falls, a settlement full of slavers, you can find a Vault 77 jumpsuit hidden alongside a holotape. This holotape contains a recording of one of the slavers ordering the listener to burn the jumpsuit out of fear that the Puppet Man may come looking for him. Vault 79, built in secret by Vault-Tec north of Dolly Sock Wilderness, West Virginia, was meant to house 120 high-ranking soldiers and government agents tasked with protecting the nation's gold reserves with the intent of rebuilding the economy after the Great War. The vault's number was chosen due to the fact that 79 is the atomic number for gold. In July 2072, secrecy surrounding the vault was compromised when soldiers guarding the site stole millions of dollars worth of gold and ventured to Las Vegas to gamble. Their actions led to a confrontation at the Ultralux Casino, resulting in a shootout with local police. Despite attempts to surrender, all those involved were executed. In 2077, bombs finally dropped, and the vault was sealed, to which inhabitants awaited further instructions from the U.S. government. However, at some point after the war, a mutiny led by a rogue Secret Service agent named Shorty resulted in a number of deaths among the vault's population. The survivors remained inside the vault, isolated and depressed, with at least 3 agents taking
Is Todd Howard a Christian? Oh, hell yes.
Authority resulted in a number of deaths among the vault's population. The survivors remained inside the vault, isolated and depressed, with at least 3 agents taking their own lives. On the surface, rumors of the vault's gold attracted treasure hunters who would hire your player character to help them commit a heist on Vault 79. Vault 81, built in Boston, Massachusetts, was intended to
Get
your
the
efforts
fuck
to
over there.
By 2277, the vault was overrun with super mutants. However, one of these mutants, named Fox, managed to retain his intelligence, and if you managed to free him, he could be recruited as a companion. Vault 88, located in Quincy, Massachusetts, was intended as a testing ground for experimental productivity-boosting technology for other vaults, but was left unfinished. And when the bombs dropped, she turned the Overseer into a criminal. In 2287, she is saved from the raiders attempting to break into the vault by the player character in Fallout 4. Upon speaking with her, she tasks you with helping her once more. Until one day, a man named James came to the vault seeking shelter, offering his services as a doctor in exchange for the safety of him and his infant child. The overseer would let them in, and James would keep his child in the dark about their origins in the wasteland because of his agreement with Alphonse, convincing your player character that they were born in the vault. The overseer would continue his regime of isolationism with only one woman managing to escape the vault. Eventually, in 2277, a rat roach infestation sparked chaos in Vault 101, enabling James to escape. This caused even further turmoil, leading to several deaths. After the overseer orders the killing of multiple people, including the lone wanderer, you escape into the wasteland, free from the overseer's wrath. While your player character leaves to find your father, the Vault 101 overseer increases security measures, causing division among the dwellers who realize the possibility of a life on the outside. As tensions rose, Amada, the overseer's daughter, would send out a broadcast frequency seeking the return of the player to help resolve the situation, leaving the fate of Vault 101 in the hands of the lone wanderer. Vault 106, located southeast of the Reifu, conducted an experiment in which the air filtration system was contaminated with psychoactive drugs 10 days after the vault door closed.
That's just in
Experiment was known
America.
by the overseer and the vault staff, and they were each instructed to keep this a secret from the dwellers. As time went on, the effects of the drugs began to take their toll on the dwellers, as they began to show more and more signs of aggressive behavior, prompting the overseer to order a lockdown. However, the deranged residents eventually overwhelmed vault security and brutally murdered them as well as the overseer. Years later, in Fallout 3, you can find the vault inhabited by insane survivors who have all descended into madness due to years of breathing in psychoactive drugs. As you explore the vault, your character actually begins to see hallucinations of characters from their past, such as Amada, the Tunnel Saint, and your father. Vault 108, located north of Washington, D.C., had an abundance of problems. The vault was designed to house 475 people for only 38 years. The power supply was set to fail after 20 years, and the overseer was set to die after only 3 years due to a rare type of cancer. The experiment also deliberately left standard positions vacant, as well as providing the residents with no entertainment tapes. Basically, this vault sucked ass. However, in addition to these failures, the vault came equipped with a cloning lab. After the vault sealed, cloning experiments would be conducted which produced 53 clones of a man named Gary. Each cloned iteration of
that's
Gary
bad.
exhibited hostility towards the non-clones, escalating with each replication. Subsequent clones became increasingly violent, leading to them eventually purging the vault of its residents. By 2277, the vault is solely inhabited by clones who are only capable of saying one word: Gary, 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 Gary. Vault 111, located in Sanctuary Hills, Massachusetts, was designed as a medical experiment studying the long-term effects of cryogenic stasis on its unsuspecting residents. Once the vault was sealed, its residents would be told to enter cryostasis pods that were masqueraded as decontamination chambers. Once the residents were frozen, the vault was said to remain sealed for at least 180 days. After 180 days passed, there was no all-clear signal, resulting in the overseer's decision to maintain the vault's sealed status despite dwindling supply. Following this, a group led by security and support staff rebelled against the overseer, and in response, the overseer initiated a lockdown. Unfortunately, the law would abruptly end at this point, and we can presume based on the skeletons scattered throughout the vault that the staff would soon perish after these events. In 2227, a mysterious organization known as the Institute discovered the vault and found that one of the cryostasis pods inside housed an infant named Sean, whose DNA remained untainted by post-war radiation, perfect for their third-generation synth. Agent Conrad Kellogg and 2 scientists were dispatched to retrieve the infant. However, when they opened the pods to retrieve Sean, one of his parents resisted in their efforts, which led to their tragic murder at the hands of Kellogg. After 60 years, Sean's other parent, who had witnessed the kidnapping, would be mysteriously released from cryostasis, discovering all the other vault residents deceased due to a life support failure, making them and Sean the sole survivors of Vault 111. Vault 112, located southwest of Washington, D.C., was designed to house 85 people. The vault's unique experiment involved immersing occupants in perpetual virtual reality, overseen by Dr. Stanislav Braun, creator of the Garden of Eden creation kit. The vault housed a set of virtual reality pods which simulated a utopic suburb known as Tranquility Lane.
Okay,
Unbeknownst to its occupants, once they entered the virtual reality pod, Braun held absolute control over the simulation. Inside the simulation, Braun would take on the form of a little girl named Betty, and he would use his power to turn the vault's residents into his personal playthings, repeatedly share some exciting news, I've launched a Patreon. By the year 2054, the United States government was faced with the reality that atomic warfare was inevitable. Oil was becoming increasingly rare, the United Nations had collapsed 2 years prior, and a nuclear exchange had recently erupted in the Middle East, making it the first time atomic weapons were used on a civilian population in over a century. This would lead to a secretive group comprised of high-ranking government officials known as the Enclave to devise a plan to preserve themselves. And thus, Project Safe House was born. Billions of dollars would be commissioned to a company known as Vault-Tec to construct 122 underground nuclear shelters known as vaults in order to supposedly shelter the United States population from impending doom. However, its true purpose was to conduct a series of inhumane experiments on the population of each vault in order to gather enough data for the Enclave to colonize another planet. When the bombs dropped on October 23rd, 2077, in what is known as the Great War, the vaults were sealed, thus beginning 122 stories which the Fallout series has been uncovering since its inception. While not every vault has been explored over the course of this franchise, there are still quite a few that have been given rich and interesting stories for us to discover in our journeys throughout the wasteland. So without further ado, here is every vault in the Fallout canon. Before this video starts, here are some terms you may need to know to better understand the lore behind these vaults. If you already know these terms, then skip ahead to this timestamp. FEV, or the Forced Evolutionary Virus, was an experiment engineered before the Great War by the U.S. government. It was designed to accelerate evolution in human subjects in order to make them more effective soldiers, but instead, it caused devastating mutations to those exposed to it, giving rise to creatures like supermutants and other mutated horrors like centaurs or Night King. In the Fallout universe, chems refer to drugs. They're everywhere in the post-war world, ranging from old medical pills to homemade substances that often lead to addiction. Chems such as Medcat, Bumpout, Med-X, and Jet are just some of the substances found throughout the wasteland. Since short for synthetic humanoids is a common term used to refer to the robotic beings created by the mysterious faction known as the Institute. While Generation 1 and 2 synths are entirely mechanical by design, utilizing simplistic artificial intelligence, Generation 3 synths are nearly indistinguishable from humans, right down to their DNA. Generation 3 synths in particular are frequently sent to abduct and replace residents of the Commonwealth in order for the Institute to spy on the residents of the wasteland. The GECK, or Garden of Eden's Creation Kit, is a device designed to restore a selected area destroyed by nuclear fallout into a habitable environment capable of growing food and purifying water. Each vault was issued 2 GECKs, so that when the population left the vaults, they could use it to create a sustainable society in the wasteland. Ghouls, rat roaches, fire lips, rat scorpions, glowing ones, deathclaws, and the Scorched are some of the creatures I'll be mentioning in this video, all of whom have been transformed and mutated by radiation into their current form. The Brotherhood of Steel, the Boomers,
Get the
the
freaking
Institute,
away.
Powder Gangers, the Enclave, the Gunners, and the NCR are some of the factions that I mentioned throughout the video without clarification as to who they are. So here are their descriptions that you can come back to if I mention them throughout this video. And now, let's begin. Located in the South Vegas ruins, Vault 3 is known as a control vault. Western Nevada, Vault 8 was originally designed as a control vault slated to open after a decade to repopulate the surface. However, due to a mistake made by the U.S. government, Vault 8 received a surplus of water ships intended for Vault 13. The dwellers lived peacefully underground until 2091, when the Enclave's all-clear signal prompted the vault to open. Upon reaching the surface, the residents would use their Garden of Eden creation kit to establish a city powered by nuclear energy supplied by the vault's reactor. This would lead to the creation of Vault City, known for its advanced medical technology such as autodocs capable of performing sophisticated surgeries without the assistance of humans. By 2241, the vault itself was used primarily as storage as well as a medical center for the citizens of Vault City. Vault 11, located in the Mojave Desert, conducted a social experiment where inhabitants were told that they had to sacrifice one vault dweller annually or else they all would perish. When the vault door was sealed and the first inhabitants learned about their situation, they were horrified and enraged with the vault's overseer for not telling them before they were trapped inside, thus turning him into Vault 11's very first sacrifice. This tradition of sacrificing the overseer would continue as time went on, and each year, the vault would hold an election to determine who would be elected as overseer, and consequently killed. This divided the vault into different political parties, known as the Coalition of Vault 11 voting blocks. Each year, they would create voting guides for the vault's residents, meant as an impartial source of information for who they should vote for. As time went on, these guides eventually would become a source of voting propaganda as the vault began to experience a power struggle among the blocks. As the coalition gained influence over the years, they became more and more corrupt. One year, a woman named Catherine Stone was sexually coerced by a leader of the Justice Bloc so that they would not sacrifice her husband, Nathan. Tragically, Nathan was voted as a sacrifice regardless, leading to Catherine murdering the other members of the Justice Bloc one by one in a fit of rage. Her rampage consequently resulted in her being voted as the sacrifice for the next year, and thus making her the new overseer. In her first act as overseer, she banned the election in favor of a system where the annual sacrifice would be chosen randomly by the vault's computer. The remaining members of the Justice Bloc, fearful of losing their power, staged an armed coup, which resulted in the massacre of most of the vault's residents, leaving only 5 dwellers alive. These 5, horrified at the events that had taken place, eventually decided to end the cycle of killing and refused to sacrifice any more people. They were then presented with an automated message congratulating them for breaking the cycle and not murdering anyone, revealing the whole experiment was a ruse. The computer then unlocked the vault's main entrance, allowing the dwellers to leave as they pleased. Shocked and disgusted with what they had done, 4 of the 5 dwellers decided to end their own lives out of guilt for their actions. The remaining survivors, presumably, left the vault, never to be seen again. By 2281, the vault remains empty, only inhabited by its robot personnel, as well as terminal entries and holotapes detailing the horrible events that had taken place inside. Vault 12, located in Bakersfield, California, was intended as a medical experiment studying the effects of gradual radiation exposure, which the vault door was designed to not seal correctly when the bombs dropped. This resulted in the vault's population turning into ghouls. In the year 2083, the survivors would leave the vault and turn the surrounding area into the city of Metropolis. By the time of Fallout 1, the vault is still inhabited by a number of glowing ones who act as guards for the vault's water chip if you attempt to steal it. Vault 13, located in the mountains of Southern California, was intended to keep its residents isolated from the outside world, until one day, the water chip malfunction led to the overseer to send a handful of vault residents out into the wasteland to search for a replacement. The first dweller, a man named Ed, barely made it out of the vault before being killed by rats. The second dweller, a man named Talius, was captured by Nightkin and turned into an FEV mutant, and now resides in the Boneyard as a member of the Followers of the Apocalypse. The third, your player character in Fallout 1, would succeed in replacing Vault 13's water chip in the year 2161 after a long and harrowing journey throughout the wasteland. Despite fulfilling his task, as well as saving the vault from
is a fantastic voyage into a murky swampland, filled with plenty of dangers to keep you busy for hours. One of the most significant landmarks most everyone will instantly see is the Point Lookout Lighthouse. Heading to the top of the lighthouse, will instantly see is the Point Lookout Lighthouse. Heading to the top of the lighthouse, we can see the bulb is broken. Still, we can find a holotape note that talks about a crashed truck carrying a solution to this problem, and we can find it in game. In between the detention camp and the cathedral, we can find the truck wreckage and a brand new bulb inside. Taking this back to the top of the lighthouse, changing the bulb and flipping the switch will engage the light. And now we have a functioning lighthouse here in Point Lookout. This is an excellent small detail and really adds some personality to the area. To me, it's worth doing every playthrough. In Fallout New Vegas, if you use console commands to warp to the Lucky 38 penthouse before visiting New Vegas proper, you can come across a somewhat surprising sight. We will find an empty penthouse filled with liminality. The only person here is an eerie human NPC version of Mr. House. He looks nothing like he should. He uses a generic male voice and has pretty much no dialogue.
What do you need? Bye.
One could say this is just a placeholder for Mr. House, but even that doesn't really make sense to me. What would be the purpose? We would never see this in game, so unless New Vegas needs to mark Mr. House as being in the Lucky 38 indefinitely, the whole thing comes off as spooky at the very least. In Fallout New Vegas, we can come across a disgruntled bounty hunter named Little Buster. He will be punching his cares away at Camp Karen with his unique unarmed weapon, the Gram Opener.
Hey, yeah. Next time you see me, maybe I'll be rolling in a shitload of caps, right?
Nothing is stopping you from killing him and taking it now, but if we complete the quest 3-card bounty and take up the fiends listed, Little Buster will be gone from the area. Turns out, the next time we see him, he isn't rolling in caps, he's actually dead outside the old Mormon fort, laying on the train tracks. Of course, we can loot the Gram Opener from him here, but some may miss this opportunity because it's such a poorly trafficked area. Regardless, it's nice that Obsidian tied his little story together, even if it didn't turn out so well. Shout out to Drod from the Discord for suggesting this. In Fallout 4, you can come across Vault-Tec lunchboxes. These boxes will give you random rewards when you open them. Maybe some Nuka-Cola, or perhaps a dirty mute fruit. But one thing about these Vault-Tec treasures seems to go unnoticed by a good amount of people. When the lunchboxes are opened, you can see some crudely drawn faces if you take a look inside. Not too sure what they are supposed to be, or why they're even there, but it's something you could easily miss if you didn't know they were there. And now, you won't be able to not see them. This video was suggested by a user on Discord. In Fallout 2, when you find yourself in Broken Hills, make sure to pay the scientist and his rad scorpion a visit. While we are in here, we need to steal the spectacles from the scorpion. Now, we make our way to New Reno, heading over to Renesco's pharmacy on the west side of town. During a conversation with Renesco, we can give him the glasses. And there are a couple rewards for this, including a discount at his shop, but if we turn these down, it opens up the path to an incredibly rare item. What we have to do is ask Renesco 20 times about the glasses after giving them to him. If we do, he will get frustrated with the line of questioning and thrust the Pip-Boy medical enhancer into our faces. The in-game description reads, Pip-Boy medical enhancer consists of a storage holodisc, microfilament cord, headgear, and an optical sensor that is placed over the user's left eye. When used, an optical flash transmits a dictionary of physician skills and know-how into the user's memory, permanently improving the user's doctor skill. Due to this being an unmarked quest and the NPCs involved being so out of the way, most people who play Fallout 2 miss this item entirely. Once used, the Chosen One will proclaim, "Whoa, the doctor is in," and the log will read, "You have used the Pip-Boy medical enhancer. A vast amount of medical knowledge floods your brain. It will increase the Chosen One's doctor skill by 10. Thank you to Gucci and the Discord for suggesting this. In Fallout New Vegas, well in the town of Novak, we can visit the Dino Bite gift shop inside the giant T-Rex. Behind a locked door, we can find the Dino Bite gift shop inside the giant T-Rex. Behind a locked door, we in the Discord for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, while in the town of Novak, we can visit the Dino Bite gift shop inside the giant T-Rex. Behind a locked door, we can find a ton of Dinky the T-Rex souvenirs, that gun, and more importantly for this video, toy rockets. Most people make a habit of grabbing these toys before doing the Come Fly With Me quest, which sees us use them as rocket fuel. They do have another use in New Vegas though, and it will take us to Nellis Air Force Base. The boomers that inhabit this base are not used to outsiders and have little to no trading with the Mojave. Pearl, their leader, will request you get on the good side of the tribe, and these rockets can help with that in a great way. We can find mini boomers, the children of the tribe, running around, playing, going to school, and pretty much doing anything else you would expect a kid to do in the post-apocalypse. If you have a charisma 7 or higher, the courier will get unique dialogue options. Each kid has some type of game they are playing, seemingly based on skill magazines, and if you have some of these rocket toys in your inventory, the courier will be able to gift them to a lot of the mini boomers. Most people likely miss this, as charisma is widely considered a dump stat in Fallout New Vegas, leading many to set it to 1 and use the points on other parts of their build. Regardless, if you have the stats, it makes dealing with the boomers that much easier. In Fallout 4, when wearing a mining helmet, if you try to use the Pip-Boy flashlight, the lamp on the hat will turn on instead. This will give you a front-facing light, like when wearing power armor. Also, like power armor helmets, these mining hats can be customized, changing the color of the shown light. If you aren't a fan of the wrist-mounted one, this is an excellent way to get a better flashlight in Fallout 4. This is just a tiny detail that makes the world of Fallout 4 a little more immersive. Shout out to Scooter on the Discord for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, if you head to the tops and confront Benny, Vulpus will engage you as you leave, giving you a mark of Kaiser. If you do this before you go to Nipton, Vulpus will have some unique dialogue.
Oh, I don't know if you recognize me from the strip, when I handed you the mark of Kaiser. I wasn't wearing a dog's head at the time. Don't worry, I won't have you lashed to a cross like the rest of these degenerates. It's useful that you happen by. I want you to witness the fate of the town of Nipton, to memorize every detail. And then, when you move on, I want you to teach everyone you meet the lesson that Kaiser's Legion taught here. Especially any NCR troops you run across.
This has been suggested by quite a few people, but most recently, the Pro Game Freak on Discord. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Lonesome Road, we can find an extremely rare item. In fact, this is the only time that we can find this at all. After exiting the Hopeville silo, if we head to the back of the Solitaire gas station, we have a 1 in 10 chance of a Nuka-Cola Quantum spawning in this crate. If you miss it, you miss it. You would have to reload a save before you leave the silo in order to reroll the contents of this crate. This is the only Nuka-Cola Quantum in the entire game, so if you're a collector of rare items, this will be a must-grab for you on every playthrough. In Fallout 3, the largest slaver encampment by far is Paradise Falls. The location acts as a veritable Garden of Eden for scumbags, but it also has a cool feature with its entrance. You can actually open and close this gate, much like the entrance to Diamond City and Fallout 4, which I covered in a past video, just on a much smaller scale. The gate itself should look familiar, as we can see the tall boy statue is missing an arm. This appendage has been used to make a sturdy gateway into Slaver Country, USA. Small details like this are what makes the Fallout series so great. Each little thing adds up to one of the most immersive universes in gaming history. In Fallout 4, we start out in Sanctuary Hills, based on the real-world Minuteman National Park. While in this pre-war world, we have limited time to interact with things before the game wants us to go to Vault 111. I want to take a look at a couple of things I found interesting about this area. First, the Vault Tech salesman has a clipboard. We never see what is on it usually, but taking the camera over to behind the man shows that it has paperwork that features the special system from Fallout. This relates to him having you set up your stats at the door. Another thing I have noticed about pre-war Sanctuary is that it is missing a lot of things that seem just to appear after the bombs drop. Most notably the Sanctuary Hills sign. Other items include the bunker that can be found outside one of the houses, and the playground equipment by the riverside. While it's strange that these things show up later, it makes sense that Bethesda didn't add them to the pre-war, as the player would never usually see these areas following the path of the game. Especially since trying to leave will cause the bombs to drop. In Fallout New Vegas, after you have made it... made a name for yourself and got some levels under your belt, while walking around Freeside, you may get stopped by a thug. Now, Freeside thugs aren't anything rare or unique, but this one seems to have a change of demeanor once they recognize you, and it makes for a pretty funny encounter.
Give me all your cap! Whoa! I'm sorry!
Fallout New Vegas map. My love took me down to the river to silence me. And when she left, I could not speak. Whoa, that's a big map. That's, well, it's kind of big. You know, hold on, you guys. Probably gonna have to play this game. Fucking command. Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas. Fallout 76 is looking like it's gonna be like they're gonna expand it, I guess. Like Grand Theft Auto 6. That's Sierra Madre. Fallout 3, Fallout 2, New Vegas, all the Fallout games to date. You know, there's so many underground shit. I gotta... 2 hours, 14 minutes. All the bunkers in Fallout 4.
most recognizable game and now television series of all time. Fallout is home to giant roaches, ghouls with hats, and this adorable one man's vision of the ultimate survival retreat has become a reality. The survival condo is a luxurious underground bunker, complete with every
That is so fucking cool.
Did you know about this secret pre-war bunker in Fallout 4? The bunker can be found under some bushes near the Fitness Trader Estates. Once you get here, follow me along this route and you will find the entrance hidden underneath a tree. Inside the bunker, some interesting loot can be found, so be wise and go check it out. Did you know about this secret
One man's vision of the ultimate survival retreat has become a reality. The survival
I love that shit. What? Oh, go downstairs. Bed and stuff. That is so cool.
Rockstar Games just did something for the first time ever. We'll be talking about what that is and what it means for the future of GTA 6, all in this video today. So what Rockstar Games did, I don't think many fans and players have actually noticed this. And I promise this connects to GTA 6, but what they're doing is they're giving away in-game cash for GTA Online to celebrate a 5M GTA RP server, which they're promoting. And this is quite a significant moment for Rockstar and 5M because Rockstar are bringing the vanilla and modded versions of GTA Online closer together. And it's been a little more than a year since Rockstar actually acquired the team behind 5M. And since then, they've done a couple of promotions involving 5M and GTA RP. And before the purchase, they certainly would have never acknowledged them. And the reason many fans probably weren't aware about this is because Rockstar Games have started an ad campaign only in Brazil and Portugal. It was first spotted by a user, Felipe Borges 388, and was also first shared by Videotech on social media, but the posts have gone live on the official...
What?
It was first spotted by a user, Felipe Borges 388, and was also first shared by Videotech on social media.
Oh, first fair.
388 and was also first shared by Videotech on social media. The posts have gone live on the official Rockstar Games social channels, but again, they're only visible on those two timelines. And so this is what the tweet looks like. Obviously, we're translating it here. It says, for the opening of CPX Fest on Complex OGG, the largest Brazilian GTA RP server, players from Brazil and Portugal will earn $400,000 for playing GTA Online between August 19th and September 1st. So we're obviously right in the middle of that right now. New players from these countries will see an additional $400,000 as an incentive. And they also posted some artwork as well. We obviously aren't going to be able to translate that, but you guys get the idea. That right there is Rockstar Games promoting this RP server. It's the first time they have ever done something like this. So basically what this means is that any GTA Online player in either Brazil or Portugal, and I don't know how many of you guys are watching this video from those countries, but you can earn $400,000 of in-game cash just for playing. Now, this is not the first time that Rockstar Games have done regional-only promos. Last year, we actually saw them do something very similar for the Japanese GTA Online community. And again, I don't know how many of you guys are watching from Japan, but they essentially did an exclusive event that gave big amounts of free money to Japanese players only. And I don't know why Rockstar Games decided to do that, but it was right around the Grand Theft Auto San Andreas Mercenaries DLC. It happened around this time last year, again in 2023. So They've done some interesting promotions, but this is the first time they've done it actually with like a GTA RP role-playing server. Again, this is a really interesting turning point for Rockstar because in the past they would have never done such a promotion like this, and this is happening at a time when, again, there's so many rumors that GTA Online is going to be getting FiveM officially, including console support. And during the last year, Rockstar Games have been on a hiring spree for FiveM, and they're potentially upgrading Rockstar Creator Platform. Now again, you might be wondering, well, how does this all tie to Grand Theft Auto 6? Well, upon this news, there was actually some discussion going on the GTA forum site talking about all this. Someone said, in reality, they'll barely register anything from that. It's similar to those ridiculous online boycotts. Plus, you'll have the RP stuff, another reason to get the PC version over consoles, and Rockstar owns CFX now, and many existing owners will buy the game again on PC. This is data we don't have. That exact fraction of people gets the game multiple times. They do, so that'll definitely factor into their decisions to some extent. With Insider Test Funds 2 saying this, they might focus on retaining a key fraction of players and avoid them double dipping, but would win them another way, GTA Plus members. If Rockstar introduces a new tier for PC players, similar to how PC Game Pass differs from Xbox Game Pass, they could then offer an ultimate tier and perhaps attract this fraction of players with perks such as discounted rates. You may not double dip, but half dip. And when you have Zelnick constantly talking about monetizing CFX, you can bet he wouldn't miss out on a chance to increase RCS on that front by including it as a perk within GTA Plus. So essentially what they're talking about right here is Rockstar Games is really going to have to convince people to buy the game on PC. We obviously know when GTA 6 releases that it's going to be available on 3 consoles, at least initially, PlayStation 5 and then Xbox Series X and S. Who knows by the time fall 2025 rolls around if there's going to be different consoles like a Pro version or a Slim version of those systems. But for now we know it's only going to be on the console. So how do you get people to come over to the PC? Well, naturally there's going to be their own group of people that, whether they only play on PC or interested in things like enhanced graphics or modifications, but they still want more than that. Well, how do you get more than that? You got GTA Plus, and you also have GTA role-playing servers like CFX and FiveM.
I gotta do down the
That's how
game.
Rockstar is really going to
Grab
try and
in
win
the
people
right
over.
right side of
Looks
the
like
lane
they're
and just
starting to sort of do that now with those little offers in Grand Theft Auto Online. Now, I don't know why they're targeting specific communities, and particularly non-English speaking countries like Japan, Brazil, Portugal, etc. It might just be some sort of marketing strategy that they have to expand Grand Theft Auto's reach. It looks like this might all have to do with the steps leading up to Grand Theft Auto 6 getting here. And I know what you guys might be thinking, how can Rockstar be possibly preparing for something like this when we only have one Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer out? Well, that's because excluding the second trailer, which we're all anticipating based on what Rockstar's done in the past, will come out within the next several months, pretty much everything they do marketing the game happens really 6 months out. I mean, let's just take GTA 5 for example. We got the trailers for Michael, Franklin, and Trevor on April 30th, 2013, followed up by a series of screenshots on May 3rd, May 7th, and June 11th. We got the GTA 5 gameplay trailer on July 9th, 2013, more screenshots on July 29th, GTA Online's gameplay trailer, which came out on August 15th, more screenshots for the Collector's and Special Edition on August 16th, 2013, and the launch official trailer on August 29th, 2013. So if you really think about it, things will start to ramp up in the last 6 months before release. It was packed with marketing stuff, and they did the exact same thing with Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. So even though Rockstar is quiet with the GTA 6 stuff right now, it doesn't mean they're actively preparing for its release to come out fall 2025. And I think that's exactly what they're doing with the announcement that they're partnering with a GTA RP server. I think that's going to be the future of multiplayer, specifically when it comes to Grand Theft Auto 6. So it'll be very interesting to see how Rockstar continues to handle and do more of this going forward in the future. But we witnessed them doing it for the first time ever just a couple of days ago, which is certainly interesting. But anyways, I'd love to hear from you guys in those comments down below. Let me know what you think Rockstar Games is up to regarding working with this RP server, and
Fuck over.
One man's vision of the ultimate survival retreat has become a reality. This
Oh, what is it you're holding? A puppy? You're chosen to be.
What's up guys, my name is ESO and today I'm going to be showing you a pretty well hidden shelter. I found this back when I first started playing the game and I remember it taking me ages to find it. I don't know if I was just being stupid, but I just want to share it with you guys because I think it's a pretty cool hidden place. While it's not very big, I think the story's pretty cool.
Message repeats in 3 seconds. Anyone help us? We're stuck in an old bunker next to the river. Those things are crawling around up there. We're trapped. If you can hear this, just kill those things and get us out of here. Please. We're running out of food. I'll give you whatever you want.
So to get to this location, we're going to need to come just here on the map. It's near one of the relay towers, and that's how we're going to locate where this shelter is. So before we just run headlong into this tower, I want to kind of scout out the location, because obviously we are on survival difficulty. And it does not bode well to just run into these things without knowing what's about. Okay, let's have a look where they are. One there. Take up this. Oh god, I fucking missed. Oh shit. Okay, one down. He did not die to one shot from a 50 cal. Are you kidding me? How did this guy survive that? Right, another one.
Get the fuck over there, you
You can't
sack
see me
of
yet, so
shite.
sneak attack. Yeah, thank you very much. That was close, he was getting close to me there. I didn't want all that radiation damage, especially in this radiation storm. Okay, so this is the tower, of course. And we're going to extend it now so we can actually pick up the radio frequencies that we require. So extend arena. Alright, please stand back. I think I pressed that like 7 times. There was no need for that madness. And we should get the radio frequency any moment now. There we go. And we're interested in the Greenbrier radio frequency. So let's go to our radio and we'll pick up that. Now if you listen carefully, you can kind of hear very faint voices. And now the way this radio frequency works, if you didn't know, is if you walk towards where the location is, you will hear that some voices start to get a bit clearer on the radio. Whereas if you walk away, you might even lose the radio frequency, but the voices will get less distinct. So it's kind of like a hot and cold.
Is this not uncreative, you little sacks of shit?
We know we're walking
It is
in the right
uncreative,
direction,
mother
the voices
spookers.
are clearer. So let's keep going in this direction, and soon you'll start to uncover bits of words that will maybe give you clues as to where the location is. Of course I already know, so I'm just talking over it. But it sounds like somebody's panicking for sure. I'll show you where the actual location is on the map when we get there. But you can hear him talking about a river, and if you look on the map, there's actually a river just here, and that leads all the way into the sea. So where we're actually going is just here, just around here, and once you're here, you'll find, fucking hell, what the fuck is, it's actually a Murloc. Someone's shooting at it though. Who's that? There's super mutants down here having a war with the Murloc Queen. That Murloc Queen doesn't even care. It's just sitting there tanking out the damage like a boss. Oh, it's actually taking quite a bit of damage. Now it's angry now though. Oh my god, it's gonna wreck them. Oh, those super mutants. Oh, actually, not even taking that much damage. Okay, I'm going to help out the Murloc Queen here. Take a headshot there. See if I can help him out. think super mutants are weak to leg assault, so let's shoot them in the leg. They always seem to have less armor on their legs, whereas they just tank ballistic damage when shooting in the head. They shouldn't be able to see me very well from up here. There's actually so many Murlocs around. And if you listen carefully, the radios are broadcast. They actually mention about all these sort of creatures moving around and how they can hear them. Okay, so our super mutant is almost dead now. I'm trying to see where the super mutant is, to be honest. I think it's dead. Right. Let's take out the Murloc wing from here from a safe distance. Ooh, that was close. Right, I don't know if there's any Mirelurks, so I'm going to get my shotgun out because I'm sure I saw some baby ones running around. I absolutely hate those. So. Bloody hell, here they are. Take those guys out. Oh shit, that super mutant is still alive. He's just up here. Just take him out. He can't see me, so I'm going to try and get closer with this shotgun. Which is always a dodgy thing to do with super mutants, but I think I should be able to wreck this guy. Oh my days, I do no damage to him. Fucking hell, he's a fucking tank! What the hell is wrong with this guy? He's actually... How am I going to be able to kill him? The weapon for situations like this where you just have to... Oh, I have no ammo for it. I have no... Oh my god, this is not good. This is not good. I was not prepared for this. Ah, man. There used to be a bug where radiation weapons used to work. I'm almost dead. These guys are just absolute tank foot. Right. He's finally dead. Sledgehammer. Right, I want to turn off the radio frequency now. And we can... I mean, you've heard it at the start of the video, so you know what he was talking about.
This is bullshit.
Basically, let me show you on the
Yeah,
map again.
basically it's bullshit.
This is the radio tower, just here. We are now just here, and we're looking at a campsite in the river. So this is the campsite, and I'm guessing this is where the settlers that used the radio would have been held up. So let's see like this over here. And they do mention a secret bunker. So the bunker is very hard to find, and I'm not going to lie to you, when I previously did do the video, it was taking me about half hour to actually find out where the bunker is, scouring this whole area. I mean, we're looking at the bunker right now. You might have seen it already, you may not have, if you've been observing. Maybe if we come a bit closer, maybe you can see it now. Can you see it? Maybe? Bunker's just here. It's pretty damn well hidden, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if you, like I said at the start, if you did pause the video and try and find it yourself, it's bloody hard to find. It took me a while. And I mean, I am quite observant for these things, but I've walked over that so many times. So we've got a suitcase full of lots of interesting news, and we've got some more food in these coolers. And there's also lots of cans, and I guess all these cans was because they ran out of food and they were hiding from the Mirelurks. They probably didn't dare go outside and face them, so they just died inside the bunker. And we broadcast to help, clearly. And we can turn this ham radio off now, we don't need it anymore.
Don't need
As
it
we
anymore.
complete the broadcast, there's obviously a toilet down here. It's a pretty sick little safe house, to be honest, especially for survival mode. But quite a lot of first aid, and you'll probably need it after the Mirelurk. Now this short hunting rifle, this is always a random hunting rifle, and there's always some hunting rounds for it as well, to grab those. But it's a good place to get a random hunting rifle at the start of the game. Sometimes as a hunting sometimes it doesn't. You can reload, if you save back there in survival mode, and then you reload that save, and you can get whatever hunting rifle you want to use. Anyway guys, I do hope you enjoyed this.
hope you enjoyed the
story. Michael
video.
is a really obscure and well-hidden location that I thought was really worth my time sharing it with you. If you did enjoy the video, please give it a like so I know to do more like it. And actually, I previously did a hidden drug lab video, which is very similar to this location, and it's also got a unique little story behind it. And you can get a rare drug there, which gives +1 to all of your special attributes. So if you're interested in that video, do check it out. I'll leave a link to it in the description down below. But anyway, guys, thanks again for watching. My name is ESO, and I will see you, loyal subscribers, in...
Yeah, fuck you, nigga. Move that. Fuck out of here with that shit, honky nigger. Faggot. Nigger, honky bitch. Damn it! Come on, faggot. Okay. I have to do all this shit. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Oh, faggot. Nightfucker. Nightfall. Nightfall. Got off, mate. Fat man. Never fat man, bloody. That right is something.
Fancy Feast Kitten offers select.
this one I'm not counter crossing. We're going to start off with a bunker layout. This is the easiest part of the build. Use whatever pieces you like for this. I'll use the high-tech pieces. Once you've got your layout, make sure you leave a space on top for your bunker entrance.
Oh, fuck you, that's not what I'm...
Next, we'll be adding some floor pieces on top of the bunker. Get these with the ground in horizontal platforms. Cover the whole bunker and have them overhanging by one floor piece. This will make it easier to landscape later. And again, make sure you leave a gap for the entrance. When we're finished with that, we'll be laying out some foundations for our shack. Make sure you don't sink these in too far because they will stick through the bunker ceiling.
Let me see something real quick. Can bundles be... Can shulker boxes be destroyed by lava? You fucking bitches. Can shulker boxes be destroyed by lava? Actually, destroyed by lava? Fire from lava. And shulkers try to teleport away when lava flows into their block, the block they occupy. However, shulkers don't take burning damage from lava. Burning damage. Don't take damage. Burning damage from lava or fire. However, shulkers don't take burning damage from lava or fire. Boxes catch fire from lava. You fucking nigger. Monkey bitch, get the fuck over there. shulker boxes catch fire. What? Yeah, it can be destroyed by lava. It's fire from lava and shulker. What? You mother freakers.
You did it. You built a successful business and made it look easy. But at US Bank, we through it all.
And here's another overbuilt game. Deadlock Secret Dawn. It just came out a few months ago. The game has 3 maps. The first map is more like a and it's linear at first, and when the map opens, it's still pretty small. The second map is bigger, but it's still not that open. It's not like the overbuilt games, the Assassin's Creed Mirage or Red Dead Redemption 2, where you can go anywhere. It's more like a game built in Dragon's Dogma 2. There are a lot of mountains that are in play. The third map in Flintlock is the most beautiful, and it's more open. I think it's also more beautiful. I'm using visual so I don't have to. Okay, let's start. The first one. First map, it's the smallest one, like I already told you, and well, the second and the third map are bigger. And I'm going to
Hold on, I need to.
maps too in just one video, and my pet is walking with me. Okay, we are in the east. Well, all these places are inaccessible.
To the sea of love.
Southwest, and then you follow a narrow path all the way to here, and you can't go back. No, it's impossible. So let's walk from the east all the way to the west as far as we can go. We will walk through a very
That's a
small village,
lot.
and then we will walk across map 2 and 3. Enjoy. We'll walk across map 2 and 3. Enjoy.
What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? What? 100 days?
Maybe down there?
What's up? I got Cobra in the house. I gotta give a shout out. Send my love. My YouTube love.
Maybe not down there? Maybe down there. Screw it, I'll take them on. Come on, me and you, let's dance. Oh, it's Spawner. Spawner, guys. Okay, quick, before my time steps in. Yeah, Spawner.
Oh, what kind of spawner though? Oh, those guys.
So cheap. Let's go, chat. That's what we talking about. It's so cheap. It's so cheap. I'm setting this in my base for the time being. Alright, let's get looking. Let's do it. Great video, thank you. I know I love your personality. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Can you tell us anything with actions and stuff? I'm using actions and stuff right now. I said before.
I read my comment.
Like really, really soon. Well, I don't know. I don't speak to the creators of actions and stuff, so I couldn't tell you guys. Harry. There we go. But do we need it? I don't think so. It's not valued in our experience. People should just make you feel better.
See if this eggs count. Guess not. What? We're heading off to an adventure. Oh yes. Blackberry pie. Killing me. Boom. Boom. Ooh, blueberry pie, man. Ooh, I want this shit in real life. Damn it. Makes me crave to eat those mixed grain bars. Food. I guarantee you. Hold on. This is. Let me try something real quick here. Hold on. I'm gonna experiment how to get this. Oh. I wonder if oat milk is basically milk in here. How?
Now we're going to do some landscaping. You can do this with the CVC Dead Wasteland mod. I'm not 100% sure if PlayStation users have these pieces, but like I said, I will be doing another video without them. This is pretty simple. All you have to do is cover the edges with these cliff pieces. Then you can add layers of rocks around the bottom and leave another cliff piece at the front so you can have stairs after. Next you can go up top and fill in all the holes with
no,
rock
it was the
pieces
cheese.
and rocks.
It was the cheese. That's what it was. That's what it was. Oh my god. See, bucket of cheese. But where's the bucket of cheese? I didn't do that. I don't get fucking crazy. Oh, cup of hot chocolate. I've got some of that right now.
Now I'm just adding some finishing touches to the shack.
supposed to make those freaking things?
And now it's all done. All you've got to do now is decorate it. If you're still here, thanks a lot for watching, I really appreciate it. And I'll see you later. Goodbye.
That's so cool.
Give your kitten.
Minecraft bunker tutorial. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, that's cool. Oh, cool.
$5 all-you-can-eat
The
pancakes
fuck
with that
out of here
guy.
with that shit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Spiritual for here, bringing you another Minecraft World War II tutorial. In today's tutorial, we're going ahead and building a World War II German bunker design. Now, this here is pretty much your standard kind of typical bunker design, though there were several different designs. I'm pretty sure there wasn't a real consistent design for bunkers around the time. We just kind of put together whatever would fit best in certain places, and they could have some strategic value. Who knows, maybe there was actually like blueprints and stuff for building certain bunkers or stuff like that, but I'm pretty sure that most of the bunkers are pretty much different from each other in their own ways. Now, this here's, again, pretty much your standard World War II German bunker, like the bunkers that are found on Normandy Beach and all that kind of stuff. You can see these in Saving Private Ryan and in plenty of video games and stuff like that that have some kind of World War II D-Day scenario. So anyways, this is pretty much just your standard little bunker design, and it looks really nice, so it would be really nice for you guys to go ahead and build. Now, this is a birthday requested build. I want to go and wish a happy birthday to Harry Q.
How is cheese made?
Cooper Reed, and basically he requested the bunker for the 10th. Now, as you guys can tell, I sound kind of messed up. I am still getting over my sickness and stuff, so hopefully I'll be returning back to building some bigger stuff, but I've been sticking around just building some small stuff because I really can't talk too long because my voice will absolutely die on me. And, you know, I need some rest from voice, that's for sure. So, anyways, I'm going to be showing you guys basically a design of the bunker, how you can kind of implement it, and I'll be showing you guys how to build the basic design of the bunker itself. Now, with this bunker design, this bunker looks especially nice when you put it in situations where it's kind of built into a hillside. As you guys can see here, it's kind of built into a hillside. So, the section up here, ground level is actually level with the door that leads into the bunker. Now, if you go ahead and go to the front, obviously the floor of the bunker will be right about here, and you can see there's a lot more to the bunker down below it. So, this is something you guys will have to kind of figure out when you guys are actually designing this and putting this in place, but I definitely recommend you guys put the bunker in a space that looks something kind of like this. Now, you can see here, I went ahead and just kind of showed you guys some of the ideas and stuff you guys can do with it. So, you can randomize it up a little bit with stone mixed in with the polished andesite. It looks real good, kind of makes it look a little bit kind of hastily put together, kind of run down. You can even mix some cobblestone in there maybe, just to kind of vary it up and break up the bunker so it's not just full on polished andesite like that. It makes it look a little bit cooler and interesting with that. I also went in here, just a good thing to do with these bunkers is probably to line some webs and stuff down here to kind of look like barbed wire, to kind of keep forces from being able to go right underneath the bunker, right up next to it, and all that stuff. And again, you can see the hillside right here. This bunker also works really good when it's built into a trench line, so I would imagine that you guys would probably want to have a trench line running behind this bunker connecting up to it. As you can see here, the land kind of goes up a little bit more to kind of show that there's a dug-in kind of trench going in right here. And you can see probably good idea is have some crates and stuff kind of piled around. And then on the inside here, I'm not really sure exactly what they actually look like here, so I just went ahead and kind of built a real quick, kind of simple interior. So you can see we just got some bunks in here, some staples, all that kind of stuff, some ammunition, all kinds of stuff right here. And then you walk in here, you have basically where your troops would be firing from, so an MG34 mounted, and you guys can just kind of see it's pretty simple, kind of basic in here. Nothing too crazy going on. So anyways guys, that's pretty much it for a little bit of the overview of the bunker, what you guys can do with it. There's a lot of possibilities. You can make it bigger, longer, wider, who knows, taller. Completely up to you guys, but I'll be showing you guys how to build the basic design of the bunker itself, which will be right here. So with that, let's go ahead and move into the tutorial. Alrighty guys, so going ahead and moving on to building the bunker. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start off with our back section here. And we're going to start at the level of which you guys actually want to put the level of the actual bunker itself. So if you guys are building some kind of trench line or whatever, and you have this walkway or whatever ground level at the top of your hills, or whatever you guys are doing, basically this layer right here that you're going to be able to walk right onto, the floor here of the bunker is basically what layer we're going to start off with building this. So basically what we want to do for this is we're going to go ahead and start off by just going ahead and giving ourselves some space for our editor bunker design here. We're just going to go ahead and place down a polished andesite block just like that. Now this right here is going to be the left corner of the block. So you guys can see this is 13 blocks long, so you guys can kind of figure out where you guys want to put this in place. So, once you guys have that done, we just want to go and go 4 blocks over. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, 12, and 13 blocks. Go ahead and go into our 7th block right here. That's going to be your doorway. So we can just go ahead and place down a polished andesite block on the inside. Just like that to kind of show that's where our doorway is going to be. Now, after we have that done, we're going to go to the sides here. So going to this polished andesite block, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 blocks forward, giving you a grand total of 11. Same thing over here, 10 blocks forward, or basically when you're in line with that one over there. So just like that, that's going to kind of be this right here. Now once you guys have that done, we're going to go ahead and take our polished andesite. We're going to go diagonal from the sides here to the corners, and we're just going to run this all the way along so we get the other side. So we get a shape that looks something like that for the bunker. That's what you guys want to have basically to start off with. And once you guys have that done, you guys have pretty much completed pretty much layer 3 for the bunker. However you guys want to consider this, I guess this is technically kind of layer 1 of the bunker. And once you guys have this outline set up and everything, you guys can kind of bring the bunker down and stuff to the ground to connect up, do all that stuff. But basically this is again the ground level. So if our floor is right here of the land, whatever it's sitting on, this right here is going to be the floor of it. all in here. So just to kind of show that for you guys there. But anyways, once you guys have that done, you just want to go ahead and fill in the floor with whatever material you guys want to, and I'll see you guys in a sec for layer 2. Alright, so as you guys can see, I went ahead and I basically filled this all in. So you have the floor of it all, and then of course, as I mentioned, basically all the land that is around this bunker, you're just going to go and take polished andesite blocks down. So a good example is over here. As you guys can see, pretty much what we built in this area right here is this level right here. So this level that goes all the way around, that's the floor of it. And you can see that you just want to bring the polished andesite and all that stuff down to whatever level your ground's at. So that's just kind of what you guys want to do right there. So you can see we have basically our platform set up and ready to build. So once we have that all set up, we have our floor put in place, everything like that. We're going to start off by going to the front of here, taking our stone brick stairs, bringing a row of 11 across these 11 blocks up here in the front, just like that. Then go to the sides here, we're going to go ahead and place down 1, 2, 3, and 4. Stone brick stairs back, and same thing over here, 4 back, just like that. Now one thing I also went ahead and did here is I went ahead and took polished andesite, and I went ahead and put it down behind the stairs, just like this, all the way around. It kind of makes it look a little bit more thicker as the bunkers kind of work, and kind of allows them to actually put guns and stuff actually on the ledge and all that stuff. So you basically want that section just like this frontal part. So now once you guys go ahead and have that all complete, we're going to go ahead and take our polished andesite. We're going to go ahead and place down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 polished andesite blocks like this.
Get on me! Get on me! Get the fuck over there, nigger honky. Faggot. Fuck it. I don't even give a shit.
Same thing over here on this side, just like that. So we're gonna leave a space of one right here.
You know
this is gonna be your kind of walkway into this front section and into this section. Right there. So that should be a finished wall by the time we're done with it. Now, after you guys have your wall put into place, we're gonna go into this piece here. We're just gonna basically follow our outline all the way around. So you're gonna follow your outline all the way around, connect up to this portion right here. So you should have another 6 polished andesite blocks. Another space of 1 is gonna be the door to enter and exit the bunker. So you're gonna leave a space right here for the door, and then we just want to run another 6 over here on this side, and then again we're gonna it goes up. So we get something like that. So if we look at it from above, that's gonna kind of be your basic kind of blueprint design of the bunker will actually look like. And with that, we can go ahead and move on to layer 3 of the bunker. Alrighty guys, so go ahead and move on to layer 3. Now layer 3 is pretty simple. What we're gonna do is we're not gonna do anything to this front section up here. This is gonna be pretty much an open space to be able to shoot out in and out of. So we're gonna kind of leave that alone. We're going to focus on this section back here, so we're going to go and place on a row of 6 of polished andesite. On the top of the row of 6 we've already placed the previous layer. So just like that to kind of continue the walls up. And then along the sides, we're going to go and place down another row of polished andesite all the way along the side. So just like that, again, it's pretty simple. It's a very flat kind of plain wall on the side here. Now, when we get to this section here, it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to go ahead and place down a second polished andesite block, so you have 2, just like this, and then we're going to place down your stone brick stair. Followed by 3 more polished andesite full blocks. Again, you're going to leave a space right in the center here for the doorway, and we're just going to do the same thing over here on this side. So 3 polished andesite blocks, stone brick stair, 2 polished andesite blocks, and then you're going to connect them to each other on the side. So you get something just like that. And basically, what you guys have that done, you guys have completed layer 3, and we can go ahead and move on to layer 4. Alright guys, so go ahead and move on to layer 4. Layer 4, we're going to go ahead and take a polished andesite, and we're going to go ahead and basically start off by going to the So the top up here. Now, what we want to for this is we're going to take our polished andesite, and we're just going to go ahead and pretty much make a row that goes all the way across, just like this. So it's going to be a row 13 that's just going to go all the way across this inner wall right there, just like that. Then taking our stone brick top steps, we want to go ahead and place down 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cover all the sides. Same thing over here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then we're going to go diagonal, just like that, kind of leave an open space right there, and we're going to go ahead and run this across 11 blocks, just like that, until we get over to this side. So we get something that looks like that on the interior, just like that. Now, once you guys have that done on this back section here, we're going to go take our polished andesite, place down a row all the way to the back corner here, place down one going in toward the inside here, followed by a cobblestone wall, and then 3 more polished andesite full blocks, and then an upside down stone brick stair like that over the doorway. And then you just want to go do the same thing over here to this side that you did over there. So just like this, all the way to this side, and we're just going to go ahead and fill this in. So we get something that kind of looks like that. And you guys want to have that pretty much all set up and ready to go. Now once you guys have that done, you guys have completed layer 4 of the bunker, and with that, you move on to layer 5. Alright guys, so go ahead and move on to layer 5. For layer 5, what you want to do is you want to go start by going to the front up here. On top of these stone brick top steps, all the way across, we're going to place down a row of stone brick stairs, just like that. Now to the sides here from these stone brick stairs, we're going to go and take a polished andesite block, very much basically a row all the way across, so you have you're going to fill 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 blocks back, and go ahead and come over here, we're going to do the same thing, bring this back 11 blocks, just like that. Here's the back section here. Now once you guys have this done, we're going to place down a polished andesite block, go toward the inside, just like this on your side, followed by a stone brick upside down stair on top of the cobblestone wall, followed by a row of 7 here of polished andesite blocks all the way across, just like that. That's going to connect up. And then for this inner wall here, we can just go and continue to take this up by placing down another row of polished andesite blocks all the way across, just like that. And once you guys have that done, we have layer 5 built. With that, we can move on to our last layer, layer 6. Alrighty guys, so go ahead and move on to layer 6. Now, for layer 6, it's going to be pretty simple. What we want to do is you want to go down a stone brick stair on top of this polished andesite full block here on the side. Then we're just going to take stone brick stairs, run along the side, just like this. So basically, with this front stair up here, you're going to turn that into a corner stair. And then take your stone brick stairs, you're going to run this all the way across the front here, just like so. And I can actually place the stairs just like that until you get to this polished andesite block. You're going to place down there a corner stair, and then you're going to again take your stone brick stairs, go all the way back, just like this. And then along the back here, we're just going to go and take our polished andesite, place down a row all the way across. And then you just want to go ahead and basically fill that space in from the polished andesite row behind the stairs. So you're going to fill it in so it looks like that on the top. Alright guys, so pretty much when you guys have that all filled in, you guys have pretty much completed the bunker itself. One little thing that I did here, just add a little bit more detail on the back. I went ahead and I took polished andesite, and I went ahead and put it right here. So you can see 1, 2, 3 polished andesite blocks up, followed by a stone brick stair. I went to the second polished andesite block, placed down a stone brick stair, and a polished andesite block. Again, just a reminder, your ground level would be about right here, so you guys can kind of see what it looks like. And I went ahead and kind of skipped the space of 3 here, went ahead and did it again. So it just kind of adds a little bit more detail to the back, maybe some more support to the bunker. And you can also go ahead and do it over here to this side as well. So you can put that down just like this. And we're going to do it over here as well. Take that up and do that. So once you guys have that done, that's pretty much the design for my German World War II bunker. Hopefully this is the kind of bunker you're looking for, Harry. Hope you have a great birthday as well. And again, I do apologize for my voice sounding like a 12-year-old full of puberty, but kind of what happens sometimes we get sick. So anyways guys, again, so much for watching. My terrible voice. Hope I get better soon. But anyways, guys, enjoy the tutorial. If you guys want to see more bunkers, be sure to let me know down in the comments below. And be
I really like the bunker. You wanna see why? Just check it out. And there's more to come.
I'm not doing that shit.
Girl, wait until...
The fucking maker shit.
In Fallout New Vegas, after you have made a name for yourself and got some levels under your belt, while walking around Freeside, you may get stopped by a thug. Now, Freeside thugs aren't anything rare or unique, but this one seems to have a change of demeanor once they recognize you, and it makes for a pretty funny encounter.
Give me all your cap. Whoa, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. Please don't hurt me. I've got a wife and kids and pets and stuff.
There is an astounding amount of Fallout-related things in the 2002 PlayStation 2 Interplay title, Run Like Hell. Starting with the voice actors, we can find Bree Summer, who voiced Tandy in Fallout and Lynette in Fallout 2.
Hi, Nick. I left early to check on the organisms we found in the ocean yesterday. They're amazing. The things multiply so fast, we're not even sure how the ecosystem of the planet keeps them in check. Finally, someone else who sees. Of course, you've probably been everywhere, so this must be hell for you.
We can find our boy Jason Martin, who voices Myron and Boone.
Oh, hello, sir.
Hey, you're Niles' boy.
Yes, sir.
Well, good morning. Tell your dad hi for me. And, stay out of trouble.
Yes, sir. My wife's dead. I want the son of a bitch who sold her.
The game is filled with actors that appeared in previous Fallout games. Clancy Brown, Kevin Michael Richardson,
Clancy Brown?
that appeared in previous Fallout games. Clancy Brown, Kevin Michael Richardson, Pamela Adlon, Ray Griffin, BJ Ward, Tress McNeil, and Corey Burton all have roles in Run Like Hell. On top of all the familiar voice actors, Inan Zur composed the music for Run Like Hell. Zur would later go on to write most of the music we hear in the Fallout games today. If you are a fan of Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, have no fear. Your favorite drink has returned. Ball's vending machines litter this game and really make you think about how this drink has survived so many crazy scenarios. Finally, we come to the main event of the Fallout references in this game, the Pip-Boy Protein Bar. These are found in vending machines like the Ball's drinks and can be used to restore a small amount of health. I think it's cool Interplay added throwbacks to Fallout in this game, and had Bethesda not stepped in, this could have been the last time we saw Vault Boy in a video game. I want to send out a big thanks to everybody who's been leaving suggestions in the YouTube comments and on the Discord server. This is one of the most suggested, so thank you very much. In Fallout New Vegas, while in Freeside, we can come across Rotface, a panhandling ghoul outside of Mick and Rouse that will offer tips and info on the surrounding area for the price of 1 cap. After exhausting all of Rotface's dialogue, if we wait a few days and come back to Freeside, he will be wearing a fancy new hat, which interestingly belongs to Eulogy Jones from Paradise Falls in Fallout 3. This doesn't seem to be a coincidence either, as the hat does not appear in Fallout 3. just here in New Vegas, so who knows how it got here. Diving deeper, we can find that this was part of a larger quest involving Rotface that would see the ghoul raise his prices each time you tipped him enough, going from 1 cap to 10, and from 10 caps to 100. This could lead to Rotface wearing Eulogy's entire outfit. There is a mod that restores this content, but the clothes are renamed to reflect Rotface. This was how it was supposed to appear, and perhaps it may not be the clothes of the Paradise Falls head honcho. Still, the hat is a new item. It wasn't in Fallout 3, and when we have no mods affecting it, the name shows as Eulogy Jones's hat. Either way, Rotface is a likable character that deserves a new hat, so make sure to pay him a visit on your next playthrough. Thanks to Garmfield in the Discord for suggesting this one. In the Fallout 3 DLC Point Lookout, many things are out to stop the Lone Wanderer, swamp folk, sea life, and even a pre-war ghoulified Russian circus bear. We can find posters all over town about Ruska the Wonder Bear, but just out of bounds to the north of the Sacred Bog entrance, we can meet her. Much like the rest of the Yaoguai in Fallout 3, Ruska will be hostile unless we have the Animal Friend perk. Ruska is pretty big. According to the wiki, she's about 20% larger than other Yaoguai. Still, we can find her here, playing with her big red ball, waiting for the next group of swamp folk to stumble into her alcove. This was suggested by Johnny Boy on the Discord. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Dead Money, carry your heads to the Sierra Madre Casino after following a radio signal. Once there, we learn quite a bit about the area and the people who inhabited it. This whole place was built to protect a woman named Vera Keys from the war. Her voice fills the hallowed resort, and holograms of the starlet litter the area. We can find her final resting place next to the elevator that leads to the vault. The man who built all of this can be found as well. After learning Vera planned on robbing the casino with Dean Domino, Sinclair planned on locking her away with her own greed. Still, once he found out that he was blackmailing Vera, he tried to roll his plan back. This is why we can find a holotape that has been ripped out of the vault terminal. Not too far away, we can see the founder's remains in Sinclair's bag. Just an excellent little detail that ties the whole story together. In Fallout 3, you should locate the Capitol Post if you find yourself around La Enfant Plaza. This is an easily missable office complex that acted as a newspaper publication before the war. Inside, on a lower floor, we can find the body of Gibson. He has been decapitated. It almost looks like his head has been twisted off and placed in front of him. He's carrying a few things on his person, but most importantly, he has a key and a scrap of paper. The note reading, "Search the house." Moving to Minefield, we can find this house among a few others, but this one stands out. Blood is splattered on the ground, and there's a handprint left behind as an aftermath to some sort of grisly scene. The door is locked, but the key to this door can be found on Arkansas, an old-timer with an itchy trigger finger that carries a sniper rifle. Once inside the Gibson house, we can find a perfect model home, replicating the very house that we are in. The model is also locked, but the key we got from Gibson will open it. This whole scenario is a giant reference to the fantastic Hideo Kojima game, Snatcher, a cyberpunk thriller that sees Gillian Seed investigate humanoid robots known as Snatchers. After having his head twisted off in the game, Jean-Jacques Gibson will leave a memo that says, "Search the house," after which Gillian and Metal Gear will investigate Gibson's house. Inside the home, we can find a model described as a perfect miniature of the home. In Snatcher, this model is a music box, but there's nothing inside, while in Fallout 3, the Gibson model is locked it very hard and has some random food and junk in it. This isn't the end of the references to Kojima here. Remember when we started this adventure at La Enfant Plaza? Well, this is a real-world location, but I believe the devs chose to place Gibson's body here to further the connection to Kojima. As the La Enfant Tariq project is one of the main plots of the Metal Gear Solid series. Just some devs showing some love to Kojima. You'll love to see it. As we are all familiar with in Fallout 4, we wake up in a cryogenic tube and start our Commonwealth adventure after a brief pre-war segment. The first enemies we come across are rad roaches that have infested the dank vault underground. During the fight with these bugs, we can use VATS to target them more accurately. The problem with this is, we haven't picked up a Pip-Boy yet, meaning the sole survivor is capable of using VATS without one. And there's a terminal in the Institute that reads, "In select Gen 3 units, the synthetic brain is indeed capable of accepting specific enhancements to the visual cortex, basal ganglia, and right parietal cortex. The result is substantially improved combat effectiveness due to two factors. An increased understanding of weapon accuracy to the extent that the combatant can actually visualize the percentage of effectively hitting targets, or smaller areas on those targets. And two, an altered sense of perception that mimics the effect of slowing or even stopping time. Using this info, mixed with the myriad of other hints in Fallout 4, I can safely assume the sole survivor is a sentry placement made to take Father's place once he passes on. Many people have said that the Hurricane in New Vegas can use VATS before getting the Pip-Boy as well, but this is not true. The sole survivor is the only player character that has this ability. In Fallout 4, sitting right next to the combat zone in downtown Boston, we find the Warren Theater. This pre-war building actually exists in real life and shares the same name. But it's what's inside that interests us the most when it comes to this video. Going through the lobby of this rundown theater and into the elevator will bring us to the actual performance area. We can see various mannequins set up on the stage, almost looking like they're putting on a play. But one of these figures stands out the most. In the back, a lone synth keeps a vigil, and if you're not aligned with the Institute, this guy will attack on sight. This is a nice little wake-up call from Bethesda for people exploring the area who might have gotten too far. Though I believe the Whispering Hills mod pulled the trick off a little better. This is good. Oh, okay, of course. Some of their faces. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. That was good as fuck. That got me so good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back to the room in which I changed your lives forever.
Does it seem like he's gearing up for something?
Yep.
Gonna be late.
Surprising amount of people have suggested this one over the past couple of months. Most recently, Leetworm on the Discord. One of my childhood friends even went as far as to kill 3Dog over this when Fallout 3 came out because he thought he had tricked him. In Fallout 3, if you start the quest Galaxy News came out because he thought he had tricked him. Even went as far as to kill 3Dog over this when Fallout 3 came out because he thought he had tricked him. In Fallout 3, if you start the quest Galaxy News Radio after finding your dad, 3Dog will offer the location of a military weapons cache as a reward for helping in a good fight. You can get this option with a speech check before you find James, but you run the risk of being locked out of it entirely if you fail. After going to the museum and grabbing the Virgo 2 dish, we take it to the Washington Monument and use the signal of Galaxy News Radio. Returning to 3Dog, he will give us a holotape that points to Hamilton's hideaway as the location of the cache. The hideaway can be a bit confusing to navigate, and the location of the stash can be hard to find as well, nestled in a hole in the wall in the northwest corner of the concrete tunnels. Inside, we can find some pretty basic things. Leveled armor, ammo, a mini-nuke, an assault rifle, and even a stealth boy. The only way to get this key that unlocks the room is by completing the quest this way. If you kill 3Dog, the required key will not spawn on his body. So no, 3Dog isn't lying. Still, some people probably wouldn't consider this that exciting of a reward. Regardless, these things can help out quite a bit, and it's nice to hear GNR without the static. Shout out to Garmfield on the Discord server for suggesting this one. In the Fallout 3 DLC, Point Lookout, we enter a murky swamp filled with loads of things to discover, and one of the most impressive lies underwater just off the shore of the coastal grotto. Marked by a buoy, we can find these enormous skeletal remains of a T-Rex. The Fallout series has a fun history with the prehistoric, with devs even considering making the original game about time travel and dinosaurs. This massive dino skeleton may or may not be referencing that, considering we can find a human frame here as well, with a lever-action rifle and ammo boxes. A safe nearby contains a bunch of loot, and adds to the mysterious story being told here. This could be trying to make a reference to the original change plot of the Fallout series, if it implies these two beings coexisted, especially with such an advanced rifle present as there's no way guns were around at the time of dinosaurs, perhaps hinting at time travel. We can find a pretty much intact, but far less mysterious, Tyrannosaurus Rex bone collection in the Museum of History as well. Just more small details that make the world of Fallout that much more fun to explore. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC, Lonesome Road, we travel to the Divide and learn a lot about ourselves along the way. One thing about Lonesome Road that gets overlooked quite often is the fact that Ulysses, the courier we meet here, watches us from the jump. In at least 2 locations we can see for ourselves, though I have heard rumors of other places to spot Ulysses. These are the 2 I can confirm. First, we can see Ulysses while heading towards the Crow's Nest. He will be overlooking the broken highway and staring a hole through us while doing so. The second time we can see him is by the Sunstone Tower. After he speaks through Eddie, we can see him walking off in the distance. This is an incredibly cool small detail that really drives the character of Ulysses home. If you know for sure of any other places we can spot him, let me know on Discord in the video suggestions with a screenshot or something like that, and I will update the video. As far as I know, these are the only 2 locations to see him. Fallout New Vegas, the quest There Stands the Grass will send you to Vault 22. Before heading out, you can hear about a scientist named Keeley who's been doing work there. After speaking to Keeley, we learn that spores in the air are behind the wild plant life surrounding Vault 22. We can see these spores under Keeley's UV light on level 2 of the vault. After helping her purge the area, we can see that the spores are no longer in the air if we come back to the light. A terrific small detail most players would likely miss that adds to the immersion of Fallout New Vegas. In Fallout New Vegas, we can find Vault 34, protected by hordes of golden geckos and mass amounts of toxic waste that seep radiation into anything nearby. Not to mention, once inside, we have the crazed vault dwellers turned ghoul and the copious levels of water that have plunged a lot of the vault into murky darkness. It's a hellscape. The NCR can point us towards this vault with the Hard Luck Blues quest, but you might want to enter the surrounding cave away from the group of geckos. If the courier comes from the north of this area, a top entrance can be found. I've seen people avoid the hole, thinking it would lead to instant death, but that is not the case. It just acts as a small shortcut to the vault that allows you to skip some geckos if you want. New Vegas has a ton of alternate entrances and exits, so if you know of any the viewers might not know about, drop a comment on the video to let us know. In Fallout New Vegas, we can come across The One, an undetonated nuclear bomb in the middle of the desert. The thing I want to talk about is the branding on the side of this particular Doomsday device. Looking closely, we can see what looks like a simplified, low-quality, or even modified Vault-Tec logo. While this encounter requires the Wild Wasteland perk and thus shouldn't necessarily be taken as canon, it's still interesting to see this on the side of the bomb. It has been a long-time theory that Vault-Tec, in hand with the Enclave, kicked off the Great War to get their missions in motion. This was to be confirmed in the cancelled Fallout movie, where it would have been revealed that Vault-Tec launched the first strike. While the placement of this bomb can be easily explained with the Wild Wasteland perk, the bomb's design doesn't have to be held to those same standards. I like to think that this is the one that started the war, hence the name of the encounter. That is why it's branded with a logo resembling Vault-Tec, perhaps a nuclear division we haven't even seen. I have seen a lot of comments on my channel and discussion elsewhere about what happens if you take out Vulpes before you get to Nipton or before you hit the Tops Casino. Both locations have a spawn point for Vulpes in which he will engage the player. In Nipton, Gaben will show up in his place and offer pretty much an identical speech.
Don't worry, I won't have you lashed to a cross like the rest of these detectives. It's useful that you happen by. I want you to witness the fate of Nipton. Memorize every detail. Then, you move off. Well, I'd like you to move west towards the Mojave outpost. To let the profligates there know about the little sermon I prepared for them here.
Vault City.
I am Gaben, Caesar's Legion. I serve my master as the one of his Frumentarii. We Frumentarii are soldiers of a different stripe, capable in battle, but skilled as infiltrators and agents as well.
At the Tops, Illyrio shows up and gives us basically the same rundown, though he will mention the death of Vulpes.
The eyes of the mighty Caesar are upon you. He admires your accomplishments and bestows upon you the exceptional gift of his mark. Your crimes against the Legion, including the death of the fearless Vulpes and Kulta, are hereby forgiven. Caesar will not extend this mercy again. My lord requires your presence at his camp at Fortification Hill. His mark will guarantee your safe conduct throughout. Incidentally, it will interest you to know that the man you seek has fled the Strip, and is likely making haste for Caesar's camp as we speak.
Shout out to Max on the Discord for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, you can encounter quite a unique home if you travel to the northern part of the map. Brooks Tumbleweed Ranch takes its name quite seriously, as inside we can find the tumbleweeds that call this place home. One in the living room, and one in the bedroom, seemingly taking a nap. Interestingly, items in the shack are home, likely implying that the tumbleweeds own the property. While outside, there is one living creature to find. Amongst the free-range tumbleweeds, we can find a nightkin that will turn off the stealth boy when we get close.
You want to buy Wind Brahmin? Right here. Where did you come from? Tumble. Once. Crazy with low prices on Wind Brahmin. You buy one. Oh. They are very good Wind Brahmin. All caps. Ha ha! Stupid human.
Obviously, this is a bad deal and we can kill him and take our caps back after the deed is done. If he refused the offer, it will lead to him being hostile anyway, so this is the best way for it to pan out. This is a fun location to find and, to me, shows signs of the classic Fallout humor. In Fallout New Vegas, just outside of Novak, we can find Gibson's scrapyard, along with the owner, Old Lady Gibson. Gibson has become a fan favorite over the years, and her services are often used to sell off the copious amount of junk found in the Mojave. If the courier was to take Old Lady Gibson out for some reason, though, they would find quite the nice reward waiting for them, as we can loot a unique sawed-off shotgun called Big Boomer from her person. This gun has a one-of-a-kind design with the words Big Boomer emblazoned on the grip, and the shotgun has more damage than its standard counterparts. It's actually a pretty decent weapon to use. We can also find some in-game files that show an unused texture for the Big Boomer, making it look more similar to Fallout 3's sawed-off shotguns. Whatever the case, many people don't kill Old Lady Gibson to grab this piece, but this is the Wasteland. You need all the help you're gonna get. Thank you to Isolé and Appius for suggesting this one on the Discord server. In Fallout New Vegas, we can go to Sunny Smiles and Good Springs for a nice rundown of life in the Mojave. During this, a few opportunities for unique dialogue will show up. First, the Good Springs settler being attacked by geckos will raise our rep with the town and gift us water after saving her. This is a nice little boost to have so early in the game, especially if you plan on helping Ringo.
Holy moly. If you hadn't come here like you done, I'd be a goner for sure. I came up here to draw water. Here, you should have what I got. You look thirsty.
As for the topic of the video, if Sunny's dog Cheyenne dies in combat, we will receive some understandable unique dialogue from her.
Confound it, Cheyenne. Why'd you have to go running in like that? You were supposed to stay. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to see me like this. I'm not going to be very good company right now. I did have another thing to teach. Yes. I'm not going to be very good company right now. I did have another thing to teach. But I'll understand if you'd rather I just pay you so you could be on your way. Okay. Well, good luck to you. I'm heading back to the Prospector. I could use a drink about now.
In the Fallout New Vegas DLC, Old World Blues, we find ourselves at the mercy of mad scientists turned post-apocalyptic robots in the Big Mountain facility. Dr. Klein and his group of wayward floating brethren have removed your spine, heart, and most importantly to this video, your brain. Because of this, we actually get some dialogue with what is essentially ourselves during the endgame of the DLC. One of the first things people notice about this brain is the voice. Many people relate it to the sound of Stewie Griffin from Family Guy. This is no coincidence, as the voice actor, Sunil Malhotra, confirmed he based the character on the Family Guy star.
Well, well, look who finally dragged themselves in out of the wasteland. And where have we been? Crawling through pits of radioactive muck again?
If you are playing a female character, the voice will remain the same. But our brain does have an explanation for this.
Ah, well, as to that, you'd be surprised how hard a feminine-sounding voice modulator is to find in the Forbidden Zone. It's not as though brain-sustaining life support tanks grow on trees. I had to take what I could get.
It also seems our brain has picked up some tunes on the various ventures around the wasteland, as we can hear it hum the Begin Again song from the Dead Money DLC, which regularly plays on mysterious broadcasts around Big MT.
Get the fuck out of here with this shit. Facts.
Thank you to Lee Relo from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, we can hear the amazing adventures of Herbert Daring Dashwood and his manservant Argyle. The old school broadcast on GNR sets a great scene and is very interesting to listen to.
You're listening to the adventures of me, Herbert Daring Dashwood, and my stalwart ghoul manservant, Argyle.
On our hunt for bobbleheads, we will be to an unmarked location known as Rockopolis. The flags that hang above the hidden entrance are the only hint that there is something here. Once inside, next to the unarmed bobblehead, we can find the body of Argyle. And while there is some more here that we can find around, like a holotape, the more interesting thing that many people miss is that we can also meet Dashwood himself and suffer the fate of his long-term friend. In Tenpenny Tower, we can meet Herbert and chat him up about various things. But if we have already found Argyle, he will have this to say.
Argyle was my manservant. But that's really just a fancy word for the guy who saves my sorry skin on a regular occasion. He was a ghoul, you see. Been around since before the war. We met when I stole his girlfriend back in '41. We've been best friends ever since. We got separated a long time ago and never reunited. If you find Argyle out there somewhere, you be sure and tell me, okay? Dead. Argyle. You're sure? My God. I always thought he'd outlive me by at least 100 years. Poor bastard. But thank you. Thank you for telling me. At least now I know. At least now I can catch her. I'd like to return your kindness. Here, take this key. It unlocks my safe. Lots of stuff in there I'll never use. My adventuring days are over.
In Fallout 4, we can meet many wonderful characters and great companions. Boston is filled with exciting people post-war. One of the most interesting is Deacon, a railroad member. He will even vouch for the sole survivor when they show up at the Old North Church.
Who is this?
Wow. Newsflash, boss.
They show up at the Old North Church. Road member. He will even vouch for the sole survivor when they show up at the Old North Church.
Who is this?
Wow. Newsflash, boss. This guy is kind of a big deal out there.
Do we know each other?
I didn't need to meet you to hear about you. You have made waves. You've left a trail of destruction in your wake. Gone places no sane person would go alone.
So you're vouching for him?
Yes, trust me. He's someone we want on our side.
Deacon seems to know a lot about us, and we can actually see him observing us throughout the game. Deacon will appear in some sort of disguise in various locations around the Commonwealth, and even have some bits to say to us. After meeting McDonough, we can find him posing as a guard in Diamond City.
Hey.
Hey there.
What's up? What a day, huh? Welcome to the, Great Green Jewel. You'll totally love it here. Don't you have, like, important things to do?
Hi.
Nothing more to say.
We can spot Deacon acting as a drifter in Good Neighbor and even see him using one of the pods in the memory den.
Hi. Hey. What's up? What a day, huh? Everyone's welcome in Good Neighbor. Even me. Don't you have, like, important things to do? Nothing more to say.
And finally, we can see him pretending to run for the caravans at Bunker Hill. Hey there.
What's up? What a day, huh? Sure love trading here. For trade stuff. Don't you have, like, important things to do? Nothing more to say.
It certainly adds a lot of depth to the character of Deacon when we see him in different locations like this, and it makes meeting him later that much more rewarding once we do know about it. Just a small, nice little detail Bethesda added to Fallout 4. Thank you to Philip and Kitty from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 4, we can travel to Bitter Springs. This location saw quite the tragedy when the NCR flushed the cons out and executed the civilians that started to flee, including the sick, elderly, and children. The state of affairs when we arrive in Bitter Springs is terrible. As Gillies will explain, this is shown to us by the NCR flag flying upside down.
It's a distress call. This camp is in bad shape, and if we don't get relief soon, I don't know what will happen.
We can help turn the camp's fate quite a bit, and this becomes even easier with Arcade in the party, who can teach the doctor here at the base a thing or two.
Hey, if you can help, I'll take whatever I can get. The doctor's bags would be a huge help, but what I really need are medical texts. I'm not trained to deal with major psychological trauma, and we've got a lot of kids in this camp.
Yeah?
Hey, sure, that would be fantastic. Thank you. That was very helpful. I don't think I'll need those books after all.
After we have completed the quest, No Not Much, the flag will be fixed, flying right side up, showcasing that the hardship of the camp has been conquered. Small details like this really do it for me, and Obsidian didn't have to include this change. Still, it makes you feel like you really helped out the NCR and adds that much more immersion into Fallout New Vegas. In Fallout New Vegas, after being dug out of a shallow grave, we will meet Doc Mitchell, the Good Springs Town doctor. Mitchell will guide us through character creation while offering some delightful banter along the way. When it comes time for the Vitomatic Vigor Tester, Doc Mitchell has a ton of dialogue that can be triggered by going extremely high or terrifyingly low on each special stat.
That's some serious atrophy, even for someone who's been in bed a while. It's a wonder you can move at all. Surprised anybody'd want to tangle with you. Heck, you could go Deathclaw hunting with a switch. Now, I ain't no optometrist, but maybe we should fit you for some glasses while you're here. Nothing gets by you, huh? Could have used you when I lost my keys last month. I just don't get it. A stiff breeze would tear you in two with a couple of bullets and you're right as rain. I guess that explains how you're still alive. You're built solid as an oak. Huh. Must be some frontal lobe damage. Good to see them bullets didn't affect your charm none. Sorry, son. I fixed up your head as best I knew how. I guess I missed a spot. Look at that. Maybe them bullets done your brain some good. Don't have all your coordination back yet, looks like. You should think about doing some rehab. Most patients don't get out of bed after being shot and then move like they was in perfect control. You're unusual, I'll say that. Now that don't make a lick of sense. Seems to me you're the luckiest son of a gun in New Vegas. With luck like yours, I'm surprised them bullets didn't just turn right around and climb back into the gun. Yeah, that's a pretty standard score there, but after what you've been through, I'd say that's great news.
Doc Mitchell will also have different items to give out depending on your build, like the boxing gloves for unarmed characters. Fallout New Vegas never ceases to impress me with how much detail it has packed into such a great game.
Why don't you do that shit?
Thanks to Ted from the Discord for suggesting this one. In Fallout 2, consider heading to Broken Hills when you are looking for something to do outside the main quest and want to earn some money. This is where we can meet Bill, a caravan master. He has a couple of jobs for the Chosen One. You can shovel Brahmin dung for $100 or bump up to the $200 mark for a caravan protection gig. We'll be paying more attention to the former in this video. If the Chosen One has an intelligence of at least 4, they will be able to repeat this job, and after 5 times, a new special perk will show up on the character sheet. The Expert Excrement Expediter perk will grant the Chosen One plus 5% to speech at the cost of some reputation loss at Broken Hills. A more than fair trade. Small details like this really tie the worlds of the classic Fallout games together. Taking small jobs and having them affect the character directly is a nice touch. This perk in particular is a fun and humorous one to add to the collection. Thank you to Daddy Harambe from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, we are all familiar with Helios 1. The power plant is one of the most sought-after landmarks in the Mojave. When doing the Lucky Old Sun quest, we have a few options that will change the future of fan favorite, Fantastic. Suppose we follow the NCR's plan, sending the power to the Strip and McCarran. In that case, Fantastic will get a promotion to Hoover Dam, claiming to be in charge of the whole shebang.
Well, look who it is. Fantastic's little helper, all grown up, following in his master's footsteps. What's it look like, man? I'm fucking king of the NCR. Caesar's Legion has Caesar, the NCR's got Fantastic. It's Fantastic's NCR now. This whole war's about power, man. Caesar wants it, NCR wants it, Fantastic's got it. After I fixed Helios 1 and basically saved the NCR from the dumb shits who run it, I got myself a little promotion. Now I run the whole shebang.
Still, if we arm Archimedes 1 and wipe out the NCR, returning a few days later, we will see the Legion has taken Helios. Due to this, Fantastic will be donned in Legion gear and spouting his pride for a job well done.
Hey man, when in Rome. Man, I don't even know. It's crazy. Shh, you feel that? That's the wind. Fantastic's riding them with his magical angel wings. They saw the shit I did for the NCR, how I carried them on my back and brought the fire to the heathens. I wasn't gonna help them, but they begged. Well, somebody begged. Couldn't say who for sure. It's all a blur, you know? Thames, man. What a trip.
Negative 8.
I'm working on some top secret shit I can't even tell you about. It's so mind-blowing. But here's a little taste. You know how you can only collect sunlight during the day?
Yeah.
Well, what if you could make it daytime all the time? Crazy, right? Or is it? I'm gonna find somebody smart and ask him that question, see what he says. He'll be fucking intense.
Negative 500.
Adios, amigo.
In Fallout New Vegas, back at Jack and Diane's drug lab in Red Rock Canyon, we can find a few trailers that the two use for their daily activities. One of these mobile homes has a table that has an interesting rare item on it that we can only find here at the Cons camp. This flower.
I'm gonna find somebody smart. I'm working on some top secret shit I can't even tell you about. It's so mind-blowing. But here's a little taste. You know how you can only collect sunlight during the day? Well, what if you could make it daytime all the time? Crazy, right? Or is it? I'm gonna find somebody smart and ask him that question, see what he says. He'll be fucking intense.
What?
Crazy, right? Well, what if you could make it daytime all the time? Crazy, right? Or is it? I'm gonna find somebody smart and ask him that question, see what he says. He'll be fucking intense. Adios, amigo.
In Fallout New Vegas, back at Jack and Diane's drug lab in Red Rock Canyon, we can find a few trailers that the two use for their daily activities. One of these mobile homes has a table that has an interesting rare item on it that we can only find here at the Cons camp. This flower is highly suspect. Our first most significant and only indicator is the quotations around the item name when we see it in game. There are only 3 bags of this stuff in Fallout New Vegas, and all of them are right here. These sacks of powder are likely being implied to be narcotics of some kind. Most people can probably make their best guess as to what they think it would be exactly. This white stuff is an item on it that we can only...
Adios, amigo.
Negative 500.
In Fallout New Vegas, back at Jack and Diane's drug lab in Red Rock Canyon, we can find a few trailers that the two use for their daily activities. One of these mobile homes has a table that has an interesting rare item on it that we can only find here at the Cons camp. This flower is highly suspect. Our first most significant and only indicator is the quotations around the item name when we see it in game. There are only 3 bags of this stuff in Fallout New Vegas, and all of them are right here. These sacks of powder are likely being implied to be narcotics of some kind. Most people can probably make their best guess as to what they think it would be exactly. This white stuff is one of the rarest items in the game, though, so making sure to steal all 3 off the table is a must for item hoarders. In Fallout New Vegas, we meet Boone, a grizzled NCR vet who has seen his fair share of action. This, combined with the loss of his wife, Carla, has made him about as cold as you can be in the Mojave. The NCR has a policy that in the event their personnel die in action, they must have a letter to be passed on to their friends, family, or loved ones. Craig Boone is no different, and if he does die after being recruited as a companion, we can find the letter for Carla on his body, onto their friends, family. All 3 off the table.
Hold on.
Angel wings. They saw the shit I did for the NCR, how I carried them on my back, brought the fire to the heathens. I wasn't gonna help them, but they begged. Pickle angel wings. Change, baby, and... Hey, man.
We will see the Legion has taken Helios. Due to this, Fantastic will be donned in Legion gear and spouting his pride for a job well done.
Hey, man. When in Rome. Man, I don't even know. It's crazy. Shh. You feel that? That's the winds of change, baby. And Fantastic's riding them with his magical angel wings. They saw the shit I did for the NCR. Fantastic's got it.
Motion to Hoover Dam, claiming to be in charge of the whole shebang.
Well, look who it is. Fantastic's little helper, all grown up, following in his master's footsteps. What's it look like, man? I'm fucking king of the NCR. Caesar's Legion has Caesar, the NCR's got Caesar. It's Fantastic's NCR now. This whole war's about power, man. Caesar wants it, NCR wants it. Fantastic's got it. After I fixed Helios 1 and basically saved the NCR from the dumb shits who run it, I got myself a little promotion. Now I run the whole...
So we follow the NCR's... This one. In Fallout New Vegas, we are all familiar with Helios.
New Vegas, okay.
And I'm fucking king of the NCR. Caesar's Legion has Caesar, the NCR's got NCR for...
Later, we will...
Adios, amigo.
In Fallout New Vegas, back at Jack and Diane's drug lab in Red Rock Canyon, we can find a few trailers that the two use for their daily activities. One of these mobile homes has a table that has an interesting rare item on it that we can only find here at the Cons camp. This flower is highly suspect. Our first most significant and only indicator is the quotations around the item name when we see it in game. There are only 3 bags of this stuff in Fallout New Vegas, and all of them are right here. These sacks of powder are likely being implied to be narcotics of some kind. Most people can probably make their best guess as to what they think it would be exactly. This white stuff is one of the rarest items in the game though, so making sure to steal all 3 off the table is a must for item hoarders. In Fallout New Vegas, we meet Boone, a grizzled NCR vet who has seen his fair share of action. This, combined with the loss of his wife, Carla, has made him about as cold as you can be in the Mojave. The NCR has a policy that in the event their personnel die in action, they must have to their friends, family, or loved ones. Craig Boone does die after being recruited as a companion. You can find the letter for Carla on his body. It reads, if you're reading this, then you know. Wanted to make it home to you. The pension won't be help you and the baby get don't want you to have to be on your own. Not sure the right way to say how I feel about you. Think you know already though. Always seemed like you knew what I meant. Maybe better than I did. Wish I was there are things I couldn't tell you. Try. Whatever you learn over time about my service in the NCR, hope you can forgive me. Lastly, know you were against it, but if it's a girl, want her to be named after her mother. Know it's playing dirty to win the argument this way, but too bad. It's worth it. Craig. Big thanks to Citizen from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, we will be called back to Vault 101 in the quest Trouble on the Home Front. During this time, we'll be able to explore the vault a bit more than we could before, and under less demanding circumstances. If we happen to go back to the clinic and former office of the Lone Wanderer's dad, James, we'll be able to get what I consider to be his final parting gift. The framed quote that hangs in the office that James has told us since childhood holds a few items for those with a lockpick at 50 or higher. Inside we can find some caps, a copy of the rocket launcher schematics, and a holotape that gives us a bit more insight to James's thoughts during the earlier points of the game.
Well, here we are, nestled all safe and snug inside Vault 101. It's so cold down here. Colder still with Catherine gone.
Oh, Liam Neeson, love you.
Nestled all safe and snug inside Vault 101. It's so cold.
Rocket launcher schematics, and a holotape that gives us a bit more insight to James's thoughts during the earlier points of the game.
Well, here we are, nestled all safe and snug inside Vault 101. It's so cold down here. Cold.
tape that gives us a bit more insight to James's thoughts during the earlier points of the game. Well, we can find some caps, a copy of the rocket launcher schematics, and a holotape that gives us a bit more insight to James's thoughts during the earlier at 50 or higher. Inside we can find some caps, a copy of the rocket launcher. Trouble on the home front. During this time, we'll be able to explore the vault a bit more than we could before and under less demanding circumstances. If we happen to go back to the clinic and former office of the Lone Wanderer's dad, James, we'll be able to get what I consider to be his final parting gift. The framed quote that hangs in the office that James has told us since childhood holds a few items for those with a lockpick at 50 or higher. Inside we can find some caps, a copy of the rocket launcher schematics, and a holotape that gives us a bit more insight to James's thoughts during the earlier points of the game.
Well, here we are, nestled all safe and snug inside Vault 101. It's so cold down here. Colder still with Catherine gone. Oh, Catherine, I so wish you were here with me. How the hell am I supposed to do this by myself? Live down in this hole. Take care of our child. But this is our life now. So I guess I'd better get used to it. The overseer who runs the place is an overbearing bully. But I've dealt with worse.
In Fallout New Vegas, we can find many different nuclear-powered bugs and creatures. One of the best among them are the mantis that we can find in various spots around the Mojave. If you happen to find some mantis, make sure to... Among them are the mantis that we can find in various spots around the Mojave. If you happen to find some mantis, make sure to look for their eggs. If we shoot them, it will break the clutch and release the baby mantids into the world. If you aren't doing this in every playthrough, you are doing mankind a great disservice. In Fallout New Vegas, we can find a ton of items that do not really serve much more of a purpose other than just being a good find, and the King's School of Impersonation hosts a good chunk of these. We can find a small putting setup on the second floor, complete with a 9-iron and golf balls. Usually, we wouldn't think too much about this, just a cute little environmental story being told. But these golf balls are actually quite rare, this being one of only 2 locations they can be found. The other spot we can find these is the X8 Research Center's Institutional Test Facility, a school set built to host different tests we can find in the Big Mountain Complex. The golf balls we find here seem to be a bit larger than they should be, which is quite interesting. Regardless, these are the only places we can find these balls, with a total of 7 being present in the game. You never know when half a dozen golf balls will come in handy, and you will be prepared. In Fallout 4, one of the tallest buildings in downtown Boston is Mass Fusion, and if we find ourselves on the roof of this majestic skyscraper, there's quite a view to take in. Once you are done soaking in the whole of the Commonwealth from above, there is quite a fun way to get down that I use almost every time I find myself up there. If you have to go to Good Neighbor, it's my favorite way to get there. Simply jump from this corner and you will be hurtling towards the settlement. Before we hit the ground, though, the loading screen will act as an amazing net, catching us before we actually hit the ground and causing no damage. In my opinion, this is the absolute best way to enter Good Neighbor. Thank you to Wisefield from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 4, you will inevitably come to Diamond City, the settlement built out of the remains of what once was Fenway Park. They don't call this place the Great Green Jewel of the Commonwealth for no reason, as this is one of the largest towns you can find in any of the Fallout games. It seems over 95% of players seem to miss one of the most straightforward achievements while here at Diamond City. Seriously, look at these numbers. Out of nearly 500,000 players, depending on the platform, as low as 4% have unlocked this incredibly easy achievement. It could be due to mods, not being interested in achievements, or just not knowing about the home run achievement that could lead to these low numbers. But to unlock it, all you have to do is run the bases in Diamond City. Start at the home plate and move counterclockwise until we're back at home. Then the achievement will unlock. So make sure to go out there and raise the numbers for this really easy achievement. Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, we will meet the Happy Trails caravan when it's time to head to Zion. Based on how we interacted with Alice McLafferty from the Crimson Caravan, Happy Trails leader Jed Masterson will have different dialogue. Thanking the courier for getting rid of his competition if you take her out, or being starstruck by seeing Alice's bread and butter walk through the door if you helped the Crimson Caravan.
Howdy, friend. Heard my little broadcast, did you? Yeah. You look the type. Hang on. Ain't you the one that wiped out the Crimson Caravan's Vegas branch not too long ago? Ought to thank you for that. Knocking McLafferty out of the running gives Happy Trails a market to expand into. Howdy, friend. Heard my little broadcast, did you? Yeah. You look the type. Wait a minute, I recognize you. Yeah. You're Alice McLafferty's rising star, ain't you? You sure you want to be here? McLafferty's non-competes are pretty rigid.
In Fallout New Vegas, we can travel to Red Rock Canyon and meet the Great Khans. Two of these Khans, Jack and Diane, will have a quest for the courier running various packages around the Mojave, and allowing us to teach Jack some recipes if we pass the proper dialogue checks. The Khan's reward for doing this bit of work is quite a practical unarmed attack called the Khan Trick. With all of the grace of a spry-tailed gribble, the courier will now be able to reach down and throw a handful of dirt at their enemies. This is supposed to only work when you are on dirt and sand, but when it does work, it can be one of the best attacks you can learn in New Vegas, as any of the unarmed weapon effects transfer to the dirt, so it can be pretty devastating. Not to mention the absurdity of groups of people falling to pocket sand. Thank you to Arizona Ranger from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, once you gain the favor of Caesar's Legion, you will be offered the key to a safe house for the faction. This humble abode has a nice Legion flag on the wall, an entertainment area, and a few beds to choose from, with various gear on each of them. One of these beds holds a unique item that any courier will want to grab for their journey, the Lucky Shades. These sunglasses will grant the player +1 luck and look pretty good while doing it. While these shades aren't in the best condition when we find them, they can be easily repaired with other glasses, so make sure this is one of your stops before you hit the casinos on the Strip. Thank you, Nerb, from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, just southwest of Station 4, we can find Lucky. This small but that hasn't stopped the scavenger from making it into a home. We are looking into this small store today because of a couple of unique items that we can find here. First, we can find a miniature damaged garden gnome. Fallout 3 has many hidden things that are smaller or larger than they should be, and it has been great seeing so many of them recently. The main event here are the sunglasses that we can find on the mannequin holding a hammer. These are the Lucky Shades, and we can only find them here at Lucky. Regular sunglasses, but they grant a +1 luck and damage resistance, making them not only stylish, but completely worth stopping here on your next playthrough. Thank you to Ulysses from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, when you find yourself on the Strip, it is easy to get distracted by the many neon-soaked temples of debauchery that can be found here. One thing a lot of people overlook, perhaps because of these temptations pulling them every which way, is the magazine vending machines that occupy the center block of the Strip. Understandably, a courier walking through the hustle and bustle of New Vegas could be forgiven for thinking that these were merely static set pieces. But suppose we approach a set of vending machines. In that case, we can get a random skill magazine from each one by activating it. Totaling 9 in the entire game, all entirely located on the New Vegas Strip. These machines are a one-time use thing though, so we won't be spamming it to get a vast collection of skill magazines. Still, it is nice to get what you can in the Fallout series, and you can always find a use for these magazines, even if it's just taking a few tabs off. In Fallout 2, one of the best side quests we can engage in is become a prize fighter. This involves boxing in the jungle gym and working our way up to the championship. Of course, this is Fallout 2 we're dealing with here, so there are pop culture references aplenty here. Two of the biggest being Evan Holyfield and the Masticator. Both represent real boxers, with Evan Holyfield being a play on the real deal Evander Holyfield, and the latter being a reference to none other than Mike Tyson, who had fought Holyfield in a real-life bout that had some controversial moments to say the least. The fight would go down in infamy as the fight that Tyson bit a good chunk of Holyfield's ear off. Fallout 2 pays homage to this in a fun way, as if you get KO'd by the Masticator, we can sometimes find the player's ear item in the inventory. And the description reads, "This is your ear. The Masticator bit it off during the fight and spit it onto your unconscious body." If you're reading this, it probably means you will be reloading soon. Of course, it is possible this item has some special value. Despite the cheeky rundown of the item, it in fact does not have any special value. Still, there is a chance that we beat the Masticator, and if the Chosen One manages to knock him out, his ear can appear in the inventory with a description reading, "This is the Masticator's ear. You bit it off after pummeling him senseless. Congratulations on beating him. He is one of the toughest NPCs in the game, especially when you don't have any weapons or armor." Unlike the Chosen One's ear, the Masticator's is actually worth something, as it can be sold at Renesco's or down at New Reno Arms for a cool $750. Fallout and Fallout 2 hold an incredible amount of small details for people willing to look for them, and New Reno hosts enough to keep you busy for hours. In Fallout 4, one of the landmark locations our adventures will take us is the Memory Den in Goodneighbor. This lounge hosts pods that allow customers to relive some of their favorite memories of the past. Typically, the sole survivor would head to the Memory Den at the request of Nick Valentine to further the main quest. Still, suppose we travel to the lounge before meeting the detective and pass a charisma check with Irma. In that case, we can jump into the pod and relive Sean's kidnapping from a unique perspective.
Will not be a rot buck. know. Come on, guys.
I think you've stepped into the wrong place, sweetheart. You don't look like you need the memory den. Do you even know what we do here?
Something about memories?
Glad to meet someone who pays attention to the name. That's right. We let you relive the past. Now, I hate to turn such a clever boy away, but we aren't accepting new clients right now.
You're cautious. I respect that. But I think I can handle it. If you'll just give me a chance.
Well, I suppose there's no harm in giving you a try. Now, memories involving other people are easiest. Recent events involving loved ones. Does anything come to mind?
My wife died recently. If I could see her just one last time.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. It's never easy losing someone that close to you. But I think we can help. All right, sit down in the lounger. Let's see what memory we can find. That's the one. Lift the curtain, honey. It's showtime.
Manual override initiated. Cryogenic stasis suspended.
Oh my god. Both computers are still working. That's it again. Checking through the logs. Hopefully it's all just. It should have been me. Why did they take me? Down the hall near the end. How could you be a part of this? Who are you?
You know what? I gotta.
How could you be a part of this?
This is the one. Here.
Open it.
God damn it.
folks out of Diamond City these days. Well, if anyone can help you find him, it'll be him.
Thank you to Soviet from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, one of the most popular drinks around the Mojave is Sunset Sarsaparilla. Of course, we can find the headquarters for this tasty creation just outside of Vegas, but many people may miss a small but rare object while we're here. We can find a very hard locked door on the first floor. This is the office of Sunset Sarsaparilla VP of Tech, Marcus Brody, and inside we can find what we are looking for, a miniature empty Sunset bottle. This is just a nice little find that may be worth picking up to decorate your room later if you find yourself in the area. Thank you to Kevin the Dragon and W6 your room later if you find yourself in the area.
Get the fuck out of here, nigger.
Thank you to Kevin the Dragon and W6B from the Discord server, both of which really wanted me to cover the Mojave Express drop boxes in a video. In Fallout New Vegas, there will be multiple times you can come across these Mojave Express containers, and they can be used to ship different items to each location they appear at. In total, there are 5 throughout the Mojave, located outside the general store in Good Springs, inside the Nash residence in Prim, next to the door in the Dino Delight Motel in Novak, right outside the Old Mormon Fort in Freeside, and inside the LVB station on the New Vegas Strip. Most people I have talked to ignore these drop boxes entirely, but they can be of some use. If you're planning a route to sell some items or take them back to your player home, you can send thousands of pounds of gear to any of these boxes and pick it all up whenever you want. These mail drops don't mimic traditional containers though, so you won't be able to just store items in the one that you're currently interacting with. Still, you can send some items off to another drop spot, and everything will remain there until it's picked up, so these are underrated as a stash for items. While often overlooked, this is an excellent feature in Fallout New Vegas that ties nicely into the story of the courier. Shout out to Kyrosian Crane on the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, traveling through the Jury Street Metro, we can find the Jury Street tunnels. This acts as the operating station for Ryan Brigg, a scientist acting as a raider who has been making jerky from mole rat meat and wonder glue. According to his terminal here, it makes the meat far more desirable. He has big plans to sell it around the Capital Wasteland too. Unfortunately, Ryan is hostile to the Lone Wanderer, and we don't get to see his mission realized.
Oh, I'm gonna cut your fucking throat, Mojang. Fucking cut your goddamn
If
throat.
we have the ingredients needed. Strangely, we can find one singular piece of mole rat wonder meat in Fallout New Vegas. The journey will take us to Cannibal Johnson's cave. Inside, next to a knife by the fire, we can find the ultra rare slab of meat. Pun very much intended. Who knows how it found its way inside Johnson's haven? Perhaps the old timer figured out the recipe for himself. Regardless of how it got here, rare item hunters should be making this a required stop in any of their playthroughs. Thank you to Ted from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 2, you may notice some fashionable Nuka-Cola vending machines and pass by them thinking they were merely set pieces. Still, if you have some money in your inventory and can pass the luck or agility check, you can buy 10 to 20 bottles from each machine. These machines will restock every 2 to 3 weeks, so this gives you a steady source of the pre-war soft drink for things like Super Stim Packs from Myron. Shout out to Janichi from the Discord for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, we can find many small details and great examples of environmental storytelling. One such instance shows up between Vault 106 and the VAPL-58 power station. We can see a motorcycle leaning against a rocky cliffside. Before the drop-off, we can find a metal box containing Patrick's farewell, a holotape left by a former U.S. Armed Forces member, and the letter reads, "Hey there, Tabby Cat. I know this wasn't fair to you. I'm sorry. Everything you've done for me since Anchorage, you were the best chance I had at making a normal life again. But I just don't think it's possible for me. You deserve a life of your own. Tell Mikey the bike is his when he gets his license next summer. She'll need a new toroidal coil soon. I'm also leaving the combi pistol. Please take it to Dad. He'll want that. Everything else I leave to you. I know it isn't much. I love you, Cat. Please, forgive me one more time. Patrick." The note explains quite a bit of what we have already seen with the motorcycle and the pistol. Still, we can find Patrick's remains at the bottom of the cliff, with a noticeable dent in the ground where he likely landed. This is just a brutal small detail that makes the world of Fallout 3 that much more wonderful. Thank you to Soviet on the Discord for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, if we go to the King's School of Impersonation, we can find a few rare items we can't find anywhere else. In inside one of the rooms in the school, we can find a beer pong table. Seems some traditions never die. We can also see 3 ping pong balls, an item that is located entirely in this room. Not much about these balls is interesting, but much like Sophie said on the Discord, these are a must-have display item of any rare item collector. Thank you to Kairuji and Crane from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, one of the most devastated areas we can come across is Camp Searchlight. The site is ground zero from a nuclear attack perpetrated by the Legion to the NCR troops stationed here. One such trooper is Private Kyle Edwards, who has ghoulified and taken up hiding inside one of the open houses in Searchlight. Speaking with him, we can find out why he is scared to leave.
Rad scorpions. Fuckers creep the hell out of me. I'm not going outside while they're still crawling around.
This starts an unmarked quest called Arachnophobia. We need to take out the 3 giant rat scorpions that will spawn outside the door once we talk to Edwards. When the smoke has cleared from that nonsense, we have a few possibilities on where to send the ghoul soldier. Edwards could join Aster, explore the wasteland, or my personal favorite, take up shop at Ranger Station Echo. The NCR camp has plenty of other ghoul soldiers, and to me, it seems like the best place for Edwards to realize that he will be just fine in the NCR. Ranger Station Echo has some background radiation that makes it more accessible for ghouls. This could be due to the craters we see outside, which most people attribute to dropping atomic bombs, which makes sense due to the subject of the Fallout series. Still, I have always thought that they were meteorite craters, though they are a tad smaller than what you would expect for that. Craters left by meteorites often have the same pattern, with a large hole surrounded by a couple of smaller ones. Whatever the case may be, this, to me, seems like a perfect home for Private Edwards, and it sure beats the hell out of being stuck in Searchlight. A user in the Discord server posted a few pictures of the Ranger Station Charlie sign and was wondering about the meaning behind the back of this sign, which seems to have some unique textures. We can see the NCR salvaged some planks from this location and painted the blank backside to make the Ranger Station Charlie sign. This actually paints a detailed story that the devs certainly didn't have to put the work into, as many people will likely miss it. At the bottom of the mismatched planks, we can see it says Trailer Park Pines. This was the name of the location pre-war. As we can see, the NCR used these trailers to build a nice ranger fort outside of Novak. This is just the kind of little attention to detail that really staples the Fallout series. Something so hidden and obscure, easily missed, but it tells such a simple story, giving us that much more immersion into this great game world. Thank you to Sniper65615 from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, one of the first things you will deal with is the Goodsprings tutorial, which ends with a quest that sees you either protect the town from powder gangers or help the gang take the settlement. One thing many people don't do is take out Joe Cobb before anything is said and done. In fact, it's looked down upon by the townsfolk to do so. But if we do, we will get this unique, nervous dialogue from Ringo.
Thanks, I guess. Cobb wasn't the problem, though. I could have handled him if he ever found me. Cobb's friends are the bigger problem. And when he doesn't get back, they'll be coming here for blood. There's no way I can fight them all. I'm gonna lay low for as long as I can, assuming the town doesn't throw me to the wolves. I've got no chance against the gang on my own.
Big shout out to Zogun on the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, one unmarked location, Gold Ribbon Grocers, holds not only a classic Easter egg, but some good loot as well. When entering the shop, we can find arrows leading us to a pressure plate. Once we activate it, we see that the store has been turned into a Rube Goldberg machine. These displays are chain reaction performances that were designed to complete a simple task most of the time. Named after American cartoonist Rube Goldberg. This site pays homage to its namesake well and even rewards us with a couple of missiles and a mini-nuke. When Fallout 3 was released, this whole setup was considered pretty impressive, not to say it isn't now, but it was a great way to show off the game's physics. Thank you to Crimson Fox 36 from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, one of the most packed locations with neat finds and small Easter eggs is Satcom Array NN-03D. The 3 satellite towers that have become overrun by raiders are a fantastic place to explore for those looking for some unique finds. One of the first things I want to talk about are the raiders that patrol around the outside upper levels of the towers. For some reason, they are much smaller than the NPCs you usually find, barely coming up to the shoulder of the Lone Wanderer. Nothing wrong with being short, it's just a curious find. Just to the northeast, we can find a door that looks Still, when we open it, we are greeted with one of the best Easter eggs in the Fallout series. It's also worth noting that on top of this entrance are 3 missiles, with 2 of them bouncing on their tips for some reason. Upon entering the B tower, we can find a chest set complete with miniature items as pieces, with gnomes acting as pawns, various bottles for other pieces, and even some electron charge packs. There's a row of sporks balancing on the handrail just past the chess game, and these are pretty delicate too. You don't want to get too close to them if you respect the scene's integrity. We can find a giant teddy bear behind the chemistry set here just past the boarded up entrance. This fella's pretty much the same size as the Lone Wanderer, and if you shoot it before taking it, it should hold its dimensions after being dropped from your inventory. We can find this domino beer set up on the staircase connecting towers C and B. The idea is that the toy car will knock down the first beer, the rest should follow, but it's easier said than done.
God damn them.
There are coffins with skeletons inside of them here as well, presumably from the grave sites outside. Next to this scene is a ton of empty whiskey bottles, so there's nothing too out of the ordinary for a raider hideout. Finally, if we go to the top of Tower C, on the edge of the dish, we can see a scarecrow dummy holding 2 mini nukes, and the view from here is a type of reward as well. Fallout 3 is filled with small details and exciting secrets, but this place takes the cake with how many appear in such a confined area. You don't want to skip this charming post-war playground on your next playthrough. In Fallout New Vegas, near the Nipton rest stop and past the plane crash, we can find a location many players miss during their playthroughs, the Scorpion Burrow. Up top, we can find a bunch of rad scorpions, and below it's not much different. Among those in the burrow itself, we can find a rad scorpion queen. This is one of 2 locations where we can find a queen, the other being the Searchlight Fire Station. After dealing with the queen, we can find a few poor souls that couldn't stand the scorpions down here. Some, like a prospector with good loot, and others with strange loot like a wastelander with some Sierra Madre chips. The Fallout series is filled with hidden locations that lie just off the beaten path. This easily missable nest of hellbugs is an excellent example of how some of them can be hiding in plain sight. Thank you to Jimmy261 from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC, Lonesome Road, we find ourselves in the ravages of the Divide. The adventure will take us through blown-out buildings and forgotten caverns containing many small details and secrets. My all-time favorite example of this is the fossilized dog we can find in the Cave of Abaddon, marked with Ulysses' Old World, suggesting this one. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC, Lonesome Road, we find ourselves in the ravages of the Divide. The adventure will take us through blown-out buildings and forgotten caverns containing many small details and secrets. My all-time favorite example of this is the fossilized dog we can find in the Cave of Abaddon. Marked with Ulysses' Old World symbol, we can find a small opening in the cave wall. Seymour will be waiting for you on a file cabinet in the back if you happen to have the Wild Wasteland permit. The dog acts as a miscellaneous item and has no weight or value unless you're a Futurama fan. Seymour is a direct reference to the saddest episode, at least in my opinion, of Futurama, the 7th episode of the 4th season, Jurassic Bark. In this episode, we meet Fry's long-lost dog, which Fry assumed had just died of old age after moving on when he had been frozen for 1,000 years. Turns out, Seymour never moved on and just waited for Fry until his eventual death. Seymour is a must-grab for me in all of my playthroughs, and I like to think about his various adventures before showing up in New York by the year 3000. Clearly, this episode has touched a lot of people, and it's always great to see a Futurama reference. In Fallout 3, we can find a variety of weapons and armor to aid us in our capital journey. One of the more unique tools we can see is the Shish Kebab, a sword and flamethrower hybrid that can cause quite a wallop when used. Considering it's constantly on fire, such a weapon would likely be pretty hot to the touch. The developers thought of this when designing the Shish Kebab. As we can see, the Lone Wanderer throws on an oven wielding this lance. This carries over to New Vegas, of course, and we can see that when changing weapons, the oven mitt appears on the hand of the player character and others using the Shish Kebab. This, however, sadly does not carry over to Fallout 4, where the design of the weapon was changed just a bit as well. Still, you have to love the Fallout series' small attention to detail, and these oven mitts are a great touch of that. Thank you to Billy Wayne Sully from the YouTube comments for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, Megaton will likely be one of the first locations you stumble across. Town Mayor Lucas Sims will be waiting there to greet you, but we will be focused more on his house in this video. We can find an easily missable hatch inside the mayoral home leading to the roof. If we enter this portal, we will see quite the scenic overlook, and a good vantage point for the no-nonsense lawmen. While up here, though, don't miss your chance to visit Stockholm. No matter how difficult it might be, we can get to him from here. It involves some fancy parkour, but we can take the roof to the town fence and then perform a balancing act on that until we can jump towards the sniper.
The more time I spend talking to you, the less I'm spending watching for raiders. How the hell did you get up here anyway?
In the classic Sims game, you can download various skins for your characters. One such pack was related to Command & Conquer, adding NOD soldier textures to the game. Though looking back on these textures once they're actually in-game, the helmet bears a striking resemblance to the Veteran Ranger armor from Fallout New Vegas. Of course, this is designed to give off the look of an NOD trooper. It was still fun to see these days as it looks so much like my favorite helmet from New Vegas. This is just something I thought was neat and I wanted to share with everybody. Thank you to Arctic Penguin from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3's Point Lookout, we find many dark secrets and shady characters. Shacks among the swamps and the hill folk in the area can keep an explorer busy for hours, but the Trapper Shack holds quite a pleasant surprise for those looking. Inside the basement hatch, we can find a few cells holding ghouls and one holding a swampler. We need to get into that area, so dealing with the creatures is a must. Once inside, on top of a couple of safes, we can find the smallest Nuka-Cola Quantum in Fallout 3. As if we compare it to the standard variant, it is dwarfed immensely. This is a great item to decorate your player home with, and is also a nice find for a bit of a pick-me-up when stomping through the swamps. In Fallout New Vegas, deep in the belly of Hoover Dam, we can find the offices. Various staff mill about the area looking for something to do. But behind the door marked with a radiation warning, we can find a nice treat in this otherwise dull workplace. Upon first inspection, nothing seems special about this room. Just some toxic waste barrels and large storage crates. Still, to the left of the entrance, if we search the wooden boxes, we can find the only 2 sets of Chinese stealth armor that exists in the game, besides the decommissioned one in Old World Blues, likely used to create the American Stealth Suit Mark II. These suits are an older model than the ones found in Fallout 3 and around the Anchorage simulation, and they do not produce an invisibility cloak, which could hint that they are tied to the cancelled Fallout 3 project known as Van Buren, which would have seen Chinese infiltrators sealed inside a sublevel of the dam. These suits could have belonged to them, but Van Buren is non-canon, so we can only assume. Still, these suits are a perfect find for rare item collectors, and they will likely be missed entirely by most people due to how tucked away they are. Thank you to Detective Comason from the YouTube comments for suggesting this one. In Fallout 76, we can find the Torrance House, a rather large but passively uninteresting mansion that's close to White Springs. Horror movie fans may recognize the name of this house as the surname of Jack from The Shining, the 1980 Stanley Kubrick film that was adapted from Stephen King's best-selling novel. And it's no coincidence either, as we can find several more references to the movie here at the Torrance House. Before we jump into the significant Shining Easter eggs here, I want to bring up the skeletons on the roof that are joined with a lovely teddy bear and some blocks that spell out Hubba Hubba. While we are up here, we can spot a tricycle that one could miss if they weren't looking for callbacks to the movie. The blocks that spell out Red Rum make this an excellent reference, which is a phrase made famous by the film. Of course, we can find a hedge maze here as well. Inside, many Protectrons patrol the area. Still, we can discover presumably a woman's skeleton next to some mannequins, and, for the main event, a skeleton representing old Jack Torrance himself, complete with fire axe. The Shining is an all-time classic, and I highly recommend anyone who hasn't seen it to go find a way and watch it when you have some free time. Seeing such a big homage being paid to it in Fallout 76 is a treat, and I look forward to checking out what more Appalachia has in store.
Why does Special K have 10 grams of protein? Yep, that's why.
In Fallout New Vegas, one of the more striking locations that we can find is the Searchlight area. Searchlight proper was victim to a chemical attack from the Legion, which has decimated the NCR in the small city. One of the more exciting things we can find is at the fire station, lying between the 2 parked fire trucks. The training dummy looks like a dead NPC. In fact, I'm not entirely sure it's not, since we can use the cannibal perk on it and even resurrect it. Most people believe this to be a pre-war model used to train the firefighters in the area. But who's to say it's not just a dead NPC named training dummy that managed to get caught up in the attack at Searchlight? Either way, the damn thing has always creeped me out, but make sure to pay our boy a visit during your next playthrough. Shout out to Arctic Penguin from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, when we get to Canterbury Commons, we will
protagonist, you fucking
into
idiot.
Canterbury Commons, we will see the antagonist and the mechanist gearing up for a
You
battle.
idiot.
If we take them both out right here and now, Uncle Ro will bless us with some unique dialogue.
You wouldn't believe how much trouble those two have caused in this town. We've been looking for someone to get rid of them for a long time. But you just walked in and cleaned up the town. Easy as you please. We're in your debt, that's for sure. I'm Mayor of Canterbury Commons. Think of me as your own Uncle Ro. And take this as our thanks for cleaning up the town.
Thank you to House from the Discord server for suggesting this one. Fallout New Vegas held the record for most dialogue recorded in a video game at the time of release. That's quite the feat. Judging how much unique dialogue we find in the game, it's not hard to believe. Some of these interactions can be found by pointing your gun at various companions that you can recruit in your adventures around the Mojave.
How about I aim my gun at you for a while, see how you like it?
Why do we always hurt the ones we care about the most?
I assure you, you look extremely good. Now, would you mind pointing that somewhere else? Thanks.
Don't like no one drawing a bead on me.
Leo doesn't like that theory. You should stop. You wanna point that someplace else, boss? I got enough holes in me.
Thank you to Volga from the Discord server for suggesting this first location that spawned this video. In Fallout 4, we can find many small details and exciting locations tucked away in the Commonwealth. And these are a few unmarked locations that I've always been really fond of. First, from Volga, we have the rocket shed or the gas canister launcher, just to the northeast of Relay Tower 0BB-915. This shack has a stockpile of canisters and some slots angled to fire into the air. It's a nice little minigame to find in Fallout 4, and it's a fun secret to discover. Next, we look at the Car Tree Camp, just southeast of Recon Bunker Theta. The only thing to really find here are a few dead settlers, some with their legs sticking out of the ground, but I've always found it fascinating. How did these cars get up there? Were they blown up there by the bombs into the trees? Who knows? Either way, it's a fun thing to stumble across while exploring. And last, we find ourselves at Madden's Boxing Gym, just around the block from the Old North Church. This easily missable location at Boston's North End holds a lot of interesting and unique things. Seeing a rundown boxing gym in the post-war city, it just speaks to me. Something about it really drives a larger story home. We can find a boxing glove here as well, but I never like to pick it up as it feels just right at place, just right here. These are just a few locations that I think really stand out in Fallout 4. If you have any favorites that you want to share, make sure to hit the comments and let me know. This has been suggested by a few people, but most recently by Doom from Shroom on the Discord server. In Fallout New Vegas, if you decide to go with the Legion, after a few quests, Caesar will need to lie down after his head starts to hurt. This will prompt him to retire to his bed, but you can still talk to him during this state.
God damn it, go away! Come back when I've had some sleep.
Disturb me again, and I'll have you killed.
This threat is not an empty one, as if we wake Caesar up one more time, he will turn the entire Legion army against us, no matter how good of a reputation we've built up. I'm sure we have all felt like doing something like this once in our life after being woken up, but Caesar just has the resources to make it happen.
I warned you not to bother me! Praetorians, kill this asshole! Another kill to my name! You
While filming for some videos this morning in Fallout 3, a bizarre thing happened to me that I had never seen before. I loaded a save right before leaving Vault 101, and as I waited for the DLCs to load in, what looked like a raider ran by at an incredible speed. I quickly hit the record button and attempted to follow him to see if he was going somewhere interesting. Still, due to his speed, I couldn't keep up. This isn't the weirdest part, as when I turned the corner, the game crashed, which is pretty standard for Fallout 3. But this crash was different. The task manager would not close the game. Even shutting down the computer wasn't closing the game. So I did a hard shutdown, and when I rebooted Fallout 3, New Vegas, Fallout 4, and Fallout 76 were all uninstalled from my Steam. Fallout 1, 2, and Tactics remain. Keep in mind, these are all on different drives, some being on my main C drive. After this, I did a standard reboot on my PC, and everything was back. And the man didn't show back up in front of Vault 101. I suppose if you see this guy run by in your game, watch out. Thank you to Lettuceman from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, if you find yourself around the Museum of Technology, you can start an unmarked quest that leads to one of the best guns in the game. And it all begins with physically checking the terminals that we find around the inside of the building. Selecting the string of zeros, we can start the minigame that Fallout 3 hints to the solution of with the name of the guy we are seeing the message from. Prime. Selecting the prime numbers on the terminals with this option will unlock what we need to continue. The numbers we are looking to plug into the terminals are 19, 53, and 113. Once the third and final number is selected, we will get a password that unlocks the terminal to the security office that will grant access to the safe, filled with great loot. The main event comes from the quest we get from Prime here, leading us to Jury's Metro Station. Inside the diner, we can find Prime's body and in his inventory, the Shuanglong assault rifle. This is a unique Chinese assault rifle that is the most powerful of its kind. However, it is pretty fragile, requiring repair often. Much like every special weapon in Fallout 3, there are no appearance differences with the Shuanglong assault rifle. This hint is pretty fragile, requiring repair often. Much like every special weapon in Fallout 3, there are no appearance differences with the Shuanglong assault rifle. This fantastic quest that they were looking for, as if you fail the number sequence, you get locked out of the quest and Prime's body will not spawn. The hunt is a small price to pay to add this gun to your collection, and it's worth it to do every playthrough. Thank you to Bubble, a supporter from the Discord server, for suggesting this one. There are loads of things to find in Fallout 3's Mothership Zeta DLC. Scouring the alien spaceship can be pretty rewarding, but it can lead to some somewhat perplexing finds as well. Deep in the waste disposal area of the ship, we can find a military locker that is hidden pretty well within the rubble. When searching this, we can discover probably one of the most important secrets within the resource wars, Jewel Chase's overcoat. The foot locker also contains a shipping holotape from Anchorage. This is an excellent tie-in to the Operation Anchorage DLC and adds some fun lore to the conflict. The only problem is that both of these items are bugged. When dropped, the overcoat will resemble similar combat armor from that setting. It also shows that way when worn. Equipping the armor also gave me the long finger glitch with no mods installed. When it comes to the holotape, the damn thing won't even play, instead showing a blank time on the player. This is somewhat disappointing, as it would be great to collect these items for players who like to have unique things from around the wasteland. We can also find one of the best melee weapons in Fallout 3 here, the Samurai Sword. This also has its own host of bugs, where it might not even appear at all, and if the Lone Wanderer brings it home, it could not show up when dropped to decorate your house. It's hard to say why so many of these particular items have such confusing bugs around them. However, it's still good to see so much detail put into this already expansive game world. In Fallout 3, we can find a plethora of references to the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, most of which can be found at the Museum of History. The site has seen better days for sure, as deep within the museum's halls, we mainly find destruction patrolled by ghouls. Still, within the offices, behind this very hard locked door, we can find my favorite of the Lincoln treasures. We can find the Action Abe action figure inside this room, complete with a samurai sword. While some NPCs like Abraham Washington will pay up to 20 caps for such a find, I still find it best to keep it at home and decorate my room with it. While unused in the game, Action Abe can be found in the files of Fallout New Vegas, and can be spawned using console commands, meaning you can have Abe with you throughout the Mojave as well. What a time to be alive. I have always assumed this was a reference to the show Aqua Teen Hunger Force, specifically where Meatwad wants to join the circus and show off his talents in Season 1.
Check out my new shirt. It's a little weird, but I think you're gonna like it. Samurai Lincoln, what are you smoking?
Ah, that's a fine Wayne Gretzky.
Whatever the case may be, Action Abe, or Samurai Lincoln, is a must-have for rare item hunters, as I am quite positive it is the rarest toy in Fallout 3. Thank you to Ted from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 2, our quest for the Gek will lead us to Arkham City, a gated authoritarian city outside of Fallout 8 that used the Gek device once leaving their vault to form their own version of paradise. Outside, alcohol and chems are strictly prohibited inside of the city. Because of this, the taverns around town serve synthetic drinks. At the parlor room in Vault City, we can partake in some Alcohol Z, which has some amusing side effects. There is no inventory item for Alcohol Z. When purchased, the drink is consumed, but it is connected to an unmarked desk called Weight in Alcohol Z. This requires the chosen one to drink 100 bottles of the synthetic liquor, which will open up a fourth wall-breaking dialogue option. Depending on our luck stat, the chosen one is okay, in which we can reply, no, I feel great. I'm just going to pop out of dialogue for a second, check my max hit points. This is how Fallout 2 directs us to check our character sheet after doing this, with the higher luck builds getting a boost to their max HP, and lower luck characters getting a debuff. This is just one of the many fun ways Fallout 2 breaks through the wall. It's always nice to come across them in-game. In Fallout 3, we are thrust into a wasteland filled with horrors around every corner. Something as simple as a bottle of water can seem like a timeless treasure. Still, wanderers should check the liquids they decide to train into their bellies. Towards the end of the main quest, we will get an audience with the president of the Enclave, John Henry Eden. President Eden will propose that the Lone Wanderer take a vial of modified FEV to put into the water supply when starting Project Purity. Eden promises this concoction will purify the waste by eliminating mutants and ghouls, purging them from existence. Still, people like the Lone Wanderer will be immune to the FEV's effects. This, however, isn't exactly the case. If you choose to spike the water and you have broken steel installed, you will be able to find boxes of Aqua Pura out in the capital wasteland. If we drink it, the game will warn us that it will be fatal. Continuing consumption, the Lone Wanderer drops dead from the effects. This is terrific attention to detail that drives home the consequences of the choices we made at Project Purity.
Person willing to actually give me any of that.
Thank you to Baba Ganoush from the Discord server for pointing this one out. In Fallout 4, we travel to Bar Harbor, an island with heavy fog and even heavier stories. The small port town is in constant fear of the local creatures that call the Foggy Bog home, and the other inhabitants of the island, the Children of Adam. Bar Harbor is based on the real-world location of Bar Harbor in the state of Maine. And while the luxury of pristine beauty may be all but gone from the area by the events of Fallout 4, that doesn't mean we can't find remnants of its past littering the area. The shops around town still have pre-war trinkets for travelers that come through the port. These items feature the original name of the city, Bar Harbor. Though strangely, these items misspell the state of Maine, leaving the E off for whatever reason. Perhaps in the Fallout universe, Maine was spelled this way, though it is more likely it was a flub from one of the game devs. I do think it would be pretty hard not to E off for whatever reason. Perhaps in the Fallout universe, Maine was spelled this way, though it is more likely it was a flub from one of the game devs. I do think it would be pretty hard not to notice such a glaring error, though. The Fallout world has many towns that simply change their name based on damaged signs, but we rarely find evidence of their past. These items are perfect for nostalgic wasteland wanderers who may just have a case of the old world blues.
Are you enjoying watching this TKS Mantis Fallout fact video? Do you want to support the channel more directly? Want to find out where your father went all those years ago? If you answered yes to any of these questions, consider checking out the Mantis merch shop through the link in the description or the shelf below the video. Also, I'm sure your dad wants to come back eventually. With such a wide variety of options, you will be sure to become the next fashion icon amongst your friends. So what are you waiting for? Check the link below to get your Mantis merch now and become the man your neighbors want to be and their wives don't want to leave. And again, sorry about your dad. Mantis merch. Available for money.
Thank you to Arctic Penguin and many others for suggesting this on the Discord server. In Fallout New Vegas, the first location the courier will land is Good Springs. Typically, the player would talk to the people around town and find out what to help them. The settlement has a ton of skill checks, making it a fun way to test your early build in the game, but we can have some fun if we are more prepared. One of the things that can be easily overlooked in this area is the chemistry mystery set inside Doc Mitchell's house that can be interacted with. If the courier has a high enough science skill, various chems or a handful of stimpaks can be crafted, which is an excellent boost at any point in Fallout New Vegas. Inside the Goodspring store, Chet runs a tight ship. He is perhaps the least interested in getting into a gunfight with the powder gangers. Of course, there is a skill check to convince the shopkeep, but if you happen to have Chet's suggested amount of caps on you, you can offer that to him as well. New Vegas is filled with small details and alternate ways to approach quests like this, making it fun and interesting to try new ways to handle things in each playthrough.
Now, I never voted to take on the powder gangers. That's a 1,000 cap investment you're talking about. That's more like it. The people can pick up their extra ammo and leather armor when they're ready. Was there anything else?
In Fallout 4, one of the best companions to have is Dogmeat, the German Shepherd we find at the Red Rocket gas station just outside Sanctuary. Our canine companion is essential to the story, and Fallout 4 has a hilarious way with dealing with the player missing that first encounter with him. In order to progress the main quest, we have to find Nick Valentine and search for Kellogg. I learned while filming this video that if you haven't been to Diamond City before you head there with Nick, the door will be open. Piper won't be locked out like usual. She will instead already be in an argument. Once inside Diamond City, we inform Nick about what happened at the vault, and he gets a raging clue to go check out Kellogg's house. After searching through the home, Nick will say he needs to bring his best man on the case, and what happens next is a pretty funny way to force the player to meet Dogmeat.
Interesting brand. Won't lead us anywhere on its own, though.
What? The great Clockwork Dick is stumped?
It's scent detected.
What? The great Clockwork Dick is stumped?
It's scent detected, jackass. If you're gonna be that way, you might as well get the make and model right. Joking aside, I got an idea. I need to call someone in. Specialist.
Is that the teleporter?
Who's this friend of yours, Nick?
Worked with him a few times, but he only likes certain people. Got a feeling you'll get on, though. You'll meet soon enough. Now send out the signal. It's a special frequency, so you won't hear it. He will. Okay, I called him. Let's wait outside.
Saving you.
Just consider getting me out of that vault at Finder's Fee. Give Dogmeat a whiff of that cigar, see if he picks up the trail.
In Fallout 2, the Chosen One is tasked with finding a Gek and then rescuing the Arroyo tribe from the Enclave oil rig, blowing it sky high on the way out, destroying the Enclave. The game allows you to continue to roam the wasteland after doing so, but that doesn't mean that this can last forever. In fact, Fallout 2 has a hard-coded time limit whether you complete the main quest or not. After 13 in-game years, on July 25th, 2254, Fallout 2 will abruptly stop, no matter what the player is doing, and it will show this end screen. Afterward, the player will be booted to the main menu. This was done due to coding restraints. At the time, the developers figured it was such a long time frame that no one would hit it unless they tried. Regardless, the Chosen One's journey must come to an end, even if it's the rarest screen in the entire game. In Fallout New Vegas, in the remains of Boulder City, we can find the Bighorn Saloon. The owner, Ike, sits behind the bar, hopeful of getting even one customer these days. NCR troopers that occupy the area are discouraged from going to Ike's saloon. So if the courier wears NCR gear when speaking with him, we can get some unique dialogue that puts this into perspective.
Howdy, trooper. I thought the Bighorn was off limits to you guys, but who am I to complain? Customer's a customer. The workers here don't much like the military. After too many fights and broken noses, the NCR doesn't allow troops to spend time here. That doesn't stop a few people like yourself, of course. Don't worry, I won't say a word.
In Fallout 4, when we encounter ladders, they usually lead to a new area with a loading screen, or they are just a static decoration. with no real way to interact with them. Still, while in the Mechanist layer, we can find a ladder that seems to break this rule. Around the RoboBrain area, we can find a ladder in front of some filing cabinets next to the brain storage room. Walking into this ladder will allow us to ascend it unlike any other in-game, as far as I know. Of course, if you know of any similar ladders in Fallout 4, hit the comments with their location. Strangely, this isn't a feature in the Fallout universe, and it only shows up once in a Fallout 4 DLC. Still, for whatever reason, this seems to be the only climbable ladder in Fallout 4. Thank you to channel member Edgy and Azzy from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, we find Alpha Team Recon at Camp McCarran. One of the more memorable group members is Corporal Betsy, a tough-talking sniper who has this to say if a male courier asks for a date.
Never seen you around before. What do you want? Yeah, right. You're sniffing up the wrong skirt. Try me again when you're tall, blonde, and female.
However, if we approach Betsy as a female, she has some somewhat spicy dialogue.
Wrong skirt. Try me again. Yeah, right. You... Never seen you around before. What do you want? Yeah, right. You're sniffing up the wrong skirt. Try me again when you're tall, blonde, and female.
However, if we approach Betsy as a female, she has some somewhat spicy dialogue to share with us.
Girl, you are some grade A poon. Anybody ever tell you that? Trust me, the alpha males are overrated. Plenty of them in the army. All they're good for is killing each other and taking smelly shits. Yeah? So what? I could take a bullet in the skull tomorrow. I haven't got time to take it slow and subtle. I see somebody I like, I go ahead and tell her. That's about the only thing that the horn dog males get right.
In Fallout New Vegas at Black Mountain, we find the prison building, which holds Raoul, a possible companion for the courier. Just outside his room, we can see this toy car, which at first glance doesn't seem like anything special. If we look through the terminal on the same table, we can see some logs from the ghoul prisoner that shed some light on this car. It belonged to a night kid named Cuddles, who was very persistent to Raoul about getting it fixed, going as far as to bring gas to help with the project, a significant feat in the Fallout universe. Raoul was either not interested in the project or couldn't fix the toy, which led to Cuddles attacking the ghoul and Tabitha killing the Night King to save the only mechanic she had access to. After reading through these entries, the toy car will now be renamed Cuddles Toy Car, making it quite the unique item for hunters like myself. But that isn't the only one we can find. At the Long 15, we can find another Cuddles toy car, next to a standard variant. These are out of reach by normal means and would require no clipping to select them. So we can count the one from the Black Mountain as a unique item. One man's failed project is another man's treasure. In Fallout New Vegas, we can find many great armor sets. However, one set to be used in Fallout 3 still exists in the game files, and it is a shame we aren't able to properly obtain it in New Vegas. The Enclave Shock Trooper armor looks identical to the Enclave Power armor that we see in Fallout 3, but can take more hits before it breaks, and the helmet has lower DR than its in-game counterpart. This would have been cool to find in New Vegas as a callback to Fallout 3. The Enclave remnant's still around, it could have been in the bunker, perhaps being studied by the West Coast chapter of this faction. I believe the advanced power armor, known as the Remnant's armor in New Vegas, is far superior to a modern Fallout game, but this would have been an excellent addition to the power armor sets that we can find in the Mojave. Big thanks to Badaz Sasha from the Discord server for suggesting this one.
346, you know what? I don't have to get the ads. You know what? Screw that. They don't get ads that much. Nobody's listening to that later.
This one. In Fallout New Vegas, just up to the power armor sets that we can find in the Mojave. Big thanks to Badaz Sasha from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, just on the cusp of the radiated Mesquite Mountains crater, we can find an overlooked, interesting two-story shack simply called Hell's Motel. One of the most noticeable things about this house on the edge of the crater is that we don't experience any radiation exposure on the inside, which is in contrast to the high amounts we receive just on the outside of the shack. Oh, and there's a dead ghoul on the ground. This is Dr. Rodson, and I assume he was killed by the crazed Mr. Handy here, which is a shame. We can see that was quite set up in his tiny home. Being a ghoul, the radiation and ferals outside would not pose a problem. He has a personal fungus farm outside and a distillery in the kitchen. This guy was set up for wasteland living. Around the house, we can find a few things like a star bottle cap, a weapon repair kit, and even a copy of the DC Journal of Internal Medicine. Inside the fridge, we can find some random irradiated food and drink, which is cool because this can create some ultra-rare items that you won't find anywhere else, except for like maybe Searchlight. Still, looting the Doctor himself has a strange occurrence. When picking up the Wasteland Surgeon outfit and equipping it, and then moving to the Effects tab, we can see it lists as Dr. Barrow's lab coat, who only appears in Fallout 3. This is likely because New Vegas was essentially built using a lot of assets from Fallout 3 per Bethesda, which would then be edited or changed to fit the Mojave, as we can still find a ton of unused items from Fallout 3 in the game files for New Vegas. Hell's Motel may be a bit off the beaten path, but it's a fun stop during your journeys through the Mojave. In Fallout 4, one of the most fun experiences for some is building and decorating the settlements in the Commonwealth. Still, we can have some fun with items outside of this as well, and Fallout 4 is a little shy about it. First, holding down the interact button will grab whatever item you are looking at. While that could be pretty well known, maybe even rotating the object using the aim and the fire buttons you know as well. But you can also change the direction of the rotation by tapping the sprint button, making it easier to set things down the exact way you want them to be. Fallout 4 also has a built-in throw command. If you press and hold the reload button, it will charge up a throw, leading to some fun scenarios. Fallout 4 doesn't inform the player in a reliable way about some of these features, and they can be pretty helpful throughout the game.
I didn't see that.
Thank you to Azzy from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, we can come across Lily Bowen, a delightful nightkin in Jacobstown that can be recruited as a companion. New Vegas is praised for the overabundance of spoken dialogue it has, and we can hear a rare line from Lily if we take her to Black Mountain. After speaking with Neil and getting the quest Crazy Crazy Crazy, if we have Lily with us when we meet with Tabitha, we can hear this unique dialogue regardless of how it all pans out.
You naughty, naughty girl. You did.
Thanks to Kevin the Dragon from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, while at Camp McCarran, we can find many things to get up to that will bolster our rep with the NCR. One overlooked NPC is Corporal William Farber, located in the mess hall inside the concourse at the pre-war airport. Helping him out will boost morale for the NCR through better meals, and we will be able to buy quite a nice bit of fresh food and water from Farber directly as well. We learn that he needs the food processor fixed, some spice to perk up his meals, and a steady meat delivery. While there are a few ways to get these things done, you can pass a repair check for the food processor and speak with the Crimson Caravan to get a good meat run going with higher speech and barter. The only thing left is a little something to perk up the troops. This will take us to the infamous Vault 22, where we can find this food additive in the food processing area. Bringing us back to Farber will complete his unmarked quest and open an excellent selection in his inventory, which is well worth it every time you are going for an NCR run. In Fallout New Vegas, while in Freeside, we can come across Mick and Ralph's, a humble store on the edge of town that deals with guns and general items. Mick and Ralph know how to deal and are pretty in tune with the rest of Freeside, so they are an excellent place to go to get some things moving when in the area. If we speak to Mick, we can find out that the Omertas in Gomorrah on the Strip have no longer been buying weapons from the store, which is hurting business. So Mick asks you to keep an eye out, which can lead to one of the best rewards in the game, especially for unique item hunters. This will involve starting the How Little We Know quest, and the easiest way to favor Mick and Ralph here is to just side with Big Sal and Nero over Cachino and help the bosses with their plans. Afterward, we can convince Big Sal to start buying from Mick and Ralph again. When we return to the store, Mick will be happy to hear the news about the Omertas and offer us a new and improved Pimp Boy. The Pimp Boy 3 Billion. It's a pimped out version of the wrist device with a fancy coat of gold paint and shiny studs throughout the body. This is the only place we can get the Pimp Boy, and it is the only one we can find anywhere in the Fallout series. and offers a new and improved Pip-Boy. No quest, and the easiest way to favor Mick and Ralph here is to just side with best rewards in the game, especially for unique item hunters. This will involve starting the How Little We Know quest, and the easiest way to favor Mick and Ralph here, if we speak to Mick, we can find out that they and Ralph know how to run. Collection in Fallout New Vegas, well worth it every time you're going for an NCR run. In Fallout New Vegas, while in Freeside, we can come across Mick and Ralph's, a humble store on the edge of town that deals with guns and general items. Mick and Ralph know how to deal and are pretty in tune with the rest of Freeside, so they are an excellent place to go to get some things moving when in the area. If we speak to Mick, we can find out that the Omertas in Gomorrah on the Strip have no longer been buying weapons from the store, which is hurting business. So Mick asks you to keep an eye out, which can lead to one of the best rewards in the game, especially for unique item hunters. This will involve starting the How Little We Know quest, and the easiest way to favor Mick and Ralph here is to just side with Big Sal and Nero over Cucino and help the bosses with their plans. Afterward, we can convince Big Sal to start buying from Mick and Ralph again. When we return to the store, Mick will be happy to hear the news about the Omertas and offer us a new and improved Pip-Boy. The Pimp-Boy 3 Billion is a pimped-out version of the wrist device with a fancy coat of gold paint and shiny studs throughout the body. This is the only place we can get the Pimp-Boy, and it is the only one we can find anywhere in the Fallout series, making this quite possibly one of the rarest items available, especially since the quest can be buggy, locking players out if they don't follow specific paths to a T. If for some reason you wanted the old model of Pip-Boy back around your wrist, all you would have to do is talk to Mick again to switch the device. Personally, I feel there's no better way to show off your wealth in Mojave than wearing this beautiful piece during the rest of your playthrough.
Hello, Mantis viewers. It's me again, your silver-voiced reminder to check out TKS Mantis on Instagram and Twitter for dank memes, such as future video footage. Support the channel and enjoy the rest of the video.
In Fallout 4, while in Diamond City, one of the places we can visit is the All Faiths Chapel. This is a small gathering. Diamond City, one of the places we can visit is
channel and enjoy the rest
of 4, while in Fallout 4, while in Diamond City, one of the places we can visit is the All Faiths Chapel. This is a small gathering place for people of all faiths to relax and spend some time with whatever religion they subscribe to, hence the name. After entering the building and speaking with the pastor, if we sit down on the pew, we will receive the Quiet Reflection perk, which will boost earned experience points by 5% for 8 in-game hours. The perk doesn't stack with Well Rested or Lover's Embrace. Still, it is a nice XP boost for just sitting down in the chapel, and it's always nice to have some quiet reflection. In Fallout 3, one of the rundown buildings we can come across is the Nuka-Cola plant. Filled with Protectrons and nasty nuke alerts, it's no surprise that we can find the remains of Winger Mercier here, with a note on him that explains that he is looking for the Nuka-Clear formula. Locating Milo helps here, as we can convince the robot that we are Brad Burton himself with a bit of speechcraft, allowing us administrative access and a copy of the research safe key. This key will open a safe in the research office that holds the coveted Nuka-Clear formula. While this can be used in the Nuka-Cola Challenge quest, we are looking at what happens when we go to the Red Racer factory after obtaining. Mercier's friends will accost the Lone Wanderer and introduce. We can find the remains of Winger Mercier here. Tron boost earned. This is a small gap in Diamond City. One of the places we can visit is the All Faiths Chapel. This is a small gathering place for people of all faiths to relax and spend some time with whatever religion they subscribe to, hence the name. After entering the building and speaking with the pastor, if we sit down on the pew, we will receive the Quiet Reflection perk, which will boost earned experience points by 5% for 8 in-game hours. The perk doesn't stack with Well Rested or Lover's Embrace. Still, it is a nice XP boost for just sitting down in the chapel, and it's always nice to have some quiet reflection. In Fallout 3, one of the rundown buildings we can come across is the Nuka-Cola plant. Filled with Protectrons and nasty nuke alerts, it's no surprise that we can find the remains of Winger Mercier here, with a note on him that explains that he is looking for the Nuka a clear formula. Locating Milo helps here, as we can convince the robot that we are Brad Burton himself with a bit of speechcraft, allowing us administrative access and a copy of the research safe key. This key will open a safe in the research office that holds the coveted nuclear formula. While this can be used in the Nuka-Cola Challenge quest, we are looking at what happens after obtaining it. Mercier's friends will accost the lone wanderer and introduce themselves as Sudden Death Overtime, a remnant of what they believe pre-war hockey players represent, with their names even referencing famous real-world athletes.
Hold it right there. What are you doing here?
Oh, we gotta get some cherry blossom.
Mercier didn't make it. Damn. How do they expect us to play when we don't even have enough people on our team? Well, as long as you brought the formula, I guess we're still in the game. The name's Coley Ledoux, and I'm captain of Sudden Death Overtime, the last of the ice gangs. There was a time where every city had their own ice gang, and thousands would show up to watch them all duke it out in giant arenas. We aim to bring those days back. That's up to you. We can make a deal, or we can face off. I'm putting 250 caps up on the scoreboard. What do you say? Nicely played. And I know talent when I see it. Here you go. Okay, team. Let's get out of here.
Stuff like this is what gives Fallout so much charm. The people of this world find things from the past and interpret them the only way they know how. This raider gang thinking that all hockey teams used to meet in arenas and fight it out inspired their lifestyle. It's just a shame we couldn't get a unique hockey stick weapon out of this. In Fallout 4, one of the locations we can find is Thicket Excavations, a flooded quarry with one lone person trying to train it, Sully Mathis. Approaching Sully, we can get the quest Pull the Plug, which has the sole survivor turn 3 valves underwater to fix the drainage pipes. Sully is hiding a little secret from the player though, one we can find hints to along the way.
No, what are you really up to here?
Maybe I got some friends who like to go for lunch. Maybe I need a new home to throw smart guys like you into. You gonna help or what?
This isn't all though, as we can find a terminal inside this trailer with Sully's holotape journal inside, which also gives us some hints to his true nature. It isn't until after we drain the quarry and come back a few in-game days later that we get the whole picture. Sully leads a raider gang, and they have made Thicket their new home. This is one of my favorite things to see in video games, the effects of your actions on locations and people like this, as it opens up an entirely new area to explore. An interesting thing about this quarry after the draining, this is one of the locations that has an instant respawn on items. So after looting and fast traveling home to store what you have, the items in the area will have already respawned by the time you fast travel back. This is an excellent location for ammo and chems, and a really cool way to show the player how they affect the world in Fallout 4. In Fallout New Vegas, when we reach the forest of the Legion, we can meet many interesting characters. One of the more easily missed NPCs is Melody, an enslaved child inside the Brahmin pit. Understandably, Melody isn't too open to talking to the courier at first. Still, if we pass some checks in the conversation, she will confide in us that she is missing one of her only comforts, Sergeant Teddy. Talking to Anthony, we can fight a few of his dogs in the arena for the bear, or we could simply pass a 50 barter check. The animal friend perk works here as well, though Anthony will be disappointed. Now that we have Sergeant Teddy, we have a couple of choices. We can either give the bear to Melody, passing the quest and gaining karma, or, as is the topic of the video, do the meanest thing possible in Fallout New Vegas. In somewhat of a callback to Fallout 2, where the Chosen One could destroy Mr. Nixon doll found outside Vault City, the courier can tear apart the stuffed bear in front of Melody. This, of course, will result in negative karma, but a boost in Legion reputation. 100% worth it every playthrough.
I don't want to talk to you. I hate you.
Thank you to Azzy and Nocom from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In the Fallout 4 DLC, Nuka World, the sole survivor finds themselves in a brutal obstacle course thought up by the raiders that now call the theme park home. Various pitfalls await in the gauntlet, testing multiple skills to be achieved along the way. But one can take advantage of the high lock. After the course, we will be greeted by Overboss Coulter, who is sporting a powered suit of power armor, which has electricity coursing through it from the old bumper car ride that has now become a Thunderdome. Porter Gage, a man that has been talking to the player every now and then through this whole ordeal, will hit the intercom to inform the sole survivor of his plan, using a Nuka-Cola Thirst Zapper squirt gun against the electrified boss. Before we head into battle though, there is a door to the right that can't be accessed at this time, but we can enter through a hole in the back of the room and see a fusion core that's ready to be taken. Doing this will prompt Gage to inform us that it will help in the battle ahead. It's just a small detail that allows players to turn the tide a little more and see a fusion core that's the sole survivor of, who is sporting a multiple skill now called a theme park. Sole survivor Discord server for suggesting this one. In the Fallout 4 DLC, Nuka World, the sole survivor finds themselves in a brutal obstacle course thought up by the raiders that now call the theme park home. Various pitfalls await in the gauntlet, testing multiple skills that we have learned along the way. But one could make a dash through the course with a high lockpick skill. After the course, we will be greeted by Overboss Coulter, who is sporting a powered suit of power armor, which has electricity coursing through it from the old bumper car ride that has now become a Thunderdome. Porter Gage, a man that has been talking to the player every now and then through this whole ordeal, will hit the intercom to inform the sole survivor of his plan, using a Nuka-Cola Thirst Zapper squirt gun against the electrified boss. Before we head into battle though, there is a door to the right that can't be accessed at this time, but we can enter through a hole in the back of the room and see a fusion core that's ready to be taken. Doing this will prompt Gage to inform us that it will help in the battle ahead. It's just a small detail that allows players to turn the tide a little more in their favor, and it could be easily missed.
Power to the arena is down by 30%. Not bad.
I go collect all the blocks.
In Fallout 2, there are many things that the developers were planning on including, but ended up cutting from the final game for one reason or another. One of the most exciting pieces of cut content is the cut location known as the EPA. This multi-layered facility was set to hold a ton of objects and secrets that would have added some great experiences to Fallout 2. Killout's restoration project adds most of, if not all, the cut content back into Fallout 2, allowing us to explore the EPA and find the various items removed from the final vanilla game. One of the unique items we can see is a bag of Pop Rocks. The in-game description reads, an unopened bag of tasty carbonated candy made of sugar, lactose, more sugar, corn syrup, even more sugar, and flavoring. It is rumored that when mixed with Nuka-Cola, one's stomach would explode. This refers to the real-life urban legend that replaces Nuka-Cola with its real-life counterpart, Coca-Cola. And we can test this out in Fallout 2 to see if there's any truth to the rumor. In Fallout 4, new grenade mechanics were introduced to the series, allowing players to equip throwables and use them as secondary weapons without switching out of their primary weapons. This is a tremendous improvement on combat for the Fallout series. We can find a weapon in the game files for Fallout 4 that takes up the grenade slot but doesn't function like any other throwable in the game. The Lucky Rabbit's Foot. The only way to get our hands on this beauty is through the use of console commands, as it was cut from the final game. But having the charm equipped in your grenade slot will boost your earned XP by 10% and add 3 to your luck. The Rabbit's Foot unsurprisingly does no damage when thrown at an enemy and is really best used as a charm. It's fun to think about what the purpose of this foot really was, as it was to be added to Fallout 4 through the Nuka World DLC. So I would love to hear what you think this could have been a reward for, or where you think you could have been able to find it in the DLC, down in the comments below. In Fallout New Vegas, we can find many unique items tucked away in the Mojave. Some have a practical use, and others you might just pick up because you feel it fits your personality. Even in terrible hellscapes like Black Mountain, filled with aggressive super mutants, large amounts of radiation, And Tabitha, the voice of Black Mountain Radio, even here we can find a unique item that rare item collectors will want for their home display. Inside the broadcast building, set up by a stand by some equipment, is the sheet music book. While this item has no use in-game and a value of 100, it is still the only sheet music book we can find in New Vegas, meaning that anyone who has a connection with music or just one-of-a-kind finds will want to add this to their inventory. In Fallout 3, the Capital Wasteland is filled with pitfalls for wary travelers. Whether it is the mutated life forms that call the area home, or dastardly traps set by raiders, the post-war Washington, D.C. area is far from safe. It would seem you can't even use the bathroom without a chance of getting caught up in one of these traps. This leads to possibly one of the most hidden dangers of Fallout 3, the electrical traps placed on some toilets we can find in the Capital Wasteland. We can find one here in the Museum of Technology, and this pulse can give quite a shock to any lone wanderers who may be a little too thirsty for their own good. Powered by microfusion.
Okay.
Fusion cells, wires are then fed into the toilet bowl, sending a charge through the water and anyone who gets too close to it. These traps are helpful for getting a handful of microfusion cells for players who have the skill to grab them without being electrocuted. Though the presence of these toilet traps will undoubtedly make you think twice before taking a refreshing drink or relieving yourself before inspecting the bathroom thoroughly. Thank you to Joe Splash from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, one of the factions we have to deal with is the Brotherhood of Steel, a now hermit group living in Hidden Valley. After helping the underground dwellers significantly, we will have the option to join the faction outright, which offers the Power Armor training perk, allowing the courier to wear power armor. This isn't the only place we can get this perk though. If we have done work with the Enclave Remnants, they will offer the same reward. This lets us know how to use power armor before getting the training from Elder McNamara, who will be pretty surprised about an outsider having this know-how.
Would you like to tell me where you learned such a thing? No, don't bother. A person as well-traveled as yourself is bound to pick up all kinds of skills, I suppose. Luckily, that's not all I have for you. I've also given the order that all of our equipment be made available to you, not just the more mundane arms. You're a member of the Brotherhood now, and your gear should reflect that.
Oh no, I can't do that.
Lastly, you will be allowed to come and go as you please. You've done so much for us that to do otherwise would be a crime. I just ask that you keep the Brotherhood's interests at heart in all your dealings. Remember that you will always have a home here.
This doesn't give us the option to tell the Brotherhood about the Enclave forces that still remain. Still, it is a cool, unique dialogue that can be triggered. Not all power armor in New Vegas requires this training though, as we can see with the NCR. We can find NCR salvaged power armor on heavy troopers. Even in the Ranger's safe house, these armor sets do not require this perk because they no longer count as powered armor after being salvaged by the NCR. With the jury rigging perk, we can even repair these with sets of heavy armor that are more common, like metal armor. In Fallout 2, anytime the Chosen One returns to the Den, they will see this world map, which is an aerial map of real-world Phoenix, Arizona from 1885. It's here that we can choose how to enter the Den, from the east or the west, but there is another option that we real map of real-world Phoenix, Arizona from 1885. It's here that we can choose how to enter the Den, from the east or the west, but there is another option that Fallout 2 doesn't show us, as it was ultimately cut from the final game. Pressing the number 3 on your keyboard when over this map will spawn the player in the cut Den residential area. It holds a few houses, a bunch of generic NPCs, and even a copy of Smitty that we can't interact with. The plan was to use this area for a quest that would see Mom, from Mom's Diner, organize an orphanage in this area. The Chosen One would be tasked with clearing out a suitable building and helping the children along the way. This quest was included in Kilap's restoration project, which adds a ton of cut content back into the game. So while this remote area in the original game is cool to visit, it's nice we have a chance to see what the final plan was with the restoration patch. There are a lot of things that were cut from Fallout 2, whether it be from time restraints or just the developers changing their minds. Fallout 2 is a goldmine of cut content for fans of the games to discover. Luckily, thanks to KillApp, we have the Restoration Patch, which includes pretty much every piece of cut content for Fallout 2. Playing through the upgrade often feels like you are playing a new game altogether, and some of this has to do with not only the new locations, but the items we find in them as well. The EPA, or Environmental Protection Agency, is likely my favorite of the cut maps from Fallout 2. It is a massive facility filled with mystery and exploration. Still, it has a rare item that we can only find here at the site. We can find preserved pre-war marijuana on the surface here, and a locker inside the storage shed. This isn't the only way to find the devil's lettuce here either, as if we travel to the Violet level, we can interact with Mr. Kimmy, a large computer on this floor of the facility that has the ability to make various chems. And if we have a science skill above 100%, then we can request something special. Selecting marijuana, Mr. Kimmy will say he has all the ingredients to make it, allowing the chosen one to pick up some from the machine. An actual post-nuclear dispensary. Marijuana grants +1 luck and +2 charisma, while debuffing perception by 1 per use. This lasts for 11 days, but you will lose an additional perception point after a week. The EPA would be ultimately cut from the final version of Fallout 2 due to time restraints. The team just didn't have the time to finish the area to their liking. Thus, the unique items only found here went with it, meaning the chosen one wouldn't be passing any grass to Goris anytime soon. In Fallout New Vegas, one of the most ignored areas in the Mojave are the sewers that run underground across the Vegas area, home to giant rats, ghouls, and the sewer soon. In Fallout New Vegas, one of the most ignored areas in the Mojave are the sewers that run underground across the Vegas area. Home to giant rats, ghouls, and aggressive humans, it makes sense so many people avoid the dank underbelly of the city. This doesn't mean that good things can't be found in the sewers, as if we locate Luke here in the central area, we can find a key known as Luke's Find. This key can also be found here in the east central sewers on Jill. The key will open the door to the sealed sewers, which leads to a chamber guarded by a large group of ghouls, but lying amongst them is a prospector that has exactly what we are looking for. The Humble Cudgel is a unique lead pipe with a decent damage boost. The pipe is in much better condition than its standard counterpart, and it features a T-split that almost mimics a hammer. The best part of this unique pipe is the special attack that comes with it, called Lights Out. You can perform this move by moving forward and doing a power attack, or by choosing it in VATS. This will do 125% damage and has amazing results, so the Cudgel is a must-have for any melee builds. In Fallout New Vegas, we can come across the Sunset Sarsaparilla headquarters, guarded by Old Festus and a few Protectrons. This location acted as a bottling plant and operating facility for the pre-war drink. Still, after all these years, a beloved employee remains. Inside the maintenance closet, we can find Mr. Janitor. This Mr. Handy model was used to clean the building before the Great War, and he is still in remarkable condition. Hacking the average locked terminal on the other side of the room will allow us to start Mr. Janitor's routine. This can be quite rewarding for people who have the patience to let him finish his job. The robot will begin making rounds through the Sunset Sarsaparilla HQ, visiting rooms and cleaning up all that he can find. After his route is finished, he will stop at a garbage can and empty all he collected, wishing farewell to the rubbish. This being a bottling plant, most of what Mr. Janitor has picked up consists of caps, the currency of the wasteland. He will deposit a
What 3 colors make black? Blue, yellow. You fucking idiots, get over there. Blue, yellow, wait, what? Blue, magenta, and yellow.
trash can, still, the number is usually decently high, so this is a great way to get a nice boost when you make it to this area. And Mr. Janitor is happy to do the heavy lifting for you. In Fallout New Vegas, the area around Vegas proper can be quite dangerous. Raiders, fiends, and various traps await any courier venturing off the beaten path. Just outside the Monte Carlo Suites, we can find one of the rarest explosive traps in New Vegas. On the road next to the suites, this house has a mailbox unlike any other we can find in the Mojave. Notice the telltale spinning antenna protruding from the back. This, to my knowledge, is the only mailbox trap in New Vegas. If the courier gets too close, it will explode unless the proper skills are applied to disarm it. These types of mailbox traps were found in a few places in Fallout 3, but it is not something we see in New Vegas outside of this location. But if you have found any others, let me know in the comments below. In Fallout New Vegas, you may stumble across a pretty curious sight when north of Goodsprings. Chance's map, a crude depiction of the Mojave carved into the ground itself, could be something you have passed by. Sure, it's a marked location, and the game will tell you that it's there, but after investigating it and taking the items you might want, the map doesn't seem to really hold much more of a purpose. To me, Chance's map is a memory, a celebration of one of the most disturbed Great Khans and his madness that led to his demise. We learn a bit more about Chance and the map in the All Roads graphic novel, which documents the lead up to Benny ambushing the courier. We see that Chance carved this map with his knife, which he later used to slaughter a whole gang of fiends at the nearby tribal village. After the battle, Chance would lose his life, and the Khans would carry on with Benny without him. All of these things are hinted at in-game as the tribal village, now infested with Cazadores, sits at the bottom of an overlook that holds Chance's grave. Plundering the site will lead to finding Chance's knife. The blood of fiends still stained on the blade. So, while some locations may just seem like a quirky post-apocalyptic set piece, remember that even the smallest places can have some of the biggest stories. In Fallout 4, the most significant settlement we can find is in the remnants of Fenway Park, Diamond City. Among the multitude of side quests we can find here, one can change 200 years of tradition if done improperly. Speaking with Abbott at the wall, we can start the quest Painting the Town. This involves heading to the old hardware store down the road and finding some paint for the wall. Once we get to Hardware Town, some raiders will launch a clever scheme to ambush the sole survivor. But after the attack, we can find some paint and a mixer in the rear of the room. Here, we can mix yellow and blue paint to make green, but we can also take these base colors back to Diamond City. Once we are back at the wall, use one of these colors to paint the wall with, and we will be confronted by Abbott.
Hey, Abbott.
Blue? You know what you're doing there? The wall ain't blue.
I think it'll look good.
Well, let's hope so. I guess it's better than her going into disrepair. Damn. That's over 200 years of tradition we're moving away from. There's your payment. Now get going. I got work to do.
Returning to the wall a bit after doing the quest, we will see that Abbott has painted the entire thing to match whatever color we have used, blue or yellow. We can't use the blood can or the red paint added with the DLCs in the quest, so these are the only colors we can change the wall to. This is just an interesting small detail that people tend to miss due to using the correct paint during the quest. Still, if you want to change up Diamond City, this is one of the biggest ways to do it. Big thanks to Draker the Heartbreaker from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, we can find Evergreen Mills, a rundown factory turned luxury raider hideout. If the kimmed out raiders and super mutant behemoth wasn't enough to warrant you off, diving a bit deeper, we can find even more things that make this area unique. Evergreen houses 3 raiders that only appear in shacks outside the main factory. The southern shack, which lies just past the entrance to Evergreen proper, is home to a raider wielding a flamer. This is a unique model, and he has his own ID in the game files. The same is true for the northern shack on the opposite side of the factory. We find 2 raiders inside, with the female noticeably wearing the sexy sleepwear attire. We don't normally see raiders wearing this in the wasteland outside of this location. Inside the bazaar, there are a few entertainment areas. We can find a bar with a couple of stages set up towards the back. We can see what is presumably a stripper pole on stage, which would fit the area just fine. The scene gets darker when we notice the teddy bears and children's toys that litter the area. In the best case scenario, this is a scene of a weird act performed to entertain the raiders. Or worst case scenario, this would be the darkest area in a modern Fallout game just by the implication. But since no children can be found in the area and several underwear-clad raiders seem to be taking wearing this. Same is true for the north. This is a unique that only appears in Evergreen range of Diamond City. This is one of the
work to do.
Returning to the wall a bit after to make will launch a clever cons and his madness that led to his demise. We learn a bit more about Chance and the map in the All Roads graphic novel, which documents the lead up to Benny ambushing the courier. We see that Chance carved this map with his knife, which he later used to slaughter a whole gang of fiends at the nearby tribal village. After the battle, Chance would lose his life, and the cons would carry on with Benny without him. All of these things are hinted at in-game as the tribal village, now infested with Cazadores, sits at the bottom of an overlook that holds Chance's grave. Plundering the site will lead to finding Chance's knife. The blood of fiends still stained on the blade. So, while some locations may just seem like a quirky post-apocalyptic set piece, remember that even the smallest places can have some of the biggest stories. In Fallout 4, the most significant settlement we can find is in the remnants of Fenway Park, Diamond City. Among the multitude of side quests we can find here, one can change 200 years of tradition if done improperly. Speaking with Abbott at the wall, we can start the quest painting the town. This involves can have some quirky Chance's grave, now infested village. After the battle, Chance would lose his life, and the cons would carry on with Benny without him. All of these things are hinted at in-game as the tribal village, now infested with Cazadores, sits at the bottom of an overlook that holds Chance's grave. Plundering the site will lead to finding Chance's knife. The blood of fiends still stained on the blade. So, while some locations may just seem like a quirky post-apocalyptic set piece, remember that even the smallest places can have some of the biggest stories. In Fallout 4, the most significant settlement we can find is in the remnants of Fenway Park, Diamond City. Among the multitude of side quests we can find here, one can change 200 years of tradition if done improperly. Speaking with Abbott at the wall, we can start the quest painting the town. This involves heading to the old hardware store down the road and finding some paint for the wall. Once we get to Hardware Town, some raiders will launch a clever scheme to ambush the sole survivor. But after the attack, we can find some paint and a mixer in the rear of the room. Here, we can mix yellow and blue paint to make green, but we can also take these base colors back to Diamond City. Once we are back at the wall, use one of these colors to paint the wall with, and we will be confronted by Abbott.
Hey, Abbott.
Oh, you know what you're doing there? The wall ain't blue.
I think it'll look good.
Well, let's hope so. I guess it's better than her going into disrepair. It's over 200 years of tradition we're moving away from. There's your payment. Now get going. We got work to do.
Returning to the wall a bit after doing the quest, we will see that Abbott has painted the entire thing to match whatever color we have used, blue or yellow. We can't use the blood can or the red paint added with the DLCs in the quest, so these are the only colors we can change the wall to. This is just an interesting small detail that people tend to miss due to using the correct paint during the quest. Still, if you want to change up Diamond City, this is one of the biggest ways to do it. Big thanks to Draker the Heartbreaker from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, we can find Evergreen Mills, a rundown factory turned luxury raider hideout. If the chemmed out raiders and super mutant behemoth wasn't enough to ward you off, diving a bit deeper, we can find even more things that make this area unique. Evergreen houses 3 raiders that only appear in shacks outside the main factory. The southern shack, which lies just past the entrance to Evergreen proper, is home to a raider wielding a flamer. This is a unique model, and he has his own ID in the game files. The same is true for the northern shack on the opposite side of the factory. We find 2 raiders inside, with the female noticeably wearing the sexy sleepwear attire. We don't normally see raiders wearing this in the wasteland outside of this location. Inside the bazaar, there are a few entertainment areas. We can find a bar with a couple of stages set up towards the back. We can see what is presumably a stripper pole on stage, which would fit the area just fine. The scene gets darker when we notice that teddy bears and children's toys that litter the area. In the best case scenario, this is a scene of a weird act performed to entertain the raiders. Or worst case scenario, this would be the darkest area in a modern Fallout game just by the implication. But since no children can be found in the area and several underwear-clad raiders seem to be taking care of business in the back rooms behind the site, I assume things just got weird with the raiders. So there's no better reason to send the whole place to hell each time you play Fallout 3. Thank you to Draker the Heartbreaker in the area. This is the entry only appear raiders and in the Disc City. This is one of the biggest ways to do it. Big thanks to Draker the Heartbreaker from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, we can find Evergreen Mills, a run-down factory turned luxury raider hideout. If the kimmed-out raiders and super mutant behemoth wasn't enough to warn you off, diving a bit deeper, we can find even more things that make this area unique. Evergreen houses 3 raiders that only appear in shacks outside the main factory. The southern shack, which lies just past the entrance to Evergreen proper, is home to a raider wielding a flamer. This is a unique model, and he has his own ID in the game files. The same is true for the northern shack on the opposite side of the factory. We find 2 raiders inside, with the female noticeably wearing the sexy sleepwear attire. We don't normally see raiders wearing this in the wasteland outside of this location. Inside the bazaar, there are a few entertainment areas. We can find a bar with a couple of stages set up towards the back. We can see what is presumably a stripper pole on stage, which would fit the area just fine. The scene gets darker when we notice the teddy bears and children's toys that litter the area. In the best case scenario, this is a scene of a weird act performed to entertain the raiders. Or worst case scenario, this would be the darkest area in a modern Fallout game just by the implication. But since no children can be found in the area and several underwear-clad raiders seem to be taking care of business in the back rooms behind the site, I assume things just got weird with the raiders. So there's no better reason to send the whole place to hell each time you play Fallout 3. Thank you to Drake.
Oh shit, I want to see that
when
one.
we notice that outside of this location. Inside the bazaar, there are a few entertainment areas. We can find a bar with a couple of stages set up towards the back. We can see what is presumably a stripper pole on stage, which would fit the area just fine. The scene gets darker when we notice the teddy bears and children's toys that litter the area. In the best case scenario, this is a scene of a weird act performed to entertain the raiders. Or worst case scenario, this would be the darkest area in a modern Fallout game just by the implication. But
the red,
since
I
no
was trying to
children
change
can
it
be
for
found in the area and several underwear-clad raiders seem to be taking care of business in the back rooms behind the site, I assume things just got weird with the raiders. So there's no better reason to send the whole place to hell each time you play Fallout 3. Thank you to Draker the Heartbreaker from the Discord server for pointing me in the right direction on this one. In Fallout 3, the decimated capital wasteland hosts many things to discover. Broken streets, shattered buildings, but every once in a while, something in the waste can still function the way it used to. The fire hydrants that stand guard on the once busy suburban sidewalks fit this bill perfectly. As in Fallout 3, these hydrants can be activated, which will cause the lone wanderer to drink from them. A task that doesn't make much sense considering what is needed to produce water from one of the pre-war devices. You would need a wrench or something similar and a working water supply. But this is a video game, so it can be overlooked as a fun source of HP at the cost of some rad levels. New Vegas, however, isn't buying into this idea. If we try to drink from the hydrants we find in the Mojave, the option will no longer be there. It's hard to say why the devs ultimately decided to cut this feature. Still, it could have been what I mentioned before. The interaction just didn't make a whole lot of sense. So while you may be used to the flowing water of the capital hydrants, be wary in the Mojave. If you want a quick drink, a toilet would likely be a stronger candidate. In Fallout New Vegas, you be used to the flowing water of the capital hydrants, be wary in the Mojave. If you want a quick drink, a toilet would likely be a stronger candidate. In Fallout New Vegas, the Honest Hearts DLC will take us to Zion and introduce the conflict between the tribes that call the area home. We will also meet one of the most memorable characters in New Vegas, Joshua Graham. The burned man spends his time reading the Bible and preparing guns for his tribe. The courier will have the option to side with Graham at the close of the DLC, which sees the courier and Joshua mow through hostile tribals to secure Zion. Suppose the player asks Joshua Graham to use melee combat in this sequence. In that case, he will start using his trademark 45, A Light Shining in Darkness, as a melee weapon, smacking enemies with the butt of the gun. This is an actual in-game item called Joshua Joshua's pistol whip in 45. Through standard gameplay, the player can never obtain this weapon. Still on PC, we can add it to our inventory with the use of console commands. The lights out special attack does tremendous damage to anything in front of you when using this weapon. While it may not be the strongest melee weapon in the game, it is by far one of the most satisfying to use. In the Fallout 3 DLC Mothership Zeta, the Lone Wanderer is abducted by aliens and brought to their mothership. Friendships are formed, and with the help of other captives aboard the ship. In the Fallout 3 DLC Mothership Zeta, the Lone Wanderer is abducted by aliens and brought to their mothership. Friendships are formed, and with the help of other captives aboard the ship, we fight our way through the Zetan crew and uncover great stories along the way. Once all the generators are destroyed, we'll be tasked with using the spacesuit to do a spacewalk to get to the ship's upper deck. While we can have some fun with unique deaths here by not wearing the spacesuit in decompressed areas, there is another fantastic animation that only plays here. If the Lone Wanderer strays too close to the ship's edge, we will see them float away in probably the most unique death animation of Fallout 3. Environmental experiences like this are always fun to see, and it would be great
So when you put it on another group, if you want, like, this is the, I get it now, this is the lamplight. So let's say you're here, this is our base, and you travel over here. You put this tail lantern as the lamplight, and then this one, and you could travel between these three. While this one and this one and that one all the way over there to be under a certain group. I love that.
One bodyguard that hangs around the North Gate of Freeside has caught the attention of the Kings due to how many repeat customers he gets. The King will have the courier investigate this. Still, there are ways we can disappoint the Elvis impersonator when dealing with Oris. First, if we take out Oris before speaking to the King, we can get some unique dialogue from the less than thrilled leader.
So, it went down like that, huh? I guess it can't be helped now. Even though you lack subtlety, you've shown me you can get the job done. So maybe you can help me with something more important.
To hire Oris the way the King wants us to. In that case, we can ignore the bodyguard's instructions about the thugs, which leads to some unique dialogue with Oris.
I guess they weren't harmless after all. I'm not off in the city. I know I wouldn't have survived that. Well, here we are. Worse for wear, are you? I trust that if you need to cross Freeside, you'll know who to hire.
Afterwards, the King will be upset that we didn't find anything wrong with Oris and send us back out to hire him again, this time without covering the charge.
What do you have for me? Oh, he did he? But that just ain't good enough. Get back out there and hire him again. Hire him 100 times if that's what it takes.
My God, sounds like Elvis.
Cover the cost this time.
Fun enough on the remote.
More business.
In Fallout New Vegas, the main quest ultimately leads to the second Battle of Hoover Dam, with the main factions involved being the NCR and Caesar's Legion. Once the battle is complete, the story of New Vegas ends as well, and so does the gameplay. But this wasn't always going to be the case. Fallout New Vegas, at one point, had planned for the player to continue playing after the Battle of Hoover Dam. This is proved by the cut lines of dialogue that we can find in the game files. These bits reveal a bit of what the game world would have been like after the main faction's victory, and make us wonder what the scope of New Vegas would have been if a post-game section had been included.
With the Legion defeated, things are great now.
All those NCR troops should see me to celebrate. Come one, come all. I'm not letting the Legion make me a slave. Even I have standards.
Intense fighting erupted on Hoover Dam as tensions between NCR and Caesar's Legion boiled over. Reports indicate that NCR forces subverted victory through Legion standards against the defeat of its most feared military leader. Preliminary word is that
You ain't killing my birds like that, bitch. Nope, nigger. You fucking niggers. I'm not fucking doing it, cunt. Goddamn you, Mojo. I'm gonna fucking kill you, cunt. Fucking slice your goddamn throats, you fucking niggers. Goddamn you. After kill those motherfuckers. kill me and this fucking answer.
Securitrons has seized control of the dam, preventing both sides from claiming it. The sources of the dam are telling us that the involvement of one key person appears to have heavily influenced the outcome.
Welcome to Vegas, capital of the sixth state of the new California Republic. True to Kaiser.
Thank you to Honda from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, we can find a rather inconspicuous building housing a factory that produces the lovely Red Racer tricycles. The area is heavy with raiders, but those that push through will see that this factory is anything but dull. The best thing we can find here in the form of rarities is the giant teddy bear riding the massive trike hanging above the factory floor. It can be looted and, much like the other big bears in the game, will resort to a standard size if stacked. Going further into the
Cut their
offices,
goddamn
we can
throats,
hear the
please,
demonic
fucking
whispers that can be heard at the Dunwich building. Any of the super mutants killed here will suddenly have their head explode.
What the fuck is wrong with you goddamn niggers? I'll fucking slit your goddamn throats.
We aren't focusing on his mission statement today. We are looking at the one-of-a-kind lab coat he is wearing that can be looted off of his corpse. It boasts a +10 to medicine and a +5 to science. Interestingly enough, if you wear the ghoul mask, the surgeon won't be hostile to you. You can interact with him and use the armor pickpocket trick to secure the lab coat in a different way. So many locations in Fallout seem normal at
You're the
first.
fucking niggers. I'm gonna cut your fucking head off.
Red Racer Factory is a prime example of this. In Fallout New Vegas, one of the most happening spots is the Strip, which houses the major casinos you can visit and gamble at. One thing some players miss is the delightful audio Easter egg that plays from the slot machine. When you increase your bet at one of the machines, the base nest to a familiar tune will play. The melody is from the main menu music of Fallout 3 and has been used in most Fallout games since. In Fallout New Vegas, one of the casinos you can visit is the Tops. This is where Benny and his chairman can be found, so I'm sure most, if not all of you watching this video have been here at some point during your playthroughs. One area that many people miss, due to no real quest objectives or loot being present, is the rooftop courtyard that houses a swimming pool found by going through the equally less traveled diner or by going around the back of the main casino floor. This lush paradise is the perfect spot to relax after dealing with Benny or just after a long day of patrolling the Mojave. Still, many people miss this location entirely. Being tucked away out of main loop doesn't help this much either. Make sure to get some sun and take a dip next time you find yourself at the Tops. Even a post-apocalyptic courier needs their break too. In Fallout 4, you have the choice to pick between Nate and Nora, a married couple living in Sanctuary that we joined right before the bombs dropped. Of course, you can change the appearance and names of these people, but that won't change the established backstory of both. And we are going to take a quick look at Nate's past through things we can find in the game. During the Resource Wars, Nate served in the military and even saw action at Anchorage. We can see him walking with the 108th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Battalion in the intro for Fallout 4.
Scanning. Accessing pre-war records. Records found. 108th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Battalion. Oh, there. This Providence, a member of the two Western armies, delivered to us in our hour of need.
Many people believe that this is a callback to Fallout 3's Mothership Zeta DLC, where we can meet Elliot Turkoria, who was abducted while serving in Anchorage with the 108th Infantry Battalion. While the names are similar, this is no indication that Nate served with Elliot, as these are two different military groups. A regiment is an armed unit of troops under the command of an officer that hosts smaller units, while a battalion is a unit with 2 or more companies which reports to the HQ that forms the part of the regiment. This does mean that Nate and Elliot likely served simultaneously, which makes sense because of the Sino-American War. Still, it does not mean that they have met or spent any actual amount of time together. Before we can start customizing Nate, we can hear him and Nora talk about a speech that he's giving at the Veterans Ball tonight.
War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hon.
You think?
Absolutely. Now get ready and stop hogging the mirror.
Right. This is further referenced when we head to Fraternal Post 115, where we can find note of his speech, using whatever name the player has chosen. While I believe Fallout 4 may be a bit lacking in the main quest department, I really enjoy finding callbacks and references to a backstory like this, especially when it's more subtle and we can fill in the blanks ourselves. In Fallout 3, there is much to do in the Capital Wasteland. Whether you are chasing down your runaway dad or just taking a stroll through the vast wasteland Washington, D.C. has become, there's always something a wanderer can do to pass the time. One of the most useless interactions in the game comes from an object most people just run right past without thinking twice about it. We can find a good number of parking meters in Fallout 3, with the most residing at Jury Street Metro, and we can interact with all of them. Usually, these meters show an expired time tag, which all adds up since these haven't been appropriately used since before the war. Still, approaching the meters and interacting with them will start a timer and cause the machine to lower the expired tag. This is perhaps the most useless interaction in Fallout 3. Thank you to Avery from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC, Dead Money, we end up at the Sierra Madre Casino and Resort, a place both filled with treasures and death. Still, it's home to a few rare items that can only be found within its resort walls. The Casa Madrid kitchen area holds one of these items, the pre-war steak, a cut of beef that has been preserved since before the Great War. A random amount of steaks will show up in the meat lockers in this area. Taking a look at them in our inventory, they don't quite live up to a good old Brahmin steak, and even cause a -1 endurance debuff. Regardless, rare item collectors like myself, pun very much intended, will want to grab this meat anytime they play through Dead Money. Like myself, pun very much endurance debuff. Regardless, rare item collectors like myself, pun very much don't quite live up to a good old Brahmin steak, and even cause a -1 endurance debuff. Regardless, rare item collectors like myself, pun very much intended, will want to grab this meat anytime they play through Dead Money, only to leave it in the fridge of our player home, never to be seen again. Big thanks to Dr. Doctor from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 3, we find the marvelous Timpani Tower, named after Alistair Timpani. He found the building in the wasteland and hired enough people to turn it into a community. One person not allowed in Timpani Tower is Roy Phillips, a ghoul. He wants entry into the elitist settlement, but is repeatedly denied. Timpani's guards wish the ghoul and his friends dealt with, but we can talk to Roy to get his side of the story. We can get rather unique dialogue through Roy that most players miss due to how the game is presented. Suppose we side with Roy and allow him to release feral ghouls into Timpani Tower before dealing with the bomb at Megaton. In that case, we can also side with Burst and rip it to blow. When we return to Timpani Tower, we will see Roy and Burst form an unlikely friendship due to our choices. Oh, fuck.
I don't care how you got that shit. I can have you going up 5 minutes and with a scrub on my face.
Buckner's in Klamath after busting up the bar. Sulik came to town to find Vic the traitor to get information on his missing sister. But when Vic wasn't around, Sulik lost his temper. Doing quests for the Buckners or outright paying for the damages will allow Sulik to join your party. The two of you set off into the wasteland for the adventure ahead, but no matter how long you look, you will never find Sulik's sister. The quest, along with the two locations that were related to the Umbra tribe, were cut from the final game. Growing up, I always thought there would be a way to rescue the tribal sibyl, with the Slavers Guild in the Den being my prime suspect. It turns out, I wasn't so wrong after all, as with Kilaf's restoration patch, we can not only visit the tribe, but we can also complete their quests. When speaking to Metzger, if the Chosen One has speech above 51%, we can find out that the slaver has a camp outside of town where all of the captives are taken. If we promise him a premium price, Metzger will give us directions. Once at the camp, we can handle things peacefully, or we can have some fun. There is also a way to storm the place with NCR rangers. After the smoke is cleared, we can find Teresa, Sulik's sister, inside of a shelter in the north area of the map. Speaking with Teresa will reunite their siblings and eventually lead to the star door being unlocked, freeing all the captive souls that have found themselves here. Once back to the Umbra tribe, Kurisu makes herself at home and Sulik is silently grateful. It's a shame we didn't get all this in the final game. Still, the restoration patch turns our dreams into a reality and allows us to help Sulik, one of the best companions in the Fallout universe. Thank you to Daddy Harambe and Heroes on the Discord server for suggesting this one. Also, make sure to check the links in the description to join the server yourself or to follow me on apps like Twitter and Instagram. Fallout New Vegas is renowned for player choice and spoken dialogue, with many lines hidden behind certain stats and skill checks. We can find one free side that some players may miss due to the low intelligence required and because it's interlaced with Veronica's companion quest. We will need to speak to this favorite to find the rangefinder Veronica is looking for. Typically, the NPC will mutter incoherently and not make much sense, even when you open dialogue.
Here we're gonna have to do something.
Much more charming. If the courier asks Veronica what she wants, the scribe will start gushing about pre-war dresses.
I want...
Personal goal, much more charming. If the courier asks Veronica what she wants, the scribe will start gushing about pre-war dresses.
I want a dress. Yeah, a good one. Something elegant and classy, you know? But still stylish. Something that's eye-catching and sexy, but also says, don't fuck with me. I keep hoping I'll come across some old-world designer gown when I'm scavenging, but it never happens. Maybe I should move back to California. Hey, you try getting a date wearing scribe robes. Might as well be wearing sweatpants. I just like them, you know? They make you feel like a woman. Those ladies before the war, they knew what they were doing.
This unmarked quest, You Make Me Feel Like a Woman, that involves finding a suitable dress for Veronica and placing it in her inventory. A few clothing items count for the quest, even Vera Key's gown from Dead Money. However, I only got Veronica to engage the final part of the quest with the formal wear. Once we place it in her inventory, Veronica will be beyond excited about the new fit and teach the courier the scribe counter unarmed perk, allowing a decent counterattack after blocking in combat.
For me? Do you mean it? No, it's too much. Well, okay, but it's too much. Oh, it's perfect. Thank you. I wish I had something to give you. What about punching? That's the gift that keeps on giving. I could work on your punching with you. If you like, show you how to counter like a scribe. All right, put him up. Let's see what you got.
The perk is a great reward, but nothing beats how genuinely excited Veronica gets just to have a lovely dress to wear when she's roaming around the Mojave. Thank you to Mick the Ghoul from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 2, the Chosen One is met with the harsh, unforgiving wasteland and its people. One of the more deplorable towns is New Reno. While the rest of the wasteland seems to struggle and strive, Reno seems to manufacture it, almost as if the city was trying to emulate its former
I'm gonna fucking kill you, goddamn you.
Inside the Shark Club here, on the second floor, we can find a hidden item that can help more than you might think. In the bottom right corner of the main room, we can find a pool table. When we search it, inside, we can obtain the magic 8-ball. The only one of its kind in Fallout 2. Shaking the 8-ball, much like in real life, will display fortunes and answers to various questions that you might have. With a luck stat of 9 or higher, the 8-ball will even give us small clues about various happenings in the wasteland, such as telling us about a cat's paw magazine thrown away in Broken Hills. The 8-ball even references some developers of Fallout 2, claiming that Fergus didn't want it to be included in the final game. Unfortunately, we'll even bring up other Interplay projects mentioning, yes, we know Descent to Undermountain is trash. This is another great example of the humor of the classic Fallout games. They are filled to the brim with fourth wall breaking jokes and inside gags that add continuous charm to each playthrough. In Fallout New Vegas, we can find many different items that have somehow stayed around after 200 years of post-nuclear apocalypse. Some, of course, are more interesting than others, but the fact that we see Indian attacks from before the war is pretty impressive. One of the things I was surprised to see the most was that a couple of musical instruments had survived out in the wastes. We can find a small number of harmonicas in our travels. It makes sense that these still litter the area. While they are rare, they still appear enough to have a decently sized collection of mouth harps. However, only one other instrument appears in Fallout New Vegas, and it is far more rare, the acoustic guitar. The courier can only obtain 3 of these throughout the game, and 2 of those require stealing from a well-liked NPC. We can take the first one from the stuff... by recruiting the Drifter as an act, a second acoustic guitar will spawn in his inventory. We can pickpocket this from him with good enough sneak, bringing our count to 2. Finally, in the Sierra Madre Villa, we can find the only other acoustic guitar in the game, across the street from the police station, next to a music stand. These are the only 3 guitars we can collect from the entirety of Fallout New Vegas, and I love collecting them. It's worth noting that these musical instruments serve no actual purpose, as we can't play them, and that there is some writing on the bottom of the guitar. I can't really make it out myself, so I would love to know what your theories are on what the text says in the comments. Make it out myself, so I would love to know what your theories are on what the text says in the comments below. In Fallout 3, there are many nooks and crannies that go unsearched by the vast majority of players. By the very nature of a Bethesda game, it's often a rewarding experience to look everywhere, picking up almost anything you come across. Still, some items or characters won't even appear in-game unless certain conditions are met, and this can lead to the rarest items of all. With the Broken Steel DLC installed, we can visit the Presidential Metro. Inside, just up the stairs leading to the Capitol, we can find a holotape called Sorry My Darling.
If someone finds it, please give this to my lover at La Maison Beauregard Hotel in East Georgetown. He'll want to hear what I have to say. My darling. They found...
Hold on, guys. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. of you. Good job, though. Yep. Hold on, guys. Okay, you guys, hold on 1 second. Praising my Savior all the day long. All the day long. He's the lily of the valley. I love that song. He's the bright and morning star.
be together once again. I'm going to risk your life to get it to me. Combing the ruins, avoiding the supermutants.
Shines
Home for me.
is the trouble.
I shall never lay my eyes upon your gift. You'll have to keep it and remember me every time you see it. I'm so sorry, my darling. So sorry I let you down. So many have died for this thing. So many hearts have been broken. Please remember, I'll always love you. You will be with me forever in my spirit. I love you.
Playing this tape starts the unmarked quest, The Sorrowful Suitor. Heading to La Maison Beauregard, we can now find a raider named Lagbolt, who will only spawn after listening to the note. After dealing with him, we find our first set of unique gear, his armor and his shades. Checking out the note in his inventory, we can see he is actually the brother of Lugnut, who confronts us when we try to take the naughty Nightwing. This is relevant because inside the suitcase that Lagbolt's key unlocks is the all-nighter nightwear, a unique variation of the previously mentioned pajamas. This clothing set will add 1 point to both charisma and endurance, but looks the same as the naughty nightwear when worn. Oddly enough, when placed in the game world, it maintains the leopard pattern, while its more common counterpart changes to red. Due to the steps involved in getting the nightwear, a lot of players may have missed it entirely, so make sure to pay old Lagbolt a visit the next time you are in the Georgetown area. In the Fallout 3 DLC, Operation Anchorage, the Lone Wanderer winds up jumping into a computer simulation of the Battle of Anchorage. This change of scenery and time frame adds a fun spin to the Fallout formula. The gameplay resembles more of a first-person shooter approach akin to Call of Duty. While we can find a plethora of new weapons and armor in this DLC, there was still some cut content that, while we weren't supposed to be able to access, still resides in the game and is reachable without any tricks, except maybe being a good jumper. We can leave the playable map area by getting on top of the rocks next to this pipe. The jumping is exceptionally tricky, so I recommend PC players just no-clip to the top. Once up here, if we travel west of the field HQ, we can find 6 smoke grenades cut from the final game. Picking them up, we can see they do an okay amount of damage, but using them will show they pretty much just act like frag grenades, with no real smoke effect when deployed.
Okay.
These grenades are certainly some of the most hidden weapons in Fallout 3, and getting your hands on them can be tricky. Still, rare item hunters will want to add them to their collection for their day in the snow. In Fallout 2, the Chosen One leaves their tribe and stumbles through the wasteland for years looking for the Garden of Eden creation kit. While the Gek is a rare item, we can find an even more unique piece in the caves under Modoc. During the quest to find the Gold Watch, we can search the outhouse to see a giant rat guarding various items, including the watch. Using something like plastic explosives, we can breach the wall and defeat the rat to claim our prizes. One of the easier to miss items down here is one of the rarest in the game, a bag. This bag can help with organizing your inventory and can hold up to 20 pounds, but it won't be able to hold any more significantly sized things like armor sets. This is the only bag that we can find in Fallout 2, so it's a must for rare item hunters and people looking to add more organization to their inventory. Let me know in the comments below what you plan to put in your bag. Thank you to Azzy from the Discord server for suggesting this. Make sure to check out the channel and comment media. This video is used as a reference for this fun fact. In Fallout 3, visit the various for some much needed rest and relaxation. One casino houses the man who shot the courier in Goodsprings and left them for dead, Benny. His tribe runs the Tops Casino. While most people will want to handle things as soon as they see Benny, this can be difficult due to the casino confiscating any weapons they find upon entering. We can still get access to our guns though, and doing so will prompt Benny to say some unique dialogue. Once inside the Tops, if we head up to the locker where the weapons are stored, we can sneak our way past the cashier. We can lockpick the container and get all of our weapons back. Now going to Benny, we can tell him what we are up to, or some humorous reactions.
What in the goddamn? Let's keep this in the groove, hey? Smooth moves like smooth little babies. You want a reason? How about 4? They're called bodyguards, and every one of them is packing. Me too, so baby makes 5.
Add to that, every chairman in this joint is armed, and not with some holdout pea shooter like maybe you smuggled through security. Anything I needed to worry about, baby, got confiscated at the door. You're bluffing, baby. Except maybe you're not. Sweet little caper getting your weapons back, but let cooler heads prevail, eh? No need for violence. We got a problem, boys. Whoa!
Thank you to Cosmo the Wolf from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, we assume the role of the courier and go out to look for the man who wronged us in Goodsprings. Before we get to that task, we have to build our character, and we can get quite the boost if we play our cards right. When selecting perks, you should pick Skilled and Wild Wasteland. Skilled because you need it for the boost, and in my opinion it's the best perk, and Wild Wasteland because you should always use Wild Wasteland. The Skilled perk will boost all of your skills by 5 points. After this, we want to walk away from Goodsprings until prompted to finalize our build. Now, we go back into the character creation. The Skilled perk will boost all of your skills by 5 points. After this, we want to walk away from Goodsprings until prompted to finalize our build. Now, we go back into the character creation process, and when we get to the perk, select Skilled again. And we will see it has stacked, giving us a total of 10 points in every skill, making the first Goodsprings quest a breeze. Also, the negative XP does not stack. This can be repeated with the Autodoc and Old World Blues as well, which will make a total of 15 skill points when everything is said and done. Most people just confirm their character and move on, missing this boost altogether. But it can really help out, especially so early in the game. Thank you.
This summer, enjoy the good times. Just one rule.
Thank you to Crimson Fox 36 from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 4, we can find General Atomics Galleria. This is a small neighborhood of shops run by robots. This means that these robots continue their duties long after this was built, waiting for customers to service until they rust out. It is here that we can find Back Alley Bowling, home to Tinpin, who will greet the sole survivor as they enter the alley. Heading towards the lanes without the permission of the robot will cause all 3 robots in Back Alley Bowling to become hostile. While we may be able to convince Tinpin to let us in, if we come prepared, it won't be an issue. It seems before the war, it was $5,000 to get a lane going in this bowling alley. So if we happen to have $5,000 pre-war money on us, we can give this to Tinpin, who will continue to treat us like a customer. We can even go bowling, as one of the lanes still has 10 pins set up. There is nothing like an ice-cold Nuka-Cola and hitting the lanes to really take the edge off after a long day in the Commonwealth. Thank you to Ted from the Discord server for suggesting this one. If you like to talk about Fallout and want to chat with us, check out the link to the server in the description below. In Fallout 2, the Chosen One covers many miles looking for the Garden of Eden creation kit. One of the first locations we can come across is the Den, a city filled with shady people and a slaver's guild. Still, we will be looking at Rebecca Dyer regarding this easy-to-miss unique reward. Suppose the Chosen One is a female named Buffy wearing leather armor. In that case, Becky has unique dialogue, as if she knows the player. The Chosen One can play along, and eventually, we will be rewarded $1,000, 5 stim packs, a set of metal armor, an Uzi, 5 clips of ammo, a plasma grenade, and a flower. This is quite the gear for how early we can get it in-game, and it's actually a reference to a special encounter that we can find called the Unwashed Villagers, which I've covered more in depth in another video linked here in the card. The encounter pays homage to the first Fallout fan site that is still active today. It is always great to see developers put in a bit of fan service in their games, and the classic Fallout titles are full of fun things like this. Thank you to Ghost4079 and Garmfield 2.0 from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In the Fallout 3 DLC Mothership Zeta, the Lone Wanderer finds themselves aboard a stunning extraterrestrial spaceship filled to the brim with secrets and goodies that are truly out of this world. One of the more peculiar places we can visit aboard the Mothership is the Research Lab. The Zetans seem to be real fond of the Giddy-Up Buttercup toys that we can find littered across the wasteland. Not only that, but they also appear to be crafting the toys themselves, and have hundreds of the horses and strange scenarios throughout this room. Some with a small variation of the famous children's toy. One sits on the shelf amongst some of its larger counterparts in the research lab. Still, We can find 3 more of these Buttercup toys throughout the ship as we progress through the story. 2 will be displayed in the engineering core once we have destroyed the 3 generators, one resting next to a bed by the teleporter, and the other one keeping track. The final one can be found in the weapons lab on the shelf above the atomic pulverizer, making a total of 4 that we can collect. There is a ton of stuff to find in Mothership's data, but the rare item hunter in me has to retrieve all of the small Buttercup toys just so I know that they're happening. What rare items do you like to collect in Fallout? Let me know in the comments below. In the original Fallout, some of the best experiences come from the conversations that we can have with various NPCs living in the world. Showing up to a settlement and talking to all the locals is a must in Fallout, and one of the biggest cities we can find is the Boneyard. This is the shelled out remains of Los Angeles, and to this day it is filled with warring gangs and desperate people. The followers of the apocalypse, and in a world strangled by hardship, they enter the bright fresh air of the wasteland. Can't be said for a character that we can find just outside their headquarters. Inside a small house, we can find a bounty hunter well known throughout the area, Chris Avalon. The NPC is clearly named after Fallout developer Chris Avalon, as they share the exact same name. While most things that we can say to Avalon just result in the conversation ending, he really only noticeably responds by being Arizona. Doing this a second time will cause Avalon to become hostile and attack the Vault Dweller. Of course, if the player has the Child Killer perk, prepare for a fight. And this could be quite the fight, as Chris is pretty tough and has great gear. Once we do manage to defeat the bounty hunter Avalon and his crew, in that case, we can get this great gear for ourselves, including a sweet set of combat armor. The classic Fallout games are filled with in-jokes from the developers, and that is precisely what this is. Moments like this add massive charm to the original Fallout games, and finding them is always a treat. Make sure to follow the account Fallout Today on Twitter, who gave me the idea for this video. It's an excellent account that posts daily Fallout information and facts. In Fallout 3, there was quite a bit left on the cutting room floor. Weapons, locations, and even fully fleshed out characters got the axe before the game's final version was released. Luckily, due to how the Gamebryo engine works, we can still see much of what was cut. One instance of this is the unique baseball bat known as the Curse Breaker. This cut melee weapon is visibly identical to its counterparts, much like most, if not all, of the unique weapons in Fallout 3. The Curse Breaker does a bit more damage than the standard baseball bats and has a better critical chance as well, meaning you will swing for the fences most times you square up with this swatter. The name is likely a nod to the Curse of Bambino, which many baseball fans believed was the curse of the championship drought of the Boston Red Sox after the team sold Babe Ruth to the Yankees, which led to New York winning the top spot in the MLB for years. I speculate this might have been found on a named raider at Fordham Flash Field, which has some other baseball-related happenings. We may never know how it was going to be used, but it's always nice to see the cut content of the Fallout series to see what could have been. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Lonesome Road, the courier is regularly beckoned by Ulysses, who holds quite the grudge against us throughout our Mojave adventure. In the middle of the high road, many people know about the advanced riot gear perched high in the crow's nest, being worn by a dead ghoul NCR riot control officer. The great thing about this armor set is that it can be used to repair an even better outfit later on in the Divide. We can find another dead ghoul NCR riot control officer on the top floor of the 3rd Street Municipal Building, except this one is donned with the Elite Riot Gear version of this great armor, making it significantly better than the previous set that we found. What's truly fantastic about both of these armors is that they are faction neutral. This means that if you don't feel quite right about putting on an NCR uniform, but still can't deny how amazingly awesome the riot gear is, you can still throw it on and look your best throughout the rest of the Mojave. Thank you to Kata the Leopard from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Dead Money, the courier is brought to the Sierra Madre Resort and Casino, fitted with a bomb collar, and forced to work with a pack of characters in order to make a grand escape. Plenty of things stand in our way. The ghost people who call the area home, various traps, and a thick poisonous cloud that can drop even the strongest wastelander in seconds. Still, one item waits for us at the Sierra Madre, an item that has no real use and is out of the player's way just enough to go widely unnoticed by those who aren't looking for it. The embalming fluid. The only 4 jars of this substance in the game can be found in Salida del Sol North, at the Campanas del Sol. This room clearly acted as a morgue and chapel pre-war. These jars are a reminder of the good old days. In Embalming fluid prevents decomposition in bodies post-death in the real world. As for Fallout New Vegas, the substance has no use. It's not used in any quests, nor can it be crafted into anything. Seemingly, the jars were placed here for the ambience and to further identify the room. Whatever the case may be, rare item hunters will want to go out of their way to collect this four-of-a-kind find. Just don't think about what it'll cost you to get to the Sierra Madre in the first place. Thanks to were placed here for the ambience and to further identify the room. Whatever the case may be, rare item hunters will want to go out of their way to collect this four-of-a-kind find. Just don't think about what it'll cost you to get to the Sierra Madre in the first place. Thanks to Tim from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, there are plenty of valleys, dry lakes, and caves just waiting for explorers to find the treasures they hide. The Mojave Wasteland, though vast and open, still has a host of things to find for those who catch the wanderlust. Inside the stunning Fire Root Cavern, there is one rare item that many people miss because of the fearsome lizards that guard the cave, and the clever hiding spot from whoever left it. Among the overgrown plants and guarded by the legendary Fire Gecko, we can find the only evil gnome that Fallout New Vegas offers. While the standard gnomes look how we would expect, this figure is wearing black-rimmed glasses and has a more elaborate beard with darker hair. This is a reference to Scott Everts, the lead world builder of New Vegas. As in the game files, the gnome is referred to as Scott E. Gnome and bears a resemblance to the man himself. Fallout as a series has never been shy about self-referencing and having fun with the developers, and this gnome is a great way to show love for one of the leads of New Vegas. So make sure to give Scott a good home the next time you are scavenging around Fire Root Cavern. In Fallout 3, drinking water from natural sources can be a great way to boost your HP at the cost of your rad count. Still, in the Operation Anchorage DLC, we can find something that we don't usually see. Outside of the playable map, there are large bodies of water. Of course, this being a computer simulation, the water isn't real, and though we have no interaction with water in Anchorage under normal means, Bethesda still accounted for this when adding water to the DLC. If we were to approach the liquid in Operation Anchorage, we would see that drinking it offers no HP regeneration, and it is also radiation-free. This is not something that needed this change, as, if I recall correctly, we don't get close to any water during the events of the DLC. Perhaps Bethesda had planned for us to have interaction with the ocean or some lakes, and then made changes, or they just made sure that the water in the Anchorage area acted correctly due to the simulation. Either way, an excellent small detail for eagle-eyed players. Thank you to Duck from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout New Vegas, my favorite of the minor factions that we can meet are the Kings. As a lifelong fan of Elvis Presley, it was a joy to see a faction dedicated to his character and memory in the game.
Yes,
if we go to
that's
the
cool.
King's School of Impersonation, we can find a few unique things. Some I've covered in past videos. Still, if we talk to the resident hairdresser for this group of cats, we can obtain one of the most easily missable melee weapons in Fallout New Vegas. On the first floor of the school, we can find Sergio. Sergio cuts hair for the group and is highly recommended by the king himself if the courier earns their spot with the faction. However, the gang will not turn hostile if we take matters into our own hands and attack the barber. This is the fastest and easiest way to get Figaro, the unique switchblade. While the blade itself is beautiful, it's certainly not the best weapon you will find in New Vegas, but it is often missed due to a bug within the game. On consoles, where many people enjoy the Fallout series, Sergio often doesn't spawn. Since console commands are exclusive to PC, it will lead to Figaro being impossible to obtain. So if you are a unique item hunter and you're looking for a great knife to go with your new greaser look in the wasteland, make sure to stop by the Kings and pay Sergio a visit. Thank you to Smoky Pineapple 4 from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 4, we have looked at the connections between the Commonwealth and the Capital Wasteland. One of the most significant references to Fallout 3 that we can find in Fallout 4 is located at the fortified community known as Covenant. When we approach, the guard, Swanson, will tell us about the settlement and let us know that we can enter by taking the safe test. When he asks the sole survivor to sit, if we take his seat, he will... When we approach, the guard, Swanson, will tell us about the settlement and let us know that we can enter by taking the safe test. When he asks the sole survivor to sit, if we take his seat, he will have a unique voice line for us, though it's just one line.
Take a seat, and we can begin. That's my seat, bud. Why don't you sit on the other side of the desk? We'll stop.
Taking the safe test, someone who has played Fallout 3 may notice that all of the questions are from the GOAT test, which the Lone Wanderer took when they were 16 years old in Vault 101. The safe test, of course, removes any references to the vaults.
Don't worry. If he did that, it'd cause parabolic destabilization of the fission singularity.
Yeah. Question 1. A frenzied vault scientist runs up to you and yells, "I'm going to put my quantum harmonizer in your photonic resonation chamber." What's your response?
Speaking of the GOAT test, we can hear the futures of our peers in Vault 101 if we stick around after the test. This is a small detail that I think really paints a nice picture of the inner workings of the vault.
Here you are, Mr. Broad. I hope I did okay.
Nothing for you to worry about, Miss Almodovar. Let's see. Very well done. Looks like it's the supervisory track for you.
Thanks. See you tomorrow.
Yo, Teach, I'm done.
Butch. Can I admit that I've been waiting for this day for a long, long time? Allow me to savor the moment. Now then, let's see. Yeah. Interesting. You surprised me, Butch. I didn't think you had it in. Hairdresser. Who would have thunk it?
You're so full of it. That isn't true. I'm all done, Mr. Broch. Yes. Wait a sec. Can I have it back? I think I need to change one of my answers.
Just calm down a minute, Paul. I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. Let's see. Yep, just as I thought. You're slated for the engineering track. Congratulations, Mr. Hannon. You've passed the GOAT.
Oh, gee. That's not so bad. Engineering, all right.
Mother can't wait to find out if I'll be going into science or home economics.
Science. Well, perhaps. Let's see what the GOAT says. Well, well. Maintenance department. I hope your mother will be pleased.
Bye.
Across from Covenant, at the compound, if we are looking for Fallout 3 references, some of the most apparent are hanging all over the walls. We can find GOAT test posters, including Vault Boy sporting a 101 on his Vault suit, which is likely just an oversight, but could be a way the devs continued the Easter egg with the save test. Small details like this genuinely make the Fallout series fun to replay over and over again. Thank you to Voina from the Discord server for suggesting this one. In Fallout 4, when we are at the Nuka World theme park, we will meet the three factions that call the area home: the Pack, the Operators, and the Disciples. Throughout the DLC, we will choose which gangs we like the most and help them accomplish their goals. Some Fallout 4 players may have missed a very well-hidden Easter egg on the roof of the Disciples' headquarters. When scaling the concrete structure, if we jump from a railing to the top of Nisha's shack, we can get to the very top of this building. We will then see a one-of-a-kind sight behind a Jingles doll and a campfire. A miniature figurine that looks to be of Han Solo from the Star Wars franchise is frozen in carbonite and...
Where we're going, well, I gotta tell you what, I got some sick, Ephesians chapter 6, let me get down to the nitty-gritty of where we're going, well, I gotta tell you what, I got some good, I'm glad we're streaming, recording, because I really wanted this on recording, because I think it's just the content of it. I know what scriptures I have in here, and the scriptures are good. It's going to help us understand some things, hopefully. Ephesians 6:10, finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of His might. I just underline His, and it's got to be God's might. You cannot do this life on your own. You can't do it. There's no way. You depend on your flesh, and your biggest enemy is going to... I'm not doing it. But he did walk into battle armored, did he not? He walked into battle. There we go. No, I had it right. He walked into battle armored with his faith. He had a helmet of salvation. He had a sword of the Spirit. He had the shoes, the preparation of the gospel. I mean, he had all of that. He had the shield of faith. That's why he was not. David was angry with Goliath. Not necessarily, he wasn't afraid, but he was pissed off. He was come into the land that Judah had been given by God to. If they were trespassing on property that was not theirs, they threatened war. They put this giant out there, thinking nobody could take them, and they were going to rule over God's people. And David said, not while I'm alive, not on my watch, it's not going to happen. And he did not flinch. Yet the whole army of Israel sit down on their hands on the side of a hill. He had to build something on the other side of the hill. David and wife were going to meet in Ad Valleys. Kind of reminds me of the Battle of Armageddon. And, but anyway, David took care of business, and I guess that's the picture the Lord Jesus Christ paints to us, is that he went out there, prepared exactly the way the Bible says. Put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. I may do another
like, comment,
teaching
subscribe, you guys.
the ability to stand and what it's all related to and so on. Understand this, that,
8.5?